Chapter 1175. At this time, Yang Dingtian and Nagashuang were surrounded by the future Naga army. Like a small boat in a stormy sea, it could be easily smashed into pieces. His uneasy intuition had been confirmed. The most terrifying thing had happened. Yang Dingtian's mind fell into a temporary daze. After a long while, he came back to his senses. Could the current situation be reversed? No, it couldn't be reversed at all. If it was the previous Nagashuang, she could kill one or two future Naga who were close to demigod. And Yang Dingtian's demigod soul sword could kill 2 or 3 future Naga who were close to demigod. However, how many future generations of Nagas were there in front of them? Yang Dingtian had single-handedly charged into the new Naga Empire, killed Boyi, killed over 50 elders, and destroyed half of the old capital. Afterward, he even forced the new Naga Empire to sign a compromise treaty. It looked extremely awe-inspiring. However, in New Naga, Yang Dingtian had been sneak attacking, hiding, and turning invisible from beginning to end. When the battle really started, even if there were only a dozen or 20 Naga who were close to demigod, he would be in danger of being destroyed. And most importantly, he was in New Naga before, and now he was in the human kingdom. Previously, Yang Dingtian was invisible. Now, Yang Dingtian was in the enemy's tight encirclement. It was impossible to escape. It was really impossible to escape. No matter what method he used, he couldn't escape. Demon Spirit, Mist Cloak, Flash Technique? At most, he could flash 100 miles away. At this time, the encirclement of the future Naga army was more than a few thousand miles. Invisibility Technique? It was useless. There were layers of demigod encirclement. Even if he was invisible, he couldn't break through. Use the void-splitting fire to create a dark door and jump into the dark world? No, it was too late. It was too late. There was no way to escape this tight encirclement. There was no chance of a comeback. Little brother, you have 2 choices now. Wen Tian's voice rang out once more. First, use your fastest speed to escape. Then, ignoring the destruction of the human kingdoms and hiding with the Nagashuang, they will continue to hunt us down. One day, the Naga army will be wiped out. He was right. As long as Yang Dingtian and Nagashuang were able to escape, they would be able to escape. Although the human kingdoms would almost be wiped out, Yang Dingtian and Nagashuang would still be able to win. After hundreds or thousands of years of hunting, the future generations of Naga in the human kingdoms would be wiped out. However, he was already surrounded and could not escape. Wen Tian said, "There's still one more choice." "What choice?" Yang Dingtian asked. Wen Tian said, "Come in, let's talk." At this time, a deep voice rang out. It was the voice of the future generations of Naga. "Human Wen Tian, we don't have time to chat with you. Our army is about to enter this energy formation." "As you command," Wen Tian said. "Mighty Marosha, Supreme King." Marosha? He was the first chief of the Naga descendants. After 8,000 years as chief, he went into seclusion and passed the position of chief to Bu Ikao. Who would have thought that he would be here? Wen Tian continued, "But please believe me when I say that this Mr. Yang Dingtian is very valuable." Marosha, Supreme King, said coldly, "A mere human is worthless. In any case, he will die." Wen Tian said, "But the hope of the new Naga breaking through to the demigod realm lies in his hands, doesn't it? Besides, only he knows how to get to the ruins of the old Naga Empire." Marosha said, "Then I will give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, kill all the humans inside. I want to rebuild the Naga Empire." "As you command, mighty Supreme King," Wen Tian said. Marosha said, "No, you don't need to call me mighty Supreme King. In the future, you will also ascend to the throne. After all, you have supreme control over this empire of darkness." Wen Tian said, "And my control is completely for the sake of the new Naga." Marosha said, "Mighty Wen Tian, if you are willing, I can bestow upon you a Naga body." Wen Tian said, "That would be a supreme honor." Marosha said, All right, despicable human Yang Dingtian, go in. Remember, you only have 2 hours. However, your Naga companion, stay behind. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang exchanged glances. Then, Yang Dingtian slowly flew in through the huge entrance. After flying into the Empire of Darkness, Yang Dingtian discovered that tens of millions of people in the Empire of Darkness were all imprisoned in the various dark castles. In the huge Empire of Darkness, the previously incomparably busy transport caravans and countless patrolling troops were all gone. Including the Council of Light, Little Western Paradise, all the troops, tens of millions of humans and Yang Dingtian's wife and children, they were all imprisoned. Once, when Tian entered the Empire of Darkness, his soul would immediately take over the supreme authority of the Throne of Darkness. Therefore, he could control everything in the Empire of Darkness. He alone had imprisoned tens of millions of people, controlling their lives and deaths in the palm of his hand. Yang Dingtian kept flying towards the Skirich imperial capital's celestial Great Hall. In such a vast and empty space, the Skirich imperial capital seemed especially huge. Reaching up to the heavens and down to the earth, it was unknown how many thousands of miles high it was. Yang Dingtian flew lightly into the celestial Great Hall. The entire Great Hall was empty. On the 99th step, the human Wen Tian sat on the Throne of Darkness. However, the Throne of Darkness seemed to have shrunk countless times, so it was just right for Wen Tian, who was 7 meters tall, to sit on it. Oh, he wasn't the only one. In Wen Tian's embrace, there was a child in his arms. It was a beautiful little girl who was about 1 year old and had an extremely adorable appearance. She was wearing an exquisite and beautiful little dress, and her 2 big black eyes were bright and watery, like 2 gems. Upon seeing Yang Dingtian, the baby opened her arms like a little bird and giggled. "Papa!" She wasn't calling out for fear, but for Daddy. This was Ning Ro, and Yang Dingtian's daughter. Yang Dingtian had only carried her about 3 or 4 times, and the most recent time was when she was only a few months old. Therefore, he couldn't recognize her at all. On the contrary, the baby could still call out for Daddy when she saw Yang Dingtian. Of course, this was probably taught by Ning Ro, who pointed to Yang Dingtian's portrait every day. The entire celestial Great Hall was silent and desolate, and it was incomparably empty. Only the baby's delicate laughter and babbling voice could be heard. It was like the sound of nature that came from the horizon. At this moment, when Tian was holding a piece of candy in his hand and teasing her, the baby opened her little mouth to bite. But after a few bites, she grabbed Wen Tian's hand with her chubby little hand and bit down on his finger along with the candy. Ouch! Wen Tian sucked in a breath of pain. The little girl only had 5 or 6 baby teeth in total, but she bit down very hard. "She's still young, so she can't eat candy," Yang Dingtian said. Wen Tian said, "Don't worry, it's very, very soft. It's made from milk." Then he pulled his finger out of the baby's mouth. The candy was gone, and only a few teeth marks were left. Wen Tian took out a clean silk handkerchief and wiped the saliva on his finger. Then he gently wiped the saliva from the corner of the baby's mouth and gently rubbed the back of her soft neck. "Yang Dingtian, you've lost," Wen Tian said. "Yang Dingtian, yes, I've lost." Wen Tian was stunned. "You don't care that you've lost?" "Yang Dingtian, I don't care that much about winning or losing." Wen Tian said, "You still don't have a way to turn defeat into victory? No matter what method you use, you can use it." "Yang Dingtian, I don't. At this time, no matter what I do, I can't turn the situation around. I've lost and you've won." Wen Tian said, "That proves that I'm still stronger than you, right?" "Yang Dingtian, you've always been stronger than me, whether it's IQ or willpower." Then the 2 of them fell silent. Wen Tian said, "Aren't you going to ask me how I got here from New Naga?" "Yang Dingtian, how did you get here?" Wen Tian said, "Before the court assembly, I went to Hai Xian's room." "Yang Dingtian, I know I saw you. At that time, I was invisible in her room. Did you discover me? Wentian shook his head and said, No, I didn't discover you. I'm not an undead. However, I found that the volume of her room was 0, 98 cubic meters less. Yang Dingtian was astonished and said, That room of hers is at least a few hundred cubic meters. How did you know it was missing such a small volume? Wentian said, In fact, when Queen Lan Chi used a trick to stall for time, I guessed that you would come to New Naga. So, I calculated the volume of all the rooms in High Exion's pyramid and all the rooms in my pyramid and memorized them. Then, every time I went to a different room, I would use my aura to measure the space there. Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart and said, Amazing! Then why didn't you expose me and let the hundreds of Naga warriors outside capture me? Wentian said, There are 2 reasons. First, I don't want you to die. Second, I'm very curious what kind of trump card you have. Yang Dingtian, and then Wentian said, You came to New Naga and didn't kill Hai Exan or me. Obviously, you killed Bo Yiming and everyone who knows the greater space technique. I couldn't imagine that you could do this. I racked my brain, but couldn't think of any way to kill Bo Yiming and the 50 elders. So, I wanted to see what you would do. However, I couldn't let Bo Yiming die like this, so I went to persuade him that there might be danger. Yang Dingtian might come to New Naga to kill him and told him to prepare. Prepare for what? Yang Dingtian asked. Wentian said, You didn't have any deep contact with Bo Yiming, so you told him not to appear in public to avoid being killed by you. As for the court meeting a few days later, you could have sent a substitute to bring the fake Greater Space Technique scroll. However, Bo Yiming refused and even scolded me. In his eyes, I was an ant and you were an ant. He didn't put humans in his eyes at all. He still brought the real Greater Space Technique scroll to the court meeting. Yang Dingtian, with no other choice, you risked your life in the forbidden area and found and awakened the previous patriarch of the sea serpent descendants, Marosha? Yes. Wentian said he also looked down on humans. This is innate. Even though he didn't care about my opinion, he was still an outstanding leader. He made preparations to prevent any mishaps. Before the court meeting, he personally went to the Hall of Elders to read the Greater Space Technique scroll. Furthermore, he had a spirit attribute elder who was in seclusion in the Forbidden Zone make a copy of it and cultivated it himself. Yang Dingtian, and then Wentian, if the court meeting was peaceful, then Bo Yiming would have stayed in seclusion. Thus, Marasha went back into seclusion and pretended as if nothing had happened. But if something really happened, of course, something really did happen, and it actually happened during the court meeting. I really can't imagine it. You saw it? Yang Dingtian asked. Wentian, I saw it from afar. Bo Yiming and the 50 or so elders were all killed. The entire Golden Palace was completely destroyed. Half of the old capital was razed to the ground. It's really unimaginable. Yang Dingtian, you're really amazing. Yang Dingtian, then why didn't Lord Marosha show up and turn the tide? Wentian said, When you completely disappear, who'll be able to find you? Also, the demigod attack you released really scared everyone, including me and Grand King Marosha. Therefore, I felt that it was more appropriate to attack your base in the human countries and set up an inescapable net to capture you. Yang Dingtian replied, You are always so wise and far-sighted. Wentian shook his head and smiled. Then, the 2 of them continued to be silent. Wentian lowered his head and stroked the baby. Your daughter is very cute. Wentian, of course, your other children are also very outstanding. However, most of them have grown up and become more sensible. They're full of hostility towards me. Only this baby is still young and doesn't know that I'm a bad person, so she's willing to be hugged by me. Yang Dingtian smiled. What are you going to do next? Wentian, what do you think Naga will do after obtaining the human countries? Yang Dingtian, first they'll find the ruins of the old Naga Empire, but they'll find that it's already on the verge of destruction. Therefore, they'll rebuild a huge energy formation of the Naga Empire and devour the entire human countries, the Little Western Paradise, the torn space, and the remaining Xian energy in the Dark Realm. When Tian said, yes, they're very anxious because they have also discovered that the energy is continuously dissipating. They can't wait to rebuild the energy formation of the Naga Empire so that they can devour every bit of energy. And the Empire of Darkness itself is an incomparably powerful energy formation. Therefore, they'll rebuild the pyramid system of the Naga Empire on the basis of the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian, will they turn the entire human countries into crystals? Destroy all the soil, rocks, forests, and rivers? Wentian, not all of them, but about 10,000 miles. This has to be done through complicated and meticulous calculations. Yang Dingtan, if that's the case, it can only accelerate the destruction of the primal chaos world and the arrival of the great nirvana extinction. Wentian nodded. That's right, isn't that my goal? When the great nirvana extinction arrives, the primal chaos world will be completely destroyed and the god of chaos will die. Perish together, or perish together. Wen Tian's tone was very calm, but his will was incomparably firm. Yang Dingtian knew that it was impossible to convince this man in front of him. Then, when Tian looked at Yang Dingtian, little brother, you and I are originally earthlings, our only kin in this world. We should rely on each other. But you've become too strong. You've already fused with the Naga Shuang and even displayed the attack power of a demigod. Oh, right, how did you do it? Your cultivation base is far from that of a demigod. Yang Dingtian, my soul sword has broken through to the demigod realm. When Tian was stunned, even your ancestor, Shu Piaoyan, couldn't do this, but you actually did it. You are really amazing. Yang Dingtian, no matter how amazing I am, I still lost to you. When Tian shook his head, my victory is not worth mentioning. Then, the two of them fell silent again. After a few minutes, when Tian said, little brother, if you weren't so strong, if you didn't fuse with the Naga Dugashuang, if you didn't have the body of a demigod, you would have survived. Instead, you will be able to survive. You will be able to accompany your family until you are 100 years old and live a happy life. But you were too strong, so you had no choice but to die. Yang Dingtian laughed. I thought you were here to recruit me. No, when Tian said, I called you in to bid you a final farewell. You are too strong. I don't feel at ease with you, and Mara Dugu also doesn't feel at ease with you. You will die. Yang Dingtian nodded. When Tian said, you also know that the Naga tribe has a special poison that is specially used to kill a demigod Naga. After consuming it, even a demigod's body will turn into a fossil. We temporarily call it the fossil fluid. Yang Dingtian, I know. When Tian said, Mara Dugu Shuang gathered the strength of the entire tribe and created two of them. Of course, you also have one. I have one. Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. When I was on the throne of darkness, I checked all the records of the Temple of Annihilation. In one of the Devil City's Merchant Hall's grand finale auctions, you bought a green liquid. This is the fossil fluid that turned Demigod Naga into a fossil. When Tian said, immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. For many years, he didn't know what the grand finale treasure was. He didn't expect it to be the Naga Empire's fossil fluid. When Tian said, Yang Dingtian, I'm sorry. You are too strong. If I let you live, you will definitely stop my plan. Therefore, you have to die. If you weren't so strong, if you didn't have the body of a demigod, we could still rely on each other. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, then what do you plan to do next? When Tian said, after you die, I will protect your family and friends. Of course, I will use the Empire of Darkness as a condition to let the majority of humans live and not be slaughtered. South of the Sunset Mountain Range, all areas will be turned into human settlements. The north will be turned into the crystal land of the Naga Empire. After that, All the future Naga will enter the Empire of Darkness and mind their own business with you humans. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Mara Dugashuang agreed. He has no other choice. Wen Tian said, "After all, my soul is bound to the Empire of Darkness. I have the highest authority." Then Wen Tian said, "My dream is to protect the human civilization. My will is to perish together with the god of chaos. After you die, to a large extent, I will help you fulfill your dream. Under my protection, your family will live peacefully for the rest of their lives. The human civilization you want to protect will probably last for a few hundred years, or maybe 1,000 years. Then, when the next great nirvana comes, everyone will perish together. I think that by doing this, I will be considered as being extremely benevolent, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Yes." Wen Tian said, "I won't use your family to threaten you, and I also don't want to use force against you. Like you and the Naga Dugashuang, I will be able to kill myself with dignity and consume the petrifying liquid to completely solidify. Thank you for your pity." Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Wen Tian said, "Then, can you take out the petrifying liquid?" Yang Dingtian took out a box from his spatial ring. Inside was a pulsating liquid. This was the petrifying liquid. It could completely solidify a demigod's body into stone. Wen Tian sniffed lightly and said, "Yes, this is the petrifying liquid. After you solidify into stone, I will place your stone statue beside your wife and children. This should be a kind of companionship." Yang Dingtian said. After that, Wen Tian fell into silence again. Then he said, "What is your name on earth?" "Yang Dingtian. I am called Yang Dingtian." Wen Tian said, "Why do you have such a strange name?" "Yang Dingtian. I am a tragic character in Jin Yang's novel, Heaven's Sword and Dragon Saber." Wen Tian's face twitched. "I don't like tragedies. I have never heard of this author." Yang Dingtian, when you transmigrated here, his novel probably wasn't popular on our continent yet." Wen Tian said, "My name on Earth was Lilian. Of course, I changed my name once. Earlier on, I was called Li Zhonghua. You also know that our names back then were all like this. After that, we all changed our names. At that time, I was reading Red and Black. The male lead was called Yulian, so I simply changed my name to Lilian. You, what's with your expression?" Before Wen Tian finished speaking, he saw Yang Dingtian's expression. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately said, "What's so strange about being called Lilian? Why do you have such an expression?" Yang Dingtian really seemed as if he was struck by lightning. He muttered to himself, Your daughter, is her name Li Bijuan? Your wife, is her name Su Xiaoying?" This time, it was Wen Tian's turn to be struck by lightning. He looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. You know them?" Yang Dingtian said in a hoarse voice, "This, your daughter Li Bijuan, is my English teacher. She is also my wife." Wen Tian was really stunned, completely stunned. Then he said, Fuck! Please vote. Chapter 1176. Fuck! After a while, Wen Tian cursed again. "Bullshit god of chaos. You fucking want to play me to death." Immediately after, Wen Tian looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes that were filled with criticism and unfriendliness. Basically, every father-in-law would look at their son-in-law with such a gaze. "Yang Dingtian, you're really something. You even dare to flirt with your teacher." Wen Tian gritted his teeth and said, "Our China has thousands of years of respect for teachers. Where did you learn that? You're cheating your teacher and destroying your ancestors." Yang Dingtian was speechless. Was it really so serious? Please, this wasn't like the return of the Condor heroes in ancient times, where Yang was slept with Xiao Longnu and was condemned by everyone. In modern Earth, there were many cases where students chased after teachers and teachers married students. Taking a deep breath, Wen Tian said, Then did you do anything to my daughter? It's just that did you fucking do it with her?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, I did." "Fuck, I'll chop you up, you scum." Wen Tian said angrily, "You dare to sleep with her without marriage? You're obviously playing with my daughter. You're a hooligan, I'll destroy you." Yang Dingtian said, "I'm serious with her. We're planning to get married." "Get married my ass." Wen Tian said angrily, "She's a few years older than you. How can she get married? You're a hooligan. You're bullying a woman." Yang Dingtian was speechless. "Please, although she's my teacher, I was too young. When I was young, I went to school a year late because of my health. After that, I had to study for another year for the college entrance exam. I only went to university when I was 20 years old. Bijuan skipped a grade when she was young. So, even if she became my English teacher after graduating, she's only 4 or 5 years older than me." Wen Tian roared, 3 or 4 years old. 4 or 5 years old. How old are you exactly? Yang Dingtian said, She was born in 8 years old, and I was born in 86. But she was younger and I was older, so we should be 4 years old. When we were together, I was 20 years old and she was 24. Wen Tian was still glaring at Yang Dingtian with rage in his eyes. In his heart, it was as though there were 1,000 grass, mud horses galloping past. Yang Dingtian, who had previously been full of admiration, was now an eyesore no matter how he looked at him. "You, how did you transmigrate here?" Wen Tian asked. That. Yang Dingtian said, "At that time I had a 9-yang body, and the yang fire in my body was vigorous. I couldn't touch women. But on my birthday, I couldn't help but get intimate with Bijuan. Then my whole body burned, and I transmigrated here." "Bastard." Wen Tian continued, "What about Bijuan? Is she all right? Is she still alive?" Yang Dingtian, "When my body spontaneously combusted, I pushed her away. The last time I saw her, she was screaming as she ran into the bathroom to get water to put out the fire. Her hands must have been burned." Wen Tian stared at Yang Dingtian for a long while before saying, Then did you enter at that time?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. Why did he ask such a question? "About that I entered. That's why I started burning. The fire came out from my stomach." Yang Dingtian said, Bastard. Even after transmigrating, you still want to harm others." Wen Tian raged, You spoiled my daughter's innocence. How do you want her to marry in the future?" Yang Dingtian was speechless. "Father-in-law, even in the 70s and 80s of your era, the relationship between men and women wasn't absolutely pure. In the 21st century, it wasn't that there were no virgin brides, but they were as rare as pandas." After that, Wen Tian continued glaring at Yang Dingtian. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. It was as though he wanted to ask something, but didn't know how to. When you transmigrated, Bijuan's mother, did she remarry?" Wen Tian hesitated for a long time before finally asking. Fuck, this father-in-law of his was still a male chauvinist. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He shook his head and said, I don't think so. At the start, you only disappeared. She thought you would return. After many years, she was sure that you wouldn't return. Bijuan had already gone to school, and the mother and daughter depended on each other for survival. She seemed to dislike having a third person in the family. After a long time, mother-in-law didn't have such thoughts anymore. Don't call her mother-in-law. Wen Tian raged, we can't afford it. Also, Yang Dingtian, aren't you having too many mothers-in-law? Yang Dingtian, your character is really bad. You already have Bijuan, and yet you have so many other women. Tell me, how many women do you have? Yang Dingtian was speechless. However, he wasn't stupid enough to argue with Wen Tian. After a long time, Wen Tian asked, Oh, right, do you have a picture of Bijuan? After asking, he laughed self-mockingly. I'm really stupid. Of course I don't. Yang Dingtian, I don't have a picture, but I have a portrait. After that, he took out an energy scroll from the depths of his interspatial ring. There was a very clear portrait on it, and he gently tossed it over to Wen Tian. When Tian caught it and looked at it, he was instantly stunned. Of course, it wasn't Li Bijuan's beauty that shocked him. Although Li Bijuan was very beautiful, he and Yang Dingtian were, after all, the top figures in this world. They had come into contact with countless beauties. Li Bijuan's beauty was probably only slightly prettier than Mu Lianyi. She couldn't be compared to Yan Yan and Ning Ro Er. He was shocked because this portrait was very, very realistic. It wasn't inferior to a photo, and it was even colored. You still have such a method? This is already clearer and more realistic than a sketch. When Tian said, Yang Dingtian, when the fox demon priest and I were writing the soul sword scroll in the meditation realm, we were painfully thinking every day to come up with a framework. When I needed to empty my mind and change my thinking, I would start to draw. At that time, I was thinking of drawing Bijuan's appearance so that I could see it all the time. Later, I realized that even though my sketches were getting better and better, they were still not realistic enough. Thus, I used the martial arts civilization code to write a scroll of Li Bijuan. The principle was very simple. It was to arrange the pixels. The fox demon priest could read my memories and see Bijuan's appearance in my mind. Then, I used the pixels to arrange them bit by bit. There were a total of more than 10 million pixels. I'm a liberal arts scholar. I don't understand all of this. When Tian suppressed Yang Dingtian's bragging, what pixel arrangement, what martial arts civilization code, what god realm, using the energy scroll to make a picture of Bijuan. You're playing so high and mighty when picking up girls, making me, your father-in-law, look outdated and ignorant. How can I live with my face? One had to say that father-in-law and son-in-law were natural enemies. If it was in the past, when Tian would definitely be amazed at Yang Dingtian's genius thinking. But now, while he was secretly admiring him, he was also filled with unwillingness to be compared to his son-in-law. But no matter what, when his biological daughter, his only family member, appeared in such a realistic appearance on this energy scroll, when Tian still felt touched. He reached out to touch every inch of the image. His child wasn't born yet, but he had transmigrated. He didn't even know if it was a son or a daughter in his wife's stomach. Of course, he preferred a daughter. He was once a soldier and believer of Mao Zedong. Naturally, he wouldn't have any thoughts of favoring boys over girls. When he was on Earth, he had fantasized about how his child would look like. Most of the time it was a daughter. After coming to the primal chaos world, he had been fantasizing about how his child would look like almost every day. Now he finally had the clearest image. His daughter was very beautiful. In between her eyebrows, he could faintly see his own shadow. His daughter was very intelligent. With a single glance, he could tell that she was full of spirit. His daughter was unrestrained and carefree. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen his student to be her man. Even though he was very picky, when Tian had to admit that Yang Dingtian was a guy who could easily win the hearts of girls. Looking at his daughter, the emptiest part of Wen Tian's heart seemed to have been filled up in an instant. It was as though his entire mind and thoughts had become enriched. His heart was brimming with incomparable happiness. Yang Dingtian, how old do you think Bijuan is on Earth now? When Tian suddenly asked, Yang Dingtian, father-in-law, the time in the primal chaos world and Earth should be different. You transmigrated here in 1981, and I transmigrated here in 2005. There is only a gap of 25 years in between. But in the primal chaos world, there is a gap of more than 200 years. So, 10 years in the primal chaos world is equivalent to a little more than a year on Earth. When Tian trembled, his face was flushed red with boundless hope. In other words, if he went back now, or after a few decades, his wife and daughter would still be around. Yang Dingtian, do you want to go back? Back to Earth? When Tian asked, Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time. Then he shook his head and said no. I will beat you to death, you heartless person. Where do you put my daughter? When Tian raged, Yang Dingtian, father-in-law, your wife and daughter are on Earth. So your home is on Earth. But on Earth, I have parents and a girlfriend. I miss them very much. But in the primal chaos world, many of my children and my wife are here. I have even more responsibility to protect them. In this world, my mission and responsibility might be even greater. Wen Tian instantly fell silent. Previously, Wen Tian was filled with the determination to perish together with the primal chaos god, because the primal chaos god destroyed his destiny and trampled on his dignity. But now he knew that on Earth his wife and daughter were still around. Instantly, this impulse to perish together with the primal chaos god faded away. There was only one thought in his heart. That was to return to Earth and live together with his wife and daughter, even if it was only for a few years or even less. Yang Dingtian, do you think I can still return to Earth? Wen Tian suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, the primal chaos world and Earth are in completely different planes. They might not even be in the same universe. Wen Tian said, although I don't know much about these scientific things, I also know that the primal chaos world and Earth shouldn't be the relationship between two planets in space. So there's no direct physical distance, not a distance of a few light years. Yang Dingtian said, but since the primal chaos god can bring us here from Earth, then theoretically it should be possible. As long as we can find the primal chaos god, we can return. Wen Tian said, you have a deep understanding of the greater space technique and the god realm. According to your strength, given a few decades, can you find a way to return to Earth? Yang Dingtian said, it's very difficult. Moreover, we must find the primal chaos god. At the very least, we must know the coordinates of Earth. Otherwise, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Primal chaos god, primal chaos god. Wen Tian kept sighing. Then he said, I see the primal chaos god as an enemy. So, the goal of the evil ways has always been to eliminate the primal chaos god. Of course, the demon king has been sitting on the throne of darkness for too long. So, not only does he want to eliminate the primal chaos god, he also wants to replace him. But no matter what, we evil ways treat the primal chaos god as an enemy. And you, Yang Dingtian, are the representative of the primal chaos god, the child of destiny. When he said this, Wen Tian's tone was filled with sarcasm. Wen Tian continued, to put it more harshly, you are the slave of the primal chaos god, his chess piece and fighter. You have always been his supporter and believer. Yang Dingtian didn't deny his words. Wen Tian said, so our standpoints are different. The conflict between us is irreconcilable, even though we are father-in-law and son-in-law. So, even though you slept with my daughter, I still won't change my mind. You still have to die. Yang Dingtian smiled. Then, has your final goal changed? Do you still want to perish together with the primal chaos god, or do you want to return to Earth? Wen Tian said, I want to return to Earth and reunite with my wife and daughter. However, Mao Zedong said that if we seek unity through struggle, we will survive as a team. If we seek unity through compromise, we will perish as a team. So, I will still hold the will to perish together and force the primal chaos god to compromise. In fact, the best situation is that the great nirvana calamity comes and the primal chaos god and the primal chaos god are completely destroyed. As for me, I will return to where I came from. Yang Dingtian stared at Wen Tian and shook his head. That's impossible, father-in-law. When the great calamity arrives, although the primal chaos god might be destroyed, you will also be reduced to ashes. It's impossible for you to return to Earth. This is a very serious scientific theory, not a fantasy in your head. If you want to return to Earth, there is only one way, and that is to defeat the primal chaos god. Defeat the primal chaos god? Is that possible? Wen Tian sneered. In terms of science, I'm far inferior to you. However, this is the plane that belongs to the primal chaos god. If you want to defeat him, it's completely a fool's dream. Yang Dingtian said, Father-in-law, you have fallen into another narrow-minded trap. You have thought of the primal chaos god as a powerful martial artist. This is a mistake in itself. You have used human thinking to conceive of a god. This is a mistake in itself. Wen Tian said, "Then you have some understanding of the primal chaos god." "Of course." Yang Dingtian said. Wen Tian said, "So what?" "You are his follower, his slave." Yang Dingtian shook his head and sneered. "No, father-in-law. In terms of the primal chaos god, there's no difference between my position and yours. It's just that the way we fight is completely different. You are a direct enemy, and you only want to perish together. As for me, I want to protect my family, protect the human countries, and protect this civilization as the foundation. After that, I will continue to understand the primal chaos god and finally defeat him." When these words came out, Wen Tian trembled violently. He had always thought that Yang Dingtian was a believer of the primal chaos god. However, he didn't expect that Yang Dingtian was also filled with enmity towards the primal chaos god and also saw him as an enemy. That's right, Yang Dingtian had always seen the primal chaos god as an enemy. Although he was the spokesperson of the primal chaos god, his current status and strength were all bestowed by the primal chaos god. However, no one wanted their fate to be manipulated, and no one was willing to be a chess piece. It was just that Yang Dingtian was more realistic. He had to save the human countries first before he had the right to talk about his position towards the primal chaos god. Therefore, previously, the Devil Queen and Princess Mu Dan had both come to persuade Yang Dingtian that fighting against the primal chaos god was the highest justice. Yang Dingtian had always agreed with this point of view, but everything had to wait until after he saved the human countries. For the so-called highest justice, sacrificing countless lives and sacrificing the entire human countries. This justice was ridiculous. However, if Yang Dingtian completely saved the human countries, then there was a need to face his position towards the primal chaos god. Following that, Yang Dingtian's expression became incomparably arrogant, and he said word by word, "Father-in-law, in terms of EQ, IQ, scheming, and willpower, I am far inferior to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat in front of you and faced a situation where I was about to die. However, in terms of the macroscopic understanding of this world, in terms of the highest comprehension of the primal chaos god, in terms of the essence of this world, and in terms of energy and matter, I am far superior to you. My heart is higher than yours, broader than yours, and I can see further than you." Yang Dingtian said, "There is no need to doubt this point." Yang Dingtian took a few steps forward and continued, "Therefore, father-in-law, what I see you can't see. What I understand you can understand. In some aspects, our realms are completely different." Wen Tian didn't get angry. Instead, he continued to gently rock the sleeping baby in his arms and said, "Continue." Yang Dingtian said, "Therefore, in the battle between you and me, you have won, and I have lost. However, in terms of eliminating the primal chaos god, you are inferior to me. Therefore, leave this matter to me. You just need to rest." Wen Tian stared at Yang Dingtian and said, "You mean that I will surrender to you and obey your orders? Next, you will lead the entire world to fight against the primal chaos god?" "No, I will fight against the primal chaos god, not the entire world." Yang Dingtian said, "It wasn't easy for me to save the entire world, so I won't use it as cannon fodder. Moreover, I don't need the entire world to fight against the primal chaos god." Wen Tian said, "You mean that as long as I listen to you and obey your orders, I will be able to return to Earth in the end?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said without hesitation. Wen Tian said, "Then may I ask how confident are you?" Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "More than 20%, less than 30%. "Are you sure?" Wen Tian asked. "I am sure, father-in-law." Yang Dingtian said, "Therefore, what will happen next is not me committing suicide or surrendering. Instead, you will surrender to me and listen to my orders. Let me kill the primal chaos god, all right? Chapter 1177. Wen Tian fell silent. Next, he didn't look at Yang Dingtian. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the sleeping baby in his arms. In the past, Wen Tian felt close to this child because she was Yang Dingtian's daughter and Yang Dingtian was his only compatriot from Earth. But now, when he hugged this baby in his arms, he felt as though he was hugging his granddaughter. That's right, although he knew that this baby had little to do with his daughter. However, since Yang Dingtian was his son-in-law, then his daughter was his granddaughter. This didn't sound wrong. Return to Earth. Return to Earth. Reunite with his wife and daughter. This thought was like wild grass spreading in his heart. Nihility Piao Ling was already dead. There was nothing in the primal chaos world that he was reluctant to part with. Suddenly, Wen Tian asked, Yang Dingtian, can I ask you why you have such enmity towards the primal chaos god? Yang Dingtian replied, the soul-departed Hull chose you to be the evil god. The primal chaos god chose me to be the righteous god. However, in their hands, the righteous god and the evil god are interchangeable. According to the original plan, after the Naga army destroyed the human countries in the future, they would all be turned into fossils. In the entire human countries, only 2 million people would survive. And after 100 years, I would replace your position and become the new lord of the evil ways, the new demon king. Wen Tian trembled violently. Yang Dingtian continued, so the righteous god and the evil god are simply the front and back of their palms. Wen Tian calmed down and said, so you have always been clear-headed and have seen through everything. Yang Dingtian nodded. In truth, he had already comprehended many secrets of this world. It was just that he couldn't reveal them now. Wen Tian asked, are you sure you have more than 20% confidence? Yang Dingtian nodded. Wen Tian lovingly kissed the baby's forehead and greedily sniffed the milky fragrance on her body. Fine, I promise you. Wen Tian slowly spoke. I surrender. In the future, you have the final say. After that, Wen Tian suddenly spoke. But remember, I'm not surrendering to you. I'm surrendering to the treasure in my arms. I know. Yang Dingtian said, thank you, father-in-law. Wen Tian asked, then what are you going to do about the Naga army outside? Yang Dingtian asked, how many in total? 9,800, Wen Tian replied. Yang Dingtian was stunned. It looked like it covered the ground and spanned thousands of miles. Unexpectedly, it was less than 10,000. Wen Tian replied, although there are less than 10,000 of them, they are all elites close to the demigod level. There isn't even a second Naga. It won't even take 3 days to wipe out the entire human kingdom. That's right, there were close to 10,000 young Naga, and more than half of the Naga's cultivation was equivalent to that of the demon king Shimenuya. They were close to the demigod realm. Hence, one could imagine how terrifying this force was, destroying the entire human kingdom and killing every single living being in it. 3 days was already too long. In fact, if they were really ruthless, they wouldn't even need half a day. The human kingdom didn't even have the slightest ability to retaliate. Yang Dingtian said, father-in-law is much smarter than me. You should have a way, right? Wen Tian said, right now, this group of Naga wants 2 things. The first is my empire of darkness. The second is the ruins of the old Naga empire. Yang Dingtian nodded. Wen Tian continued, therefore, this group of Naga will be divided into 2 groups. One of them will go and occupy the ruins of the old Naga empire because there's a powerful force there. The other group will enter the empire of darkness. It should be like this. The Naga were a very utilitarian and direct species. Before occupying the empire of darkness and the ruins of the old Naga empire, they definitely wouldn't waste their time on the ground. Wen Tian said, you and the Naga Dugashuang will lead half of the Naga army to the ruins of the old Naga empire. Is there a way to kill them all there? Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought for a moment. There was a way, and there were even 2 ways. Don't tell me. Just keep it to yourself. Wentian said, Then leave the remaining half of the Naga army to me. If they went to the ruins of the old Naga Empire, Yang Dingtian had a way to kill these thousands of Naga. Moreover, there were two ways. The first way was to use the Medusa's trap. Yang Dingtian only needed to return the 2 eyeballs to the Medusa's trap. Of course, these 2 eyeballs were originally on the huge statue of the Medusa. After Yang Dingtian took out the eyeballs, the statue completely collapsed and the entire space was completely abandoned. However, Yang Dingtian knew that the statue was actually useless. It was just a support. All the energy came from these 2 eyeballs. If he lit up these 2 eyeballs and returned them to their original position, then the Medusa's trap would immediately be restored. And these Naga were incomparably worshipful of Queen Medusa. Once they saw the image of Queen Medusa, they would immediately fly over. At that time, they would be like moths to a flame, and their energy would be completely devoured. Of course, there might be exceptions, because although these Naga were not true demigod Naga, they were still Naga. Perhaps the Medusa's trap would not devour them and destroy them. If that was the case, there was only one way to kill these thousands of Naga who were close to the demigod level, and that was to detonate the remaining ruins of the old Naga Empire. Although only a quarter of the ruins of the old Naga Empire was left. Once it was detonated, the energy would still be enough to destroy the human countries many times over. Of course, if it was a big explosion like the last time, although the energy was big enough, it would be too scattered. A big explosion that lasted for a few hours would release an incomparably huge amount of energy in tens of thousands of times. In this way, the energy of a single explosion would be too small. Yang Dingtian had to think of a way to detonate the entire ruins of the old Naga Empire in an instant. In this way, the energy in an instant should be able to kill thousands of Naga who were close to the demigod level. However, it would be difficult for Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang to survive such a big explosion. Unless, of course, Nagashwang didn't want to go. The 2 of them shared the same life force. Even if Yang Dingtian was destroyed, as long as Nagashwang didn't die, Yang Dingtian wouldn't die. Hence, the possibility of Yang Dingtian killing thousands of Naga was very high. However, what about Wentian? Although he had the highest authority in the Empire of Darkness, his cultivation was still too low. Your father-in-law, are you sure you can kill thousands of Naga? Yang Dingtian asked. Wentian replied, Worry about yourself. Yang Dingtian added, All right, did you manage to get the primeval Naga's eye on Vulture's body? It can melt darkness matter. Wentian nodded. That's right, I easily obtained it. Wentian carefully pried open Baobao's hand and took out the primeval Naga's eye. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Wentian actually allowed his daughter to hold on to such an important item. Wentian tossed it lightly. Yang Dingtian caught the primeval Naga's eye. After that, he took out a small interspatial ring and placed the primeval eye into it. Father-in-law, I'll leave this side to you. Yang Dingtian said, And go ahead. Wentian replied. Yang Dingtian once again flew out of the Empire of Darkness. At this moment, all the Naga soldiers were still in their original form of Naga that was tens of thousands of meters tall. However, Yang Dingtian now understood why they did this. They were afraid of Yang Dingtian's 3 profound flame. Within a diameter of 100 meters, he could easily kill close to a demigod. Hence, when they were in their original form, they weren't afraid of Yang Dingtian's 3 profound flame. Is the negotiation done? The Marasha leader asked. It's done. Yang Dingtian said, I'm willing to use the ruins of the old Naga Empire in exchange for the lives of my family. The Marasha said, However, you and the Naga will still have to die. Yang Dingtian raised the petrifying liquid in his hand and said, Schwanger and I are too strong. You are afraid of us, but Wentian is even more afraid of us. With a swoosh, the Naga Supreme King Marasha, the descendant of the sea snake, directly condensed into his human form. This was a rare appearance of an old man. In fact, in the new Naga, the first and later generations of Naga were all about the same age. They all had endless years, so they could appear in their youthful state. Then, why would there be old people? The reason was simple. The Naga's lifespan was incomparably long. Their appearance was related to their state of mind. When their heart was old, their appearance would naturally be old. Naturally, those Naga who had mated and given birth to offspring would also appear old. If their children gave birth to offspring, their appearance would be a little older. Therefore, even though they were about the same age, the unmarried Queen Lan Chi still looked like a girl. But this Mara Shah in front of them already had the appearance of an old man. Of course, it was more because his heart was old. This Mara Shah in front of them had half-white hair and beard, and he looked old. But his face was still as plump as cream, white and fat. His lips were even painted with red. His half-white eyebrows were very thick, like sharp swords. However, his eyes were deep and narrow. In short, this was a face that made people afraid. He wore a snow-white robe, and even his fingernails were meticulously trimmed. His movements were elegant, his gaze sinister, the corners of his mouth smiling, his expression cold. "Let's go. Take us to the ruins of the old Naga Empire." Mara Shah said, "Upper 9, follow me to the old ruins. Lower 9, enter the Empire of Darkness and take control of everything." Yes, all the Naga of the later generations shouted. Then Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang led the way and flew toward the southeast sea. "No, Duga Shuang or stays," Mara Shah said. Naga Shuang's beautiful eyes turned cold, and then she nodded. Mara Shah said, "If you have anything to say, you can say a few words, because this is goodbye forever." Yang Dingtian didn't say anything, but gently hugged her, and then put a small space ring on her finger. Whoosh! After Yang Dingtian let go of Shuang, he directly flew toward the southeast sea at his fastest speed, leading the Naga army of the later generations into the death trap. Chapter 1178. Yang Dingtian turned into a stream of light and flew toward the southeast sea. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, the 4,900 Naga descendants also turned into streams of light and followed closely behind. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. In the end, thousands of streaks of light flew across the sky like a string of gorgeous comets. These thousands of streams of light flew at a speed of more than 10,000 miles per hour. In just a few hours, they had flown tens of thousands of miles and arrived at the end of the human kingdom, entering the Southeast Sea. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then, like countless stars, they shot into the sea. In the depths of the sea, they still flew like stars. They passed through the Southeast Sea, passed through the Devil's Sea, and entered the endless dark matter sea. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they finally arrived at the ruins of the demon capital. At this time, the entire gate had been surrounded and sealed by the dark matter. At this time, the entire ruins of the demon capital were inhabited by countless races of the Mermaid Empire. Everything happened so quickly that Yang Dingtian did not have time to notify them. He took out the eye of the primeval Naga and melted the dark matter on the gate of the demon capital. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless streams of light flew into the demon capital again. Suddenly, it was densely packed with mermaid warriors, ancient sea beasts, and ancient sea clans. In the beginning, all the underwater races had picked up their weapons and prepared for war. However, as countless streams of light flew in, each stream of light was extremely powerful, and there was no way to resist them. The mermaid Queen Violets should have been in the Empire of Darkness, but she felt that she should advance and retreat together with her people, so she was also in the ruins of the demon capital at this time. The moment she saw the countless streams of light flying in, she first surged with a soaring battle intent, followed by endless despair. This was because every stream of light that flew in represented the power of a demigod. The Naga army of the next generation had already invaded. Since they had already invaded the demon capital, it also meant that the human kingdom had fallen. This meant that Yang Dingtian's operation in New Naga had failed. In the face of an uncountable amount of semi-god strength, fighting was meaningless. The mermaid Queen Violets closed her eyes and waited for the arrival of death. She didn't want to surrender because she couldn't. Moreover, the greedy new Naga was extremely exclusive and would wipe out all races. Of course, the Mermaid Empire was a close relative of the Naga. If there was a need for benefits, the Naga would let the mermaids live. But if everything fell, then Violet's life would be meaningless. At this moment, Violet suddenly felt a familiar smell. It was Yang Dingtian, her husband, Yang Dingtian. Although Yang Dingtian's light flashed by, Violet still smelled it. Her irritable temperament first caused her to be completely enraged. Did Yang Dingtian betray the human nations? Did he surrender to New Naga? Otherwise, why would he personally lead the Naga army into the demon capital? Violet quickly dismissed the idea. Although she was a little crazy, she knew it was impossible. Yang Dingtian's position never needed to be doubted, and it couldn't be doubted. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under Yang Dingtian's lead, the 4,900 Naga descendants didn't stop at all in the ruins of the demon capital. They flew directly and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. There was no killing, no destruction. They just passed by. In the eyes of these Naga descendants, the underwater races of the Mermaid Empire were just fish on the chopping board. There was no difference whether they were killed today or tomorrow. The most important thing now was the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Therefore, their attitude towards the Mermaid clan was to completely ignore them. Soon, they flew over the ruins of the demon capital and entered the endless, dark matter again. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had just taken out the eye of the premier Naga when it was immediately snatched away by Marosha. Marosha injected chi into it and melted a huge passage in the dark matter. Yang Dingtian and thousands of Naga descendants flew through it quickly. 2 hours later, they passed through thousands of miles of dark matter and then crashed into an invisible and intangible energy barrier. Yang Dingtian made a space door and was about to jump over. "No, I'll make a space door," Marosha said. "How paranoid." Yang Dingtian sneered and then withdrew his chi. Marosha made a huge space door and jumped into it one after another under the control of several Naga descendants who were close to the demigod level. They entered the first void space. Soon, thousands of Naga descendants all jumped into the space door and entered the void space. In the void space, Yang Dingtian and all the Naga descendants reached the maximum speed in an instant. Their speed per hour increased by several times. Even so, they flew for a long time, at least tens of thousands of miles. Finally, they crashed into an energy wall and finally reached the end of this void space. Marosha made a space door. The 4,900 Naga descendants and Yang Dingtian jumped through the space door and jumped out of this void space. They flew for a while in the void space. In the blink of an eye, they hit another energy wall. This area was the place where the dark matter expanded and exploded. It was densely packed with void space. Yang Dingtian calculated the coordinates and directions in his mind. He jumped into another void space. 8 hours later, he jumped out of this void space again. All of the journey was in Yang Dingtian's brain domain, and there was a 3-dimensional image of it. Fortunately, he and Nagashwang had merged, so his perception of space was many times stronger. He already knew the space in this area, like the back of his hand. After passing through this energy barrier, they entered Medusa's trap space. Marosha made a space door on the energy wall. The 2 Naga descendants who were close to demigod level sandwiched Yang Dingtian in front and behind. They jumped through the space, door one after another, and entered Medusa's trap area. However, there were barren ruins everywhere. The energy formation of Medusa's trap had lost its effect. The moment they entered Medusa's trap space, Yang Dingtian's space ring slipped out silently. The spatial ring was invisible. It was void. It left no energy waves in the void space. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian and the group of Nagas of the later generations turned into streams of light and flew towards the west. As for the invisible spatial ring, it was still floating in the air. After Yang Dingtian and the thousands of Naga descendants had flown a few thousand miles, the space ring that was floating there trembled slightly, and the Chaos Emperor-grade soul sword flew out. Yang Dingtian could use his consciousness to control the soul sword's every move. The two energy gems from Medusa's trap were attached to the tip of the soul sword. The space ring was also attached to the sword hilt. Then, under Yang Dingtian's control, the demigod soul sword flew at lightning speed. No, it was faster than lightning. The Chaos Emperor-grade soul sword could fly at a speed of tens of thousands of miles per hour. Now that it had become a demigod, it could fly at more than 100,000 miles per hour in the void space. This speed was many times faster than the Naga descendants who were close to demigod level. Therefore, even though it took a long detour, the soul sword flew in front of Yang Dingtian and the others in less than 2 hours. It kept flying towards the center of Medusa's trap. There used to be a statue of Medusa that was more than a few 100,000 meters tall. However, the statue had been destroyed. Yang Dingtian did not know if the two energy gems could form the energy formation of Medusa's trap. Whoosh, 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 the soul sword flew at high speed, leaving Yang Dingtian and the Naga army behind. In Yang Dingtian's mind, he constructed a three-dimensional spatial diagram. The center of the three-dimensional space map was the Medusa's trap. The distance was getting closer and closer. Finally, the soul sword and the center of Medusa's trap completely overlapped. However, there was no reaction. Yang Dingtian's heart lit up. Could it be that the collapsed statue was indispensable? Yang Dingtian recalled the height of Medusa's huge statue and the exact position of the two gems. Then he used his consciousness to control the soul sword and moved it bit by bit. He moved the two gems to the exact position in his memory. The left and right positions were also completely accurate. Suddenly, rumble, there was a loud noise in the entire space. Something that Yang Dingtian could not believe happened. The collapsed statue did not recover. Instead, Yang Dingtian's demigod soul sword grew bigger and bigger. Originally, it was only 3 meters long and less than 2 inches wide. At this time, it became dozens of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, hundreds of thousands of meters. In the end, it became a three-dimensional behemoth. The soul sword replaced the statue and became the holder of the two gems. Then, the two gems also grew bigger and bigger. They returned to the size of 100 meters in diameter and floated on both sides of the soul sword. Finally, the image of Yang Dingtian's soul sword began to change little by little. She transformed into a peerlessly beautiful face and a devilish body. In the end, the hundreds of thousands of meters long soul sword turned into the statue of Medusa. Medusa's trap was once again remodeled. Swish! The two gems suddenly released a dazzling light and turned into two suns. And the statue of Queen Medusa suddenly released a peerless beauty and peerless charm, radiating light in all directions. Countless energy was released from the two gems. The concentration of the surrounding chi was getting higher and higher, and the trap space of tens of thousands of miles from ruins and desolation became full of vitality and beauty. In an instant, all the future generations of Naga were completely stunned. Empress Medusa! Empress Medusa! Under the leadership of Marosha, all the future generations of Naga knelt down and kowtowed desperately. Marosha, the first patriarch of the new Naga sea snake, descendant of Naga, greets Empress Medusa. Marosha kowtowed. Her beautiful eyes turned slightly, and the statue of Medusa in the distance seemed to come to life in an instant. The golden viper on her head turned into beautiful hair in an instant. The grayish-white stone surface turned into snow-white skin that was as smooth as jade and emitted divine light. She turned from a stone statue into a beautiful, real goddess. Oh, Marosha of the future generations of Naga. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. The voice of Empress Medusa was hoarse and seductive, which made people extremely addicted to it. Yes, we're finally here. Marosha kowtowed. Empress Medusa said, Hey, why haven't any of you broken through to the demigod realm? Come, come, come. Your strength is too weak. Come to me, I'll give you strength. Immediately, all the future generations of Naga teared up and said, Thank you, your majesty. Thank you for protecting your people. Then, there was no need for Yang Dingtian to say anything at all. Marosha led 4,900 future generations of Naga and flew toward the center of Medusa's trap like moths to a flame. No one was left. They were all wiped out. Chapter 1179. Then, Yang Dingtian realized something very bad. The whole plan was going very smoothly. The 4,900 Naga, including Marosha, were all flying toward the Medusa's trap. There was no hesitation or doubt. They were like moths flying into a flame. Of course, the closer they were to the Medusa's trap, the higher the concentration of celestial chi. This was a fatal temptation for these future Naga. But the worst thing was that they had also taken Yang Dingtian with them. The two demigod future Naga were still tightly holding Yang Dingtian captive as they flew toward the Medusa's trap. Holy shit! You guys can go get close to Empress Medusa. Why do you have to take me with you? I don't want to go. But it was useless. The demigod, future Naga, didn't listen to him at all. They completely ignored his struggles. You're only at level 33. You're nothing in front of a level 49 master. You can't resist at all. So, Yang Dingtian was also dragged toward the Medusa's trap. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Thousands of future Naga future demigods were really like thousands of fireflies flying toward the flame. Yang Dingtian couldn't shout for them to stop, nor could he break free. He also flew toward the flame. At this moment, the Naga Shuang's voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. Husband, don't worry. You're a demigod, so you should be a subject of the Naga Empire. Medusa's trap won't devour you, the Naga Shuang said. Really? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Although he was a demigod, at least he wasn't a Naga. Otherwise, how could Mr. Shu Piaoyan have passed through Medusa's trap? Naga Shuang said. Yang Dingtian finally relaxed and said, These future Naga may not be demigods, but they are still Naga. Could it be that Medusa's trap is useless against them? Naga Shuang was silent for a while, then said, I don't know. This Medusa trap is the last barrier to enter the Naga Empire. All non-demigods should be prohibited from entering. So this trap should be effective against this group of later generations of Nagas. Furthermore, when this energy trap was built, the great cataclysm did not happen. So these Naga descendants did not give birth to them. No matter what, nothing could be stopped now. No matter what the result was, they could only gamble. Yang Dingtian simply closed his eyes and waited for the final outcome. Closer and closer. Thousands of firefly-like lights rushed toward the huge Queen Medusa at a speed of 10,000 miles per hour. Finally, they arrived in front of the two incomparably beautiful faces. At this time, the surrounding celestial chi concentration had reached an astonishing 100,000 times. This was a concentration of celestial chi that these future Naga descendants had never experienced before. They immediately went crazy. What rationality! What alertness! They had long since disappeared beyond the highest heavens. They only had one goal, and that was to fly to the place with the highest concentration of celestial chi and devour it. Where was the concentration of celestial chi? They were the eyes of Queen Medusa, beautiful eyes that could captivate one's soul. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then, Yang Dingtian watched as one by one the future Naga descendants who were close to demigods flew straight toward Queen Medusa's eyes and then disappeared. One by one they disappeared. Moreover, these future Naga descendants clearly saw that their companions in front of them had disappeared. but they thought that they had entered Queen Medusa's inner world and were devouring the highest concentration of celestial chi energy. So they rushed forward one after another. So, one by one, group by group, all of them turned to dust and disappeared without a trace. And two future Naga descendants who were close to demigods did not let go of Yang Dingtian at this time. They held Yang Dingtian hostage and flew toward the eyes of Medusa's trap. Then, the two of them also disappeared, and Yang Dingtian just floated in front of the eyes. He did not disappear and just floated there motionlessly. When the future Naga descendants saw this, they still did not have the slightest doubt, but were full of mockery. Lowly humans were indeed not worthy of devouring the noble energy of Queen Medusa. Without any hesitation, the future Naga descendants who were close to demigods swarmed in groups. In a short few minutes, Yang Dingtian's side was empty. All the future Naga descendants had disappeared without a trace. All of them turned to dust and were devoured. He was completely stunned. This group of future Naga descendants were extremely shrewd, especially Marosha. His scheming was even deeper than Wentian's. He was a complete sly old fox. Along the way, he did not give Yang Dingtian any chance. Even the spatial gate was opened by him. But who would have thought that in front of this trap, he did not even have the slightest bit of resistance or doubt. He rushed in directly and died, blinded by greed, blinded by greed. Not only him, but also Bo Yiming. How cunning, how cunning. But because of his absolute arrogance and disdain, he lost his life for nothing. The key was that Wen Tian had already warned him that Yang Dingtian would come to assassinate him. But Bo Yiming did not care and did not treat it as a matter at all. Probably in his heart, it was equivalent to someone telling you to be careful of the ant beside your feet. It might come and bite you to death. Moreover, it was a small ant in the conventional sense, not a poisonous ant. Anyone who heard this would not treat it with disdain. The weakness of the Naga descendants was extremely fatal. A total of 4,900 Nagas were all annihilated a few minutes later. Only then did Yang Dingtian remember, Shuang-er, I'm done here. MHM, I already knew. Naga Shuang replied. At this moment, Naga Shuang, as well as the future generations of Naga descendants, 4,900 of them, and Wen Tian, were all in the Sky Dome Palace in the Skirich Emperor capital. All the future generations of Naga descendants had already entered the Empire of Darkness. Moreover, all of them had taken human form. Although there were close to 5,000 people, the Sky Dome Palace still seemed spacious and empty. Sir Wen Tian, let's do it. A leader of the future generations of Naga said, clear out the entire Empire of Darkness and kill all the extra ants. Now, we will begin the transformation into the Empire's energy formation. These future generations of Naga descendants wanted Wen Tian to kill all the humans. Of course, to these future generations of Naga descendants, killing tens of millions of humans was as easy as blowing off dust. However, these humans were all within the Castle of Darkness. Since the Castle of Darkness was a part of the energy formation, it was best not to damage it. However, to enter the Castle of Darkness and kill them one by one was simply too troublesome. To Wen Tian, however, killing tens of millions of people would only take a single second. He had the full power of the Empire of Darkness. As long as he gave the order, the Empire of Darkness could unleash hundreds of thousands or even millions of energy beams, instantly killing all the humans within the Castle of Darkness. It would save time and effort. Wen Tian said, I've already promised Yang Dingtian that I would spare his family. Moreover, whether or not we should kill all the humans here, we still need to discuss this matter with Grand King Marosha. The leader of the future generations of Naga descendants was instantly enraged. Human Wen Tian, don't forget that you are just a tool to us. Killing all of humanity is part of our plan. Wen Tian shook his head. No, the content of my discussion with Grand King Marosha is as follows. He will be the ruler of this world, and I will be the supreme ruler of the Empire of Darkness, as well as the supreme ruler of humanity. If we kill all of humanity, what's the point of being the ruler? Therefore, as for how many humans to kill and how many to keep as slaves, we still need to discuss this matter with Grand King Marosha. The leader of the future generations of Naga descendants snorted coldly and said nothing more, although he was unhappy with Wen Tian's disobedience and looked down on the human from the bottom of his heart. However, after all, only Grand King Marosha could order Wen Tian around. Let's make an analogy. According to the agreement with Grand King Marosha, the current human Wen Tian was about to become the ruler of a human nation, equivalent to Emperor Pu Yi of Manchuria during the Second World War, and Grand King Marosha was equivalent to the Emperor of Japan. Right now, the leader of the Naga clan was equivalent to the commander of the Guangdong army. Although he did not put Pu Yi in his eyes and completely regarded him as a puppet pig or dog, in terms of nominal status, Pu Yi's status was still higher than his. Only the Japanese emperor could give Pu Yi orders. The leader of the Naga descendants decided in his heart that he would wait until Grand King Marosha arrived. Not only would he kill all of Yang Dingtian's family members, he would also thoroughly humiliate this lowly human Wen Tian. At this moment, Wen Tian was sitting leisurely on the dark throne, gently tapping the rhythm. He was waiting for a signal, waiting for the Naga Shuang signal, because only after Yang Dingtian's Grand King Marosha and his Naga descendants were annihilated would he be able to make his move. Otherwise, he would kill all of the Naga descendants of the lower Naga descendants. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian's plan had failed. When the future generations of the Naga descendants of the upper Naga descendants arrived and saw that the lower Naga descendants were all dead, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. As for the distance of several 100,000 li between him and Yang Dingtian, it didn't matter at all, because, no matter how far apart they were, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang's hearts were completely connected. If something happened on the other side, the Naga Shuang would know immediately. At this moment, the Naga Shuang nodded and smiled at Wen Tian. Yang Dingtian had succeeded. Wen Tian's heart was truly shaken. Even though Yang Dingtian said that he had a way and was confident, Wen Tian was still shocked. When it really happened, Wen Tian was still very shocked. A total of 4,900 Naga descendants who were close to the demigod level. All of them were from the upper Naga descendants and were led by the cunning Marosha. Yang Dingtian actually had a way to wipe them out in one go. This was too shocking. More importantly, Wen Tian had the highest authority in the Empire of Darkness. However, Yang Dingtian didn't. Amazing, this cheap son-in-law of his was really amazing. Seeing the hostility and disdain in the eyes of the Naga leader below, Wen Tian smiled and said, "Idiot, goodbye." "What did you say?" the Naga leader asked. Yang Dingtian spoke in Chinese, and they couldn't understand. Nothing. Wen Tian shook his head and then moved his consciousness. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire celestial palace was filled with dark matter. Everyone in the hall was swallowed up. Although the 4,900 Naga descendants of the lower Naga descendants were not close to the demigod level, they were all peerless powerhouses above level 40. However, they were still devoured by the dark matter in an instant. The entire process was as fast as lightning. In less than 0.01 seconds, the entire celestial palace was flooded by dark matter. It didn't appear bit by bit, nor did it flood like a tide. It filled up in an instant. Why? Because the Skirich imperial capital, the celestial palace, and the Empire of Darkness were all made of special energy substances. And this energy substance was a form of dark matter. The entire Empire of Darkness was made of dark matter. However, whether it was the Great Refining Array, the Dark Castle, or the Skirich Imperial Capital, they were all in different energy states. As long as there was enough energy, these energies could be converted into each other. Therefore, Wen Tian could control the Skirich Imperial Capital and turn the walls and floor of the Celestial Palace into dark matter with a single thought. Dark matter, on the other hand, could devour everything, including evil spirits. In that case, could the Devil King Wen Tian of the past do the same? because before his primordial evil spirit was taken away by the Nagashwang, he had built layers of energy barriers to prevent the Nagashwang from escaping. Could he turn everything in the celestial palace into dark matter and devour the Nagashwang and Yang Dingtian in an instant? Yes, but he couldn't bear to, because he wanted to devour Yang Dingtian. He wanted to capture the Nagashwang alive. These two things were his only chance to become a demigod. Once he devoured them with dark matter, there would be nothing left. The Nagashwang was also in the celestial palace, but after she sent out the signal, she immediately took out the primordial Naga's eye from her space ring. When the dark matter filled the entire celestial palace, the special energy emitted by the eye immediately formed a protective energy field that completely protected the Nagashwang and kept the dark matter outside. Whoosh, Wentian sat on the dark throne and continued to control the Skirich imperial capital to transform the dark matter into the celestial palace. But this time, it didn't happen so quickly. One could only see the dark matter disappearing layer by layer. After a full 15 minutes, the celestial palace was completely restored. Then the Nagashwang and Wentian were shocked to discover that the dark matter had disappeared. These Nagashwang's descendants hadn't disappeared or been completely devoured. Instead, they had been completely sealed in the dark matter and didn't move at all. No one knew if they were dead or alive. Therefore, the ground of the celestial palace looked extremely strange. The shadows of thousands of Nagashwang's descendants were imprinted on the ground in all kinds of strange ways. It looked extremely strange. Then, Wentian felt an extremely powerful celestial chi energy from the dark throne. He understood that the Skirich imperial capital had sealed these thousands of Nagashwang's descendants and then devoured their energy bit by bit, turning it into celestial chi. Unfortunately, Wentian wasn't very interested in increasing his cultivation anymore. More importantly, he had already reached the limit of his cultivation. Most likely, the celestial chi energy of these thousands of Nagashwang's descendants could only be used by the Nagashwang and Yang Dingtian. Immediately, Wentian clicked his tongue and said, "Thousands of Nagashwang's descendants, all of them at the 48th level and above. They have dozens of times more chi seas than humans of the same level. After being condensed by the Skirich imperial capital, they can be turned into solidified celestial chi essence. You guys are really lucky." After saying that, Wentian said, "All right, go and tell your man that we're done here. Tell him to come back." "Okay," the Nagashwang said. Then Wentian came down from the dark throne and said, "Now, the dark throne belongs to you. I know that you Nagashwang's descendants are greedy. When it comes to devouring energy, it's a race against time. I'll go and take a look at Yang Dingtian's children." Then Wentian directly flew out of the celestial palace and towards a dark castle. Yang Dingtian's youngest daughter was there. He wanted to fight for her so that the older children wouldn't be afraid of him. As for the Nagashwang, she couldn't wait to sit on the dark throne. Instantly, an incomparably dense celestial chi energy that was hundreds of thousands of times stronger than normal surged into her body. The Nagashwang was incomparably excited as she enjoyed all of this. Then she said, "Husband, it's all done." At this moment, Yang Dingtian was floating in front of Empress Medusa's eyes. Chapter 1180. After devouring the energy of the 4,900 Naga, who were close to demigods, the light of the Medusa's trap gradually dimmed. The two huge gemstones also gradually returned to their original appearance. They were no longer like two suns. At this moment, Yang Dingtian stared at the two huge eyes. He realized that they were not gemstones but energy bodies. Now, Yang Dingtian could not imagine how much energy was contained in these two eyes. From the beginning of the Naga generation until now, tens of thousands of years had passed. These two eyes had devoured an unimaginable amount of energy. Just this time alone, there were 4,900 demigods. The combined energy was an astronomical figure. However, there was almost no fluctuation in these two gemstones. Yang Dingtian looked at these two eyes, hoping that this Medusa's illusion would say something to him. In the end, there was nothing. The two eyes became darker and darker. Finally, they completely turned into two energy crystals. As Yang Dingtian was already a demigod, the Medusa's trap's reaction to him was complete silence. Yang Dingtian approached the two eyes. He even reached out to touch and feel them. They were cold and he could not feel anything. The energy inside was too terrifying. If he could devour it, he did not know how much he could break through. Yang Dingtian used his mind to control the soul sword. It shrunk instantly and returned to Yang Dingtian's hand. The two huge gemstones also shrunk instantly to less than an inch. Yang Dingtian played with them in his hand for a while. He could not imagine how an astronomical amount of energy could be condensed in these small gemstones. Then, Yang Dingtian put the gemstones into the space ring and turned around to return. Soon, Yang Dingtian returned to the ruins of the Devil Capital. At this moment, the entire Mermaid Empire's underwater races were still densely packed. They were waiting solemnly for the arrival of destruction. This was because thousands of demigod descendants of the Naga had just passed by. After that, they would wipe out the Mermaid Empire's undersea races. Swish! Yang Dingtian was like a stream of light as he rushed out of the dark matter and appeared in front of the densely packed mermaid warriors. The group of mermaid warriors was shocked. Yang Dingtian, the leader of the mermaid warriors, was Princess Sharp Knife. She was surprised when she saw Yang Dingtian and then looked back, waiting for the appearance of the Naga army. "There's no need to look," Yang Dingtian said. "The Naga army of the future generations are all dead." "What?" Li Daoji said in disbelief. How? How is this possible? There are thousands of Naga, and all of them have unfathomable cultivation bases." And all the mermaid warriors were also shocked. "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Where's Violets?" "Her Majesty is in the palace of the Sea Serpent Empire." Princess Sharp Knife said in a trembling voice, "My husband—" "Oh, no, Mr. Yang Dingtian, you mean the Naga army has been wiped out and we are safe?" "At least that's the case for now." Yang Dingtian pinched her chin and said, "It's been a few years. Why are you hiding from me?" "I'm so busy, and I can't see you if you hide from me." Princess Sharp Knife blushed, and her expression suddenly became unnatural. Yang Dingtian said, "Okay, take me to see Violets." 1 hour later, Yang Dingtian brought the mermaid Queen Z Luolan back to the human kingdoms. Because her stomach seemed to be moving, and she was going to give birth in a few days. She had been pregnant for several years, but she hadn't given birth yet. However, Yang Dingtian didn't let the mermaids of the Mermaid Empire leave. Instead, he still stayed in the ruins of the Sea Serpent Empire. A day later, Yang Dingtian returned to the human world and entered the Empire of Darkness. He, who had survived the disaster, hugged his wife and children. Then, for the whole day, he didn't go anywhere except to accompany his family. And at night, he slept with his wives in the same bed as well. Whether it was the Council of Light or Wen Tian, they were very tactful and didn't disturb him. The next morning, Yen Yen, who was lying in his arms, said softly, "My husband, everything is over, right? In the future, our family can be together peacefully, right?" Yes, the most dangerous and terrifying time was over. The world-ending war was over. The invasion of the little Western Paradise army, led by the Demon King, was also over. The most terrifying invasion of the Naga army was also over. All the enemies seemed to have been destroyed. The human world should be completely peaceful now. But is everything over? Yang Dingtian didn't reply. Instead, he greedily stroked Yen Yen's hair and smelled her moving fragrance. "Is everything over?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Of course not," Wen Tian said. "But the claws of the soul leaving palace should have been used up. She can't borrow people anymore." Yang Dingtian said, "But there is still Zhu Qingzhu." "Zhu Qingzhu is definitely not going to make it." Wen Tian said, Previously, the soul-leaving palace chose Hai Xan to transfer the greater space technique and not Zhu Qingzhu. This is very clear, Yang Dingtian said. Then, according to father-in-law, what do you think the soul-leaving palace will do next? Will Medusa personally make a move, or will she send someone else? Who will she send? Wen Tian said, unless it's your little lover, Shimin Ningning. Otherwise, she won't have half a person in her hands. Yang Dingtian said, in short, Medusa won't let this matter rest, right? Of course. Wen Tian said, we will be able to see what methods she has up her sleeves very soon. Yang Dingtian said, then what do you think we should do next? Wen Tian said, continue the migration. Move a large number of humans to the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. The crisis in New Naga had been resolved. Logically speaking, not only should the evacuation stop, but the people in the Empire of Darkness should also return to the continent. But in the end, Wen Tian said that they should continue the migration. Yang Dingtian said, do you have any premonition? Wen Tian shook his head and said, I don't have any premonition. It's just a subtle feeling. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, okay, then let's continue the migration. When the Doomsday Committee formed by the Little Western Paradise, the Human Kingdom, and the Mermaid Empire heard Yang Dingtian's order to continue the evacuation, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. But after the shock, they still chose to obey the order. Actually, these few days were like a dream to the Council of Light, the High Priest Association, and the members of the Little Western Paradise's Joint Council. At the beginning, it was a sudden nightmare. Yang Dingtian went to New Naga to assassinate Boyi. Everyone prayed for his success, and deep in their hearts, they felt that he would definitely succeed. Because in such a crucial matter, Yang Dingtian would always succeed. Therefore, the Great Retreat continued in an orderly manner. Suddenly, one day the nightmare descended. In the sky, countless streaks of light flew down. Almost instantly, all the humans on the ground in the Empire of Darkness were controlled. Then, the human Wen Tian took control of the entire Empire of Darkness. From the beginning to the end, it didn't take more than an hour. The Human Kingdom and the Little Western Paradise's highest command center were completely destroyed. Everyone was imprisoned in the Castle of Darkness, unable to escape. Wen Tian directly obtained the highest control over the Throne of Darkness. If he wanted to kill everyone here, he only needed a thought. Then, countless Naga soldiers laid in ambush, opening up an inescapable net, waiting for Yang Dingtian to barge in. As expected, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang barged in. At this time, whether it was the Little Western Paradise or the Council of Light, they were all in despair. At this time, there was no longer any possibility of turning the situation around. There were more than 10,000 Naga soldiers. They could easily crush everyone with a finger, including Yang Dingtian. Destruction was a foregone conclusion. Just waiting for Wen Tian's will, the energy formation of the Castle of Darkness would kill everyone. But then, the situation changed, shocking everyone. Just as they were waiting in despair for the news of Yang Dingtian's death, the energy formation of the Castle of Darkness was suddenly released. All the fox demons and humans regained their freedom. Then, when Tian came to rule the upper echelons of the Little Western Paradise and the Council of Light, the Naga army was completely annihilated, and he, Wen Tian, chose to stand together with Yang Dingtian. This change was really like a bolt of lightning, completely stunning everyone. Who would have thought that in this situation where death was certain, he would be able to make a comeback? But whether it was the upper echelons of the Little Western Paradise or the Human Kingdom, they all chose to distance themselves from Wen Tian and didn't have any deep conversations. They were waiting for Yang Dingtian's return to confirm Wen Tian's position and allegiance. Wen Tian and I have the same opinion. Yang Dingtian said, Wen Tian was once the most important chess piece of the soul-departing palace, so I know him very well. Chairman Nehru said, Sect Master Yang's meaning is that the soul departing palace won't let this matter rest. They will definitely do something. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes, although I don't know what the soul departing palace will do next. It definitely won't end like this. I even have a premonition that the soul departing palace's methods won't be so gentle and indirect. Instead, they will be incomparably intense. So, not only can the retreat not end, we have to speed it up." "Yes," everyone replied in unison. Dongfang Minmi was silent for a moment and said, "Little Western Paradise, what is Wintian's position? Will he be your assistant?" Yang Dingtan shook his head and said, "He won't interfere with the human kingdom and Little Western Paradise's matters. He won't even do anything to the throne of the Empire of Darkness." Dongfang Minmi nodded and said, "Understood." In the following period of time, countless winged cavalry, dark dragons, and dark dragons came out in full force. Every day, countless humans would retreat into the Empire of Darkness. Every day, astronomical amounts of vegetables, fruits, and fresh water would be transported into the Empire of Darkness. As for Yang Dingtian, he suddenly had nothing to do, because, regardless of whether it was Organization X's research on crystals or the Doomsday Committee's retreat work, they didn't need him. And the matter of devouring energy and breaking through cultivation was left to Shuang. Once she sat on the throne of darkness, she didn't come down at all. Even when Yang Dingtian returned, she didn't leave the throne of darkness. What intimacy! There wasn't even the slightest bit. And because it had devoured the energy of thousands of Naga of the next generation, the Xianqi energy in the throne of darkness was especially rich and intense. Yang Dingtian felt the energy in his energy reserve gradually increasing almost every day. However, it would take about 2 years to break through to level 34. Although the energy channeled into the throne of darkness was hundreds of thousands of Xianqi crystals, there was only one beam after all. Compared to the ruins of the old Naga Empire, it was still inferior. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian only had one thing to do, and that was to wait for Medusa's reaction from the soul-leaving palace. He didn't know if she would take action directly or if there would be a conversation. In short, Yang Dingtian was waiting for Medusa's call at all times. However, nothing happened, and Yang Dingtian had a lot of time to accompany his son and daughter. Also, his waist was about to break from exhaustion. Some of his wives desperately wanted children, and some simply wanted to eat their fill. Therefore, every night, Yang Dingtian almost didn't have time to sleep. His demigod body was almost unable to withstand the constant assault of time. He was now completely sure that although martial arts cultivation had a certain relationship with that matter, it wasn't absolute. At this time, with his level 33 cultivation, he should be tired to the point where his waist and back were aching. In the end, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to escape. He took the children to find Wentian and played chess and cards with him. Time passed day by day. 10 days passed. Half a month passed. A month passed. 2 months passed. There were more and more people in the Empire of Darkness. During this most free time, Qin Shuang, Qin Mingli, Xiang Muliani, and the other girls finally got what they wanted and were all pregnant. In fact, there was no problem with their bodies. It was impossible for them not to get pregnant. If they calculated the time and made out every day, they would be pregnant no matter what. You have so many children. At least for 100 years, you won't be able to return to Earth. Wentian smiled and said, "Unlike me, I don't have a child or a relative in this world." Yang Dingtian, "Father-in-law, didn't you and Nihility Piaoling do that?" Wentian said angrily, "Of course not. Do you think everyone is a rogue like you? At that time, we were at most spiritual friends. Not to mention that we didn't do that kind of thing. We didn't even make out at all." Then Wentian was silent for a while and said, "Yang Dingtian, if you can really return to Earth, are you sure you don't want to?" Yang Dingtian, "Not for 100 years." Wentian said angrily, "Then what about my daughter?" Yang Dingtian, She might have already married. Wen Tian said angrily, "Nonsense! What kind of person do you think my daughter is?" Yang Dingtian, my situation is different from yours. You and your mother-in-law have been in love for a long time and have been married for a few years. But Bijuan and I are only in a relationship. Our love is very passionate, but it's not deep. Also, she probably thinks that I'm already dead. The people I miss the most are my parents. Although I still have an elder sister, they doted on me the most since I was young. If you can really go back when the time comes, you have to help me take care of them. Then I will make many recording jades and record my child. You can bring them to see." Wen Tian sighed. "We'll talk about it when we can go back. Or maybe we can talk about it after we pass the test of Medusa." At this moment, Yan Yan suddenly rushed over and said, "Husband, Violets has given birth." Yang Dingtian was surprised. Violet's stomach had already reacted 2 months ago. He thought that she was going to give birth soon, but in the end, it stopped very quickly. In these few days, there was no pain, nor any specific reaction. Why was she going to give birth now? "Yang Dingtian, I'll go immediately. You go find Wu and ask her to help deliver the baby." Yan Yan said, "Husband, she has already given birth." Yang Dingtian said in surprise, "But I didn't hear her cry out in pain." Yan Yan said, "She didn't cry out in pain. She was playing mahjong with us. Before we finished a round of mahjong, Shuang-Er was about to win. Then she suddenly said, I'm going to give birth." Then she quickly ran to the bed and laid down. Then she gave birth without any pain at all. We are so envious. Yang Dingtian threw down the chess piece in his hand and flew over quickly. Violets gave birth to a daughter. Yang Dingtian had 2 sons who were descendants of demigods. Now he finally had a daughter. Yang Dingtian was very worried that she would be like Naga Shuang when she was just born, covered in scales. In the end, he heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, there were indeed scales. There were scales on her neck, chest, waist, and thighs. However, the faint golden luster made her look very cute. Her face was smooth and snow-white without any scales. When Jie gave birth to Yaoyang baby, she suffered a lot, because the baby didn't want to come out at all. But when the time came, the baby desperately absorbed Jie's energy in order to get enough energy, almost causing Jie to die. When Yang Yi was born, Yara more or less suffered a little bit. Unexpectedly, this baby was so obedient that she didn't let her mother suffer at all. Although she was just born, she was equivalent to a 2-month-old child. She was white and chubby, and her eyes were wide open. She didn't suffer at all and seemed very quiet. The first moment she was born, she was observing. There was also an indescribable langeo. Of course, this description was wrong. How could a newborn be called arrogant? But it was true. Whether it was Wu Yu, Yan Yan, or Violets hugging her, she was quietly being hugged. She didn't laugh or cry. She seemed very calm and didn't even look at people. However, after Yang Dingtian reached out and hugged her, her big eyes immediately focused and stared straight at Yang Dingtian. Then, she desperately tried to sense Yang Dingtian's aura. Jie. Then, she opened her small mouth and laughed at Yang Dingtian. She was completely different from Yang Yi and Yao Yang, even though they were all descendants of demigods. Seeing this scene, the mermaid Queen Violet's tears immediately flowed out. Sure enough, as the rumors said, Naga didn't have a mother and didn't have any feelings for the person who gave birth to her. And because Yang Dingtian was a demigod, he was a father and he was also the same kind. Therefore, this Naga baby was very close and intimate. Yang Dingtian sat on the edge of the bed and kissed Violet, saying, "Don't worry, in our family, she is a baby, a daughter. In the future, she will be filial to you. You are her mother." Violet kissed her daughter's mouth and whispered, "I don't want her to become a Naga. I don't want her to be strong. I don't want her to be like Shuang. I want her to be an ordinary girl." "Well, I will work hard," Yang Dingtian said. At this moment, Vulture flew in like lightning. Her first glance fell on the baby in Yang Dingtian's arms and revealed an envious look because she also wanted a child. Then she said to Yang Dingtian in a trembling voice, "Husband, she is here." Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, "Who is here?" "Vulture," said Shimin Ningning. Yang Dingtian's body shook violently. Chapter 1181. Yang Dingtian had thought about his reunion with Shimin Ningning countless times. Some were good, some were bad, and there were all kinds of reunions. However, when the real reunion came, it was completely different from what he imagined. Yang Dingtian carefully placed his Naga baby girl in Violet's arms, and then directly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the Empire of Darkness. In the process of shuttling through the dark matter, Yang Dingtian fantasized over and over again. What should Shimin Ningning look like at this time? Naga were all unparalleled beauties, especially Medusa's Naga. Therefore, the previous Shimin Ningning must have disguised herself. Then, how beautiful would Shimin Ningning look? But he didn't know why. In Yang Dingtian's heart, Shimin Ningning's original appearance was the most beautiful. Although the Shimin Ningning he saw before could only be considered to be above average in terms of beauty and couldn't be said to be extremely beautiful. However, what Yang Dingtian loved the most was her gentle and delicate face. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed out of the Empire of Darkness and came to the ground. Not far in front of him, he suddenly saw a beautiful back that was familiar yet unfamiliar. It was really familiar yet unfamiliar. How many years had it been? It had been a full 10 years, so it seemed unfamiliar. However, this figure had appeared countless times in his mind and dreams, so he was familiar with it. "Sister Ningning," Yang Dingtian shouted. The beautiful figure turned around. It was exactly the same as before, the same face as 10 years ago. It was still the quiet beast speaker in Cloud Sky City, aloof from worldly affairs. "Little Tian." Shimin Ningning's voice trembled, and a gentle and apologetic smile appeared on her face. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently hugged her soft and delicate body into his arms. Then, the two of them quietly smelled each other's scent. After a long time, Yang Dingtian held Shimin Ningning's face and asked, "Sister Ningning, can you show me your real face now?" Shimin Ningning said, "This is my real face." Yang Dingtian was stunned. Shouldn't Medusa Naga be at the tip of the beautiful pyramid? Ningning said angrily, "Are you saying I'm ugly?" Yang Dingtian hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, I just find it strange. However, you are the most beautiful in my heart. Instead, I'm afraid that you will be like your mother, so beautiful that people can't open their eyes." Ningning said, "Is it because you already have a Naga wife who is so beautiful that she can't open her eyes?" Yang Dingtian was stunned for a moment before he whispered, "I'm sorry, Sister Ningning." "Why are you apologizing?" Ningning said, "Because you have married Nagashwang and feel sorry for me. You feel that you have betrayed our feelings, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Of course not." Shimin Ningning said softly, "First of all, I know that you married Dugashwang, because you had no choice. Secondly, I like you and you like me. That's enough. We, the spiritual Naga, don't care about this kind of thing. We prefer spiritual love." "Platonic love?" Yang Dingtian said. "Is this a term from Earth?" Ningning said, "It sounds very nice." Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, "Sister Ningning, when did you know that I came from Earth?" Ningning said, "What you want to ask is, did I know that you came from Earth when I first saw you?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "I didn't know." Ningning said, "I told you that since I was born until I grew up, I was very repulsed by men's auras. I felt uncomfortable from a few feet away, so I lived in seclusion in the valley of Cloud Sky City. But when you appeared, your aura made me very, very moved. You know, the love of the Naga is decided in an instant. And we don't look at the face, identity, or cultivation at all. We just rely on the smell. When I feel that smell, I completely fall in love." Yang Dingtian said, "At that time I thought it was strange. Why were you so good to me when you first saw me?" "Because I was moved before I even saw you," Ningning said softly. Ningning said softly, "But I know that a man who can move my heart is definitely not ordinary. It is very likely that he is the messenger of fate." "Are you the messenger of fate?" Yang Dingtian asked. "No, the messenger of fate of the god of chaos," Shimin Ningning said. Yang Dingtian understood Ningning's words and then asked, "On the day of the battle with Qin Shaobai in order to save me, did you show your true form?" Nagashuang nodded and said, "You also know that although I am a spiritual type Naga, but because Mother is still alive, most of my energy is with her. Apart from my spiritual power, I am not strong. When I was in human form, my cultivation was very low, so I had to show my true form. But when I showed my true form, my whole body was covered by a thick green fog. They didn't see that I was a Naga." Yang Dingtian said, "Then you disappeared. Was it because Empress Medusa put you under house arrest?" Shimin Ningning nodded and said, "I broke the rules again and again, and showing my true form was a big taboo. Mother couldn't bear it and called me back to house arrest." Yang Dingtian said, Then the deep-sea Xian poison you gave me was not taken from a faraway place, but from your own body, right?" Shimin Ningning nodded and said, "But I had to go to a faraway place to find a way to force the deep-sea Xian poison out of my body." Yang Dingtian said, "And at that time your legs couldn't move at all, not because of the deep-sea Xian poison, but because of the sequelae of forcing out the deep-sea Xian poison, right?" Shimin Ningning nodded again. "Fool!" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but hug Shimin Ningning again. Spiritual Naga was really crazy about love. The deep-sea Xian poison was the last life-saving thing of Naga. In order to help Yang Dingtian kill the Millennium Owl, she forced out her own deep-sea Xian poison and gave it to Yang Dingtian. However, at this moment, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a burst of bitterness and sadness in his heart. This was not his own feeling, but Naga Shuang's feeling, because he and Shuang are shared everything. Shuang didn't care much about the feelings of Yang Dingtian and his wives, but she cared a lot about Shimin Ningning because Shimin Ningning was also a Naga. "Tell Shuang that you and I only love each other spiritually. I won't take you away," Shimin Ningning suddenly said. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, You can also read my mind." "Of course, I can do it a long time ago," Shimin Ningning said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess. Now Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's hearts were connected, and Shimin Ningning could read Yang Dingtian's mind. In this way, the spiritual relationship of the three people was in a mess. The two people hugged each other quietly for a while. Finally, Yang Dingtian broke the silence because he still had to ask, "Ningning, why did your mother ask you to come?" Yang Dingtian asked. Shimin Ningning said, "It's just a message. Because of our special relationship, she felt that it might be useful for you to let me come and pass a message." Yang Dingtian asked, "What message?" Shimin Ningning said, "The vast majority of humans must die, and the cycle of destruction that occurs once every 200 years must be carried out." As soon as these words came out, Yang Dingtian's heart trembled, and then he said bitterly, "Ningning, is that what you think too?" Shimin Ningning said softly, "No, I don't. I only care about you, Yin Yin, and your family. I don't care about anything else. Also, no matter what you do, I will support you. I will agree to whatever you want me to do." Yang Dingtian was very moved. Shimin Ningning said, "But, Xiaotian, I can't change my mother's mind." "I know." Yang Dingtian said, "This is between me and her." Then Yang Dingtian asked, "This time will she use someone else's hand?" Shimin Ningning shook her head and said, "No, she will do it herself this time. Also, she is very angry. She feels that you have ruined her rhythm and plan. Queen Medusa was going to do it herself. This should be the worst news possible. At least, Yang Dingtian couldn't imagine how he could stop Queen Medusa. Yang Dingtian asked. Then what does Queen Medusa want me to do? Shimin Ningning said. She said that you have to make up for what you have done wrong. So, you can either go to New Naga and release the future Naga army to wipe out most of the humans, or she will do it herself and wipe out most of the humans. You can still control the former method. Once she does it, it will be completely out of control. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and shook his head. Impossible, I will never do that. I know, Shimin Ningning said softly. Yang Dingtian asked, then, when will Queen Medusa do it? Shimin Ningning said, she has already done it. You will see it when you give a definite response. Yang Dingtian asked, then she should have seen my response, right? Shimin Ningning nodded and said, she knows everything that happened here and everything that we said. Yang Dingtian's heart was twisted in pain. Medusa's choice was very clear. Either Yang Dingtian did it himself, or Medusa did it herself. In short, most of the humans had to die. If Yang Dingtian chose to do it himself, fewer people would die. If Medusa did it, more people would die. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and said, why? Why? The humans didn't provoke her. Why must they die? Shimin Ningning said guiltily, I'm sorry, Xiaotian, I didn't know, I'm sorry. Yang Dingtian hugged her gently and said, it has nothing to do with you. Although she is your mother, it has nothing to do with you. Then Yang Dingtian asked, Ningning, do you know where your mother is? Shimin Ningning shook her head and said, I don't know. In fact, I have never seen her. Yang Dingtian was greatly surprised. Shimin Ningning was Medusa's daughter, but she had never seen her mother? Shimin Ningning said, in fact, I woke up less than 100 years ago. Before that, I had always been in a chaotic state of consciousness. When I woke up, I was like this. I knew a lot of things and had strong spiritual power. As long as my mission was to lurk around Shimanwuya as the highest emissary and watcher of the soul leaving palace in the human countries. When I woke up, I was floating on the sea, on the poison extending strait of the northwest continent. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. He originally thought that Shimin Ningning must be very old. He even imagined that the reason why Queen Medusa let go of the Mermaid Empire at the last moment and escaped from the Naga Empire and did not follow the other Naga to sacrifice herself to create the new Naga confinement space was because she already had a child in her belly. In that case, Shimin Ningning was at least 10,000 years old. But now Shimin Ningning said that she had only woken up a few decades ago. Reading the doubts in Yang Dingtian's heart, Shimin Ningning said, Xiaotian, you are right. I am indeed likely to be more than 10,000 years old. But our Naga is not measured by time but by energy. Although my mother is pregnant with me, she can decide to give birth to me at any time. And you also know that the demigod Naga couple never give birth to offspring. It was not until they decided to sacrifice themselves that they found a way to give birth to the next generation of Naga in the new Naga, and also limited their energy. That was indeed the case. The Nagas measured their growth by energy, not by age. Shimin Ningning was silent for a while and said, Husband, you rejected my mother. This is your final answer, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. He didn't need to hesitate at all. In any case, he would not kill the humans he protected with his own hands. If Medusa did it herself, more people would die, but that was also fate. In short, Yang Dingtian would do his best to save as many people as possible. When he completely gave up, compromised, surrendered, and then killed a large number of humans with his own hands, he couldn't do it. Yes, I rejected Queen Medusa's proposal, no matter what the consequences are, no matter what she will do, Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Ningning nodded and said, I know I can't help you in other aspects. The only thing I can do is to live and die with you. If you die, I will drink the poison and turn myself into a fossil. Yang Dingtian's eyes were sore, and he didn't say anything to stop her. This was because Shuang was protecting him. She was telling Queen Medusa that she couldn't kill Yang Dingtian, or she would die with him. Sister Ningning, can you stay? Stay with me, Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Ningning shook her head and said, Little Tian, if you were the first choice, I would stay with you. If you can't bear to do it, I will do it for you. However, you rejected my mother's proposal, so it's no good for me to stay. Because in that case, no matter what you do, how you respond, my mother will know. She can see my vision. Yang Dingtian said, Now, without your vision, can she see us? Shimin Ningning shook her head and said she can't. At present, in this world, there are only a few fixed energy points that can contact the soul leaving palace. Of course, through the soul leaving palace puppet, she can see everything. So, no matter what you want to do, don't let Wen Tian and Du Gushao participate because my mother will know. Medusa could hear every word Shimin Ningning said. However, she still said it, which was equivalent to betraying Medusa's secret to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, Then can Queen Medusa control Wen Tian or Du Gushau's will? Shimin Ningning shook her head and said she can't. She can only write a mental program in the soul leaving Palace Puppet's brain and then complete it mechanically. At present, the mental program in Wen Tian and Du Gushau's minds should have been finished long ago. Only then did Yang Dingtian relax. Shimin Ningning gently left Yang Dingtian's embrace and said, Little Tian, there's not much time left. I have to go. Yang Dingtian said, Then what will your mother do? How will she kill most of the humans? Shimin Ningning shook her head and said, I don't know. I feel that she will make a move soon. There's really not enough time. I'm leaving. With that, Shimin Ningning rode a spiritual beast and was about to fly away. Ningning, where should I find you? Are you returning to the soul leaving palace? Yang Dingtian asked loudly. No, I don't know where the soul leaving palace is. Shimin Ningning said, I'm just looking for a place where no one knows, or halfway. She will imprison me and then put me under house arrest at an energy point of the soul leaving palace in the human countries. In short, I'll be as far away from you as possible, because when I'm close, I can read your heart, so you can't keep it a secret from her. With that, Shimin Ningning flew away anxiously. Yang Dingtian said loudly, Ningning, one day I will come to pick you up. I will let you live with us. Shimin Ningning smiled gently at him and said, Little Tian, if two people love each other for a long time, they won't be together day and night. Then Shimin Ningning rode her spiritual beast and quickly disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. Yang Dingtian watched her disappear and then waited for Medusa to make a move. All the chess pieces were used up, and Queen Medusa finally went into action herself. Chapter 1182. However, the result was exactly as Yang Dingtian had expected. None of his attacks were effective against the Medusa statue. That's right, they were completely useless. He used all his means of attack, including slashing with his sword, striking with lightning, using the Naga royalty sword soul, and using the chaos attribute sword soul. In the end, Yang Dingtian even used the earth-shattering 3 mysterious flame lightning. Not only was it useless against the eyes of the Medusa killing array, but it was also useless against the body of the Medusa statue. The Medusa killing array did not attack Yang Dingtian at all. However, all of Yang Dingtian's attacks were like scratching an itch through a boot. It still rotated once every minute, slaughtering hundreds of thousands of people every minute. Yang Dingtian used all his means and exhausted all the energy in the demigod soul sword soul, but it was to no avail. Then the Nagashwang said, Husband, give up. This Medusa killing array shoots out a kind of light that contains energy and spiritual energy. You can't break it. Yang Dingtian did not give up. Instead, he sat on the side and recovered his celestial chi. I can't do anything to your statue or your eyes, but I can do something to your roots. After recovering his celestial chi, Yang Dingtian flew to the roots of the Medusa statue and began to dig at the Sunset Mountains. Yang Dingtian kept digging, hoping to find the roots of the Medusa statue. After all, This huge killing array did not appear out of thin air. It must be connected by some kind of energy vein, like the roots, just like the 1,000 miles mystic vein essence of the yin-yang mirror. After tens of thousands of meters, Yang Dingtian did find the roots of the Medusa statue. However, there was no energy vein at all, and he could not destroy it at all. Then, Yang Dingtian used the most violent method to try to topple the Medusa statue. However, all of his efforts were in vain. This statue was almost weightless, and it wasn't fixed by digging deep into the ground. Even if Yang Dingtian used millions or tens of millions of gene of strength, he would not be able to do anything. He had really used up all his tricks, but they were all useless. She even sprinkled the petrifying fluid that killed Naga on the eyes of Medusa's statue, but it still didn't work. 6 days and nights later, finally, Yang Dingtian gave up all his efforts. This was because the Medusa killing formation had stopped rotating, and its 2 eyes had dimmed. She had already stopped killing. This was because he had already completed the 360-degree turn. In this area, there were no traces of human life. With the center of the Sunset Mountain Range as the center, all humans within a radius of 7,000 miles were wiped out. From the Northlands to the Fringe to the Northwest continent, and even parts of the Southwest continent. Currently, not a single human was left. Of course, because of the Doomsday Battle, the people in the north of the Sunset Mountain Range had all evacuated to the south. However, the current population of the entire West continent had exceeded 300 million, and only 20 million people had retreated into the Empire of Darkness. The remaining 280 million people were living on the West continent. And in this 6 days and 6 nights of killing, more than half of them had died. Iron Furnace City, Great Cloud City, Shijing City, Qin City, White Cloud City, and other densely populated places. More than 100 million people had turned into fossils. Of course, tens of millions of people had still escaped. This was because after Yang Dingtian discovered the killing radius and pattern of the Medusa killing formation, he immediately flew to various places and announced that everyone should escape to the Middle Continent, the Southwest Continent, and so on as soon as possible. In short, they should leave this killing radius. Therefore, before the light of Medusa shone on them, countless people, troops, and armed forces fled in all kinds of boats. Although most of them didn't escape, there were still some who did. Yang Dingtian flew to Iron Furnace City as fast as he could. On the streets and in the houses, it was still bustling with activity. Panicked crowds were everywhere. However, all of them were fossils. They were still in the state they were in before they died. They were completely lifelike. There was not a single survivor in the entire city. This was because after being shown by Medusa's gaze, there was still terrifying energy remaining in the air. At this time, any human who entered would also turn into a fossil. The entire city was still shrouded in a terrifying killing formation. Of course, the entire city was not completely lifeless. Ownerless horses, birds, dogs, and cats were still running and jumping everywhere. Even most of the winged cavalry were flying around in panic. Medusa's killing formation was basically only targeted at humans. Of course, there were also energy-flying beasts such as the Dark Dragon. This was because the flying beasts that desperately retreated to the Empire of Darkness had also turned into fossils. Yang Dingtian vaguely remembered that turning into fossils didn't mean death. It should be considered as being sealed. For example, the ancient sea snake empress had once had her soul and cultivation resurrected by Vulture. Although Yang Dingtian couldn't resurrect countless humans on a large scale, it was still a comfort. However, at this moment, rumble! All of a sudden, the entire northwest continent shook violently. In an instant, countless houses collapsed and the ground was torn apart. Countless humans who had turned into fossils on the ground were shattered and smashed into pieces. Yang Dingtian's heart surged with incomparable anger. She actually wanted to exterminate all of them. Exterminate all of them. Not only did she want to turn all of them into fossils, but she also wanted to shatter their fossils and scatter their souls. How vicious was this Medusa? Yang Dingtian forced himself to calm down. At present, retreating to the Empire of Darkness was no longer possible. This was because the entrances to the Empire of Darkness were all within the range of the killing formation. It was true that Yang Dingtian wanted to protect humans, but he also wanted to protect the humans who were already in the Empire of Darkness. They were the seeds of civilization. Next, where would Medusa slaughter? Her first choice was the West Continent. It was very simple because it was close to the entrance to the Empire of Darkness. Moreover, it was Yang Dingtian's headquarters. Then, where would his tower stand next? If she guessed correctly, it should be the Middle Continent. As long as Medusa's killing formation stood in the middle of the Middle Continent, the killing range would cover the North Middle Continent, the Great Middle Continent, and the South Middle Continent. Even the Earthfisher City and the Cloud Sky Pavilions in continent would be affected. Therefore, the Southern Barbarian Continent and the extreme South would not be affected for the time being. However, the Southern Barbarian Continent was not the next target. It would be the target after that. Currently, there were only about 3 safe regions in the entire human country: the extreme north of the world of ice and snow, the extreme south, and the Ghost Hell region. As for the Dongli grassland, there was one of Medusa's energy strongholds there. It was definitely not safe. Even in the world of ice and snow and the extreme south, as long as the number of fleeing humans exceeded a certain number, the Medusa's killing formation might appear. Prompt decision. Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the soul swords and flew towards the North Middle Continent at the fastest speed. As for himself, he flew towards the Southwest Continent. The Southwest Continent was a new region built by the Council of Light. It was Yang Dingtian's most basic territory. In the future, no matter what the human countries did, they would need the support of the people of the Southwest Continent. Therefore, Yang Dingtian would also be biased. Among the people retreating into the Empire of Darkness, the citizens of the Great Cloud Sky City and the citizens of the Southwest Continent made up a large portion. However, after 10 years of development, the population of the Southwest Continent had greatly increased. Although a large portion of them had retreated into the Empire of Darkness, there were still tens of millions of people left behind. In the massacre of the Medusa's killing formation, the northern part of the Southwest Continent had been completely wiped out. However, there were still tens of millions of people in the central and southern parts that were still alive. Yang Dingtian wanted to save them. He flew towards the Southwest Continent at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, the place was in complete chaos. All the cities and villages looked as if the end of the world had arrived. Yang Dingtian flew directly to the Southwest Fleet's headquarters. Although the end of the world had arrived, there were still soldiers and officers in the castle of the Southwest Fleet's headquarters. Of course, most of the officers and soldiers had already retreated into the Empire of Darkness. However, there were still some troops left behind. After seeing Yang Dingtian, the officers and soldiers of the Southwest Fleet almost collapsed. They knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Yang Dingtian did not have time to comfort them. He directly ordered, "How many ships can be operated in the entire Southwest Continent?" "All of them, including all civilian ships?" The officer said, "A total of 19,000 ships." Yang Dingtian asked, "Is the material on the ship enough?" The officer said, "I can't say that it's enough, but it's as full as possible, because we've been preparing for a long time." Yang Dingtian asked, "How many batches have the Southwest Continent retreated?" "The 7th batch has already entered the Empire of Darkness." The officer said, "The 8th batch has all gathered in this city, but the retreat suddenly stopped." "How many people are in the 8th batch?" Yang Dingtian asked. "More than 3 million, the officer said. Yang Dingtian said, I order that the 8th batch's retreat officially begins. Destination, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor. The officer was stunned. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor was full of undead and Shura. Wouldn't it be suicide to go there? However, this was an order from the highest leader. He was only stunned for a moment before he immediately shouted, "Yes." Yang Dingtian asked, "How many officers and soldiers are left behind at the moment?" 90,000, the officer said. Most of them are maintaining order in the retreat. Yang Dingtian said, "All of you get on the ship too." Yes. The officer immediately issued the order and gathered the 90,000 soldiers at the fastest speed. The 8th batch of retreating members was brought to the various ports. Yang Dingtian flew to the Underworld Empire to negotiate with the Ghost Emperor Wen Tian there. Of course, if the negotiation failed, Yang Dingtian could only start a massacre. Yang Dingtian's sword flew very fast. In less than half an hour, it had already flown to the northern Zhongzhou. In the northern Zhongzhou, there was also a garrison headquarters of the Council of Light to maintain order there and organize the retreat. The retreat in each place was done in batches. After the first batch retreated, the second batch began. The third batch gathered at the headquarters of the Council of Light from various places and waited for the next batch of retreating. Therefore, at the headquarters of the Northern Zhongzhou Defense District, other than the troops left behind, there were only the people who were supposed to retreat to the Empire of Darkness. At this time, the Northern Zhongzhou Defense District only knew that things were not good, but they did not know what had happened. In fact, only the officers in the defensive zone knew that the Great Retreat, which had never been interrupted, had completely stopped. Moreover, the Dark Dragon and the Dark Dragon had also stopped taking water. Therefore, the entire defense district felt fear and unease. However, they did not tell this to the next batch of people who were waiting for the retreat. They only waited for orders from their superiors. In the end, the order they received was not from a person, but from a soul sword. After Yang Dingtian's sword arrived at the headquarters of the Northern Zhongzhou Defense District, it immediately controlled the soul sword to write on the ground. I order all the troops left behind in the Northern Zhongzhou Defense District to bring all the resources, all the winged cavalry, all the ships, all the mounts, and the new batch of retreating people to head north. Head north to the world of ice and snow. Head north. The signature was Doomsday Committee, Council of Light, Tiando League, Yin Yang School Head, Yang Dingtian. Yes, the few high-ranking officers immediately shouted in unison, even though Yang Dingtian could not hear them. Then the hundreds of thousands of troops left behind immediately mobilized. They began to use the fastest speed to distribute the mounts and ships and started to retreat north. Then, Yang Dingtian's soul sword immediately turned south. Its destination was not the southern Zhongzhou Defense District, but the southern Barbarian District. Even though the southern Zhongzhou Defense District had the largest population. However, it was too late to save this district. Moreover, there was no retreat headquarters. In the entire northern Zhongzhou Defense District, other than the troops that maintained basic order, all the ships, resources, and winged cavalry had been transferred to the southern Barbarian District and the northern Zhongzhou Defense District. In less than half an hour, Yang Dingtian's soul sword flew to the southern Barbarian District Defense District headquarters. Similarly, it had the largest retreat force. All the people south of Zhongjing chose to retreat to the southern Barbarian District. There were hundreds of thousands of black vultures, tens of thousands of other mounts, ships, and countless resources. The people below Zhongjing who needed to retreat would gather in the southern Barbarian District, then ride the winged cavalry and enter the Empire of Darkness. Just a few hours ago, they had just sent off tens of thousands of people to the Empire of Darkness. However, it was obvious that these tens of thousands of people had met with misfortune. After Yang Dingtian's soul sword arrived at the southern Barbarian District Defense District headquarters, it quickly wrote the retreat order. Order all the troops left behind in the Southern Barbarian District Defense District, as well as the latest batch of retreating people, to bring all the resources, use all the winged cavalry, and ship south to the extreme south. Signed, Doomsday Committee, Council of Light, Tiando League, Yin Yang School Leader Yang Dingtian. Yes. The dozen generals in the Southern Barbarian District Defense District immediately received the order. The army of over 200,000 immediately gathered and began to organize a retreat. The extreme south was originally a lonely place in the sea. Moreover, most of the land was desert and not suitable for living. However, after many years of construction, there were many new cities and towns here. Some parts of the desert had even been planted with vegetation. It should be able to accommodate a few million people. Previously, when going to the extremely difficult place, they would pass through the Devil's territorial waters, and no ships could pass through. This was because there were many ancient sea beasts living here, and it was also the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire. However, these sea beasts had all been killed by the Nagashwang. In addition to the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire, it had entered a stable stage. Therefore, the Devil's territorial waters had become peaceful. In these few years, the Council of Light had already developed a safe sea route. After the Soul Sword gave the order in the Southern Barbarian District Defense District headquarters, it immediately flew to the Eastern Continent Defense District headquarters. Similarly, it ordered the troops left behind in the Eastern Continent and the new batch of people to use all the winged cavalry and ships to retreat to the extreme south. At this moment, it was just as Yang Dingtian had expected. The second Medusa's killing array appeared in the Middle Continent, and it was in the Tiando League's main hall. The entire main hall was completely torn apart, and the 50,000-meter tall Medusa statue extended out in half an hour. Then a new round of slaughter began. In these 6 days, Yang Dingtian would not attack the Medusa statue in vain. He would do his best to save as many people as possible. Chapter 1183. In the Central Continent, Medusa's massacre was still ongoing. As for Yang Dingtian, he used his fastest speed to fly to the Ghost Hell region, which was tens of thousands of miles away, and directly rushed into the barrier of the Underworld Empire. Almost immediately, countless undead in the surrounding area fiercely pounced on him. Afterward, he started to attack Yang Dingtian without any fear at all. Yang Dingtian completely ignored them and directly turned into a stream of light, flying toward the center of the Ghost Hell region, toward the Ghost Hell city. His speed was simply too fast, and even the undead couldn't catch up to him. Ghost Emperor Wentian also immediately discovered Yang Dingtian. He originally wanted to immediately dispatch the saint-level Shura and the undead to kill Yang Dingtian. After wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, he found him without any effort. The entire evil ways couldn't wait to catch Yang Dingtian and let the Demon King possess him. They didn't expect that Yang Dingtian would actually deliver himself to their doorstep. But then they saw Yang Dingtian's terrifying speed, flying over 20 to 30,000 miles per hour. Then they felt his incomparably powerful energy, and most importantly, the divine light on his body made them feel incomparably fearful. Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What exactly happened? Previously, wasn't Yang Dingtian's cultivation only at the saint level? How could he be so deep now? What exactly happened outside? At this time, several years had already passed since the last time Yang Dingtian and Ghost Emperor Wentian met, and Ghost Emperor Wentian's contact with the outside world had also been cut off for several years. The last time Ghost Emperor Wentian came into contact with evil ways was when Li Ming and the Devil Queen were captured by Yang Dingtian. At that time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian had paid a great price to help Dongli break through to the half-step sage realm. However, he had been killed by Li Ming and had been robbed of his void-splitting fire. Then, Li Ming used the essence of the void fisher flame to enter the little western paradise and contact Eternal Farewell to invade the human countries. However, on the other side of the little western paradise, there was no eternal asking heaven, but Yang Dingtian's trap. At that time, the entire evil ways, except for the Demon King Wentian, were all captured. Li Ming and Daozi were also executed. However, Ghost Emperor Wentian was completely unaware of this. From his point of view, the evil ways' victory was already in his grasp. At that time, as long as they opened the path between the human countries and the Little Western Paradise, they would be able to take back the gate to the human countries. The experts of the Little Western Paradise, led by Yong, she could easily defeat Yang Dingtian's Council of Light and capture Yang Dingtian for the Demon King to possess. From Ghost Emperor Wentian's point of view, Yang Dingtian had already been dealt with and possessed by the Demon King. The reason why the evil ways didn't enter the Underworld Empire was because there was no need to. As for the Demon King Wentian, it would take at least 200 years before he would enter the Ghost Hell region. This was because after he possessed Yang Dingtian, he would have to find the Naga Shuang and copulate with her to obtain the half-step sage realm body. After breaking through to the half-step sage realm, he would have to fuse with the heavens of the next few planes. Especially after 200 years, when the Ghost Hell flames would bloom once again, the Demon King Wentian would fuse with Ghost Emperor Wentian. Thus, Ghost Emperor Wentian's mission had already been completed. Following this, no news was good news. It was even better that the evil ways didn't enter the Ghost Hell region. This was because every time things weren't going well, the Devil Queen would enter the Ghost Hell city to ask him for help. Moreover, every time he would have to bleed a lot. Ghost Emperor Wentian wasn't worried about the battle outside at all. As for whether Yang Dingtian would win, he didn't even think about it. After several years of silence, Yang Dingtian suddenly barged in with an unfathomable cultivation. How could he not be shocked? When Yang Dingtian arrived outside the Ghost Hell City, he directly opened a space gate and entered the Ghost Hell City. Then he turned into a ray of light and charged into Tong Tian Tower. Ghost Emperor Wentian turned into a flame and suddenly soared into the sky. He coldly laughed and said, "Yang Dingtian, you actually dare to barge into my territory by yourself. Aren't you seeking your own death?" Yang Dingtian said, "Ghost Emperor Wentian, listen to what I'm about to say. First, the battle between me and the evil ways has already ended. Dongli, Li Ming, Devil Queen, and Demon King are all dead." When these words came out, Ghost Emperor Wentian screamed in shock. Impossible. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything else. He directly took out a large pile of recording jades and injected his mystic qi into them. The recording of Li Ming's execution, the recording of Yongshi Wentian's execution, the recording of the Demon King Wentian's capture, and so on were all shown to Ghost Emperor Wentian. After Ghost Emperor Wentian saw this, the flames on his body violently trembled. He didn't dare to believe the scene in front of him. You killed Piaoling?" After a long time, Ghost Emperor Wentian screamed. "Yang Dingtian, no, I didn't kill Queen Devil Queen. It was Demon King Shimenwuya who killed Queen Devil Queen." Yang Dingtian used the fastest and most detailed method to explain everything tirelessly. Immediately, Ghost Emperor Wentian became even more dumbfounded. He never would have thought that the final Demon King would be Shimenwuya. Moreover, the Demon King, who was close to becoming a demigod and had the primal Chaos Emperor armor, actually died at the hands of Yang Dingtian. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "You've completely destroyed the evil ways. Now that you've come to the Ghost Hell region, are you here to establish your might or to exterminate them? You're powerful outside, but don't forget this is my territory." Yang Dingtian ignored him and continued, "Second, I've already fused with Nagaduga Shui and shared a demigod body." Ghost Emperor Wentian trembled and said, "So you're here to establish your might. You've only shared a demigod body, but you haven't broken through to become a demigod. What can you do to me?" Yang Dingtian. Third, the soul-leaving temple chose Queen Hai Xian as a puppet and sent the greater space technique to New Naga's Wentian, which is your soul's main body. Then, tens of thousands of future Nagadugu Shu'ais invaded the human countries. They're all close to becoming a demigod. Just now it was the worst news. Now there was suddenly good news. Ghost Emperor Wentian was a bit numb. He then smiled and said, "In other words, the human countries are finished. Wherever the Nagadigu Shuais passed, not even a blade of grass grew. Against tens of thousands of Nagadigu Shuais who are close to becoming a demigod, you have no power to resist. Then, are you here to plead for mercy? Do you want me to help you save the human countries?" Yang Dingtian. Fourth, these tens of thousands of future Nagadigu Shuais have been completely wiped out by us. Ghost Emperor Wentian was really going crazy. He roared, "Impossible? Impossible. That's the biggest mistake in the world. Yang Dingtian, do you take me for a fool?" Yang Dingtian. Fifth, Wentian's original name on Earth is Lilian. He has a daughter called Li Bijuan, who is my wife. Therefore, he is my father-in-law. You are a part of his soul. Therefore, I don't know how to address you. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't make any sound. In these few short minutes, the things that Yang Dingtian said had completely impacted his nerves and soul. It was too crazy. Even if all the things that happened in his life were added together, they wouldn't be so crazy. Yang Dingtian continued, "Sixth, my father-in-law Wentian has already chosen to stand on my side. Half of the future Nagadigu Shuais were killed by him in the Empire of Darkness. The only thing he wants now is for me to defeat the soul leaving Palace and the god of chaos before sending him back to Earth." Ghost Emperor Wentian was no longer able to express any emotions. He could only mumble, "Return to Earth? That's impossible. Even if he can return, his family would have already become a grave." Yang Dingtian. "No, the time scale on Earth is completely different from here. 10 years here is equivalent to 1 year on Earth. Therefore, even if Wentian returns 100 years later, he can still make it in time." Ghost Emperor Wentian's gaze trembled violently as he sank into a state of confusion. Yang Dingtian took out the recording jade and showed Ghost Emperor Wentian the scenes related to him and Wentian. Finally, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't take it anymore and said, "All right, Yang Dingtian, what do you want to do? Say it, don't say it anymore." Yang Dingtian. "All of the soul leaving Palace's methods and all of their chess pieces have been defeated by me. Therefore, Queen Medusa personally took action. She erected a statue that was tens of thousands of meters tall in the Sunset Mountain Range. The eyes of the statue shot out terrifying rays of light, turning all humans within a 7,000-mile radius into fossils." Ghost Emperor Wentian was still stunned. He didn't think that Queen Medusa would personally take action. Yang Dingtian. "Number 7, I need to transfer a portion of humans, roughly a few million or more, to the Ghost Hell region. Please set aside an area for these humans to live in and prohibit any undead or Shura from entering." After saying this, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't take it anymore and sneered, "Why should I, Yang Dingtian? Even if Wentian is standing together with you, and he is your father-in-law, while I am Wentian's soul avatar, it doesn't mean that we don't belong together. But now, it doesn't mean that he and I are one. You want to help him return to the human world, so you have common interests. But between you and I, there are no common interests at all." After saying this, Ghost Emperor Wentian felt that his attitude was still too soft and mocked. "Yang Dingtian, what made you think that I would help you? What made you think that after Wentian and you got along well, I would become your comrade?" Yang Dingtian. "I never thought that. I haven't finished speaking, so don't interrupt me." Ghost Emperor Wentian. "I'm all ears. I want to see how you will convince me." Yang Dingtian. "Number 8, a few years ago you helped the Queen Devil Queen and the others start the Second World-Ending War, allowing countless undead to enter the human countries and committing crimes against humanity. Therefore, after that, the Council of Light created countless lightning devices. Originally, they planned to use this army of lightning to enter the Underworld Empire after the war ended and exterminate all the undead Shura. However, if you are willing to help me this time, I can let the underworld empire off." Ghost Emperor Wentian was instantly enraged and said sternly, "Yang Dingtian, when I need help, you are actually threatening me? Don't forget, you can't even protect yourself right now. Moreover, your army of lightning cannot enter. You want me to help you? Dream on, dream on. If you dare to let your humans take a single step into the underworld empire, I will immediately let my undead army devour them." Yang Dingtian said, "The ninth condition. I didn't break through to the demigod realm, but my soul sword has. If the demigod realm is considered to be at the 50th rank, then my soul sword is already at the 51st rank. Furthermore, it can create the 3 mystic flame lightning, and its power is around the 59th rank. You can calculate how many attacks it would take to exterminate all the undead and Shura under your command. Everyone knows that the undead and Shura have no resistance against lightning. You dare!" Ghost Emperor Wentian's voice trembled. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the horizon. Then, a ray of light flew over from afar and floated above the heaven-reaching tower. It was Yang Dingtian's soul sword. Its flying speed was too shocking. After going to the northern central region, the southern barbarian region, and the eastern region, it flew several tens of thousands of li before returning to Yang Dingtian's side. "Number 10. I am not negotiating with you. I am ordering you," Yang Dingtian said resolutely. Then, Yang Dingtian used the soul sword to draw a map of the Ghost Hell region in the air. He drew a line on the eastern third of the Ghost Hell region, directly cutting off a third of the area. "You have 2 choices. First, temporarily cede this area to me and expel all the undead Shura there. Second, if you refuse, I will kill all the undead Shura in this area. Then I will place several thousand giant lightning devices on the line I drew. This way, all the undead Shura will not be able to cross. Number 11. You have 3 minutes to consider," Yang Dingtian said. At first, Ghost Emperor Wentian was extremely angry. Yang Dingtian was not negotiating with him, but a naked order and threat. But soon after, he realized that he had no other choice. "How would I know that your soul sword has broken through to the demigod rank?" Ghost Emperor Wentian sneered. Yang Dingtian did not say anything and directly ordered the soul sword to shoot out a demigod rank primal chaos attack. Bang! An extremely powerful energy hit Ghost Emperor Wentian's ghost fire. Immediately, Ghost Fire shuddered violently, feeling a fatal threat from the beginning to the end. Did the Ghost Fire break through to the demigod rank? No, its energy level had not reached the demigod rank. However, the amount of energy it contained was astronomical. Yang Dingtian's soul sword would need to launch countless attacks to completely destroy it. After all, the netherworld Ghost Fire had been accumulating energy for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. The countdown of 3 minutes has begun, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Then he immediately used his consciousness to control the soul sword and directly flew to the eastern third of the netherworld Ghost Emperor. It floated in the air and then prepared to kill. Time began to pass, second by second. However, Ghost Emperor Wentian did not make a last-minute decision. Not even a minute had passed, and he had already made a decision. Agree to Yang Dingtian's request. He had no choice at all. That's right. The ghost fire that his soul occupied was incomparably dense. It was even many times more dense than the demigod Nagas. However, the attack level of this energy would never reach the demigod rank. Therefore, neither he nor Yang Dingtian could do anything to each other. To be more precise, if Yang Dingtian was determined to kill him, he could do it. The most important thing was that Ghost Emperor Wentian could never leave the ghost fire and could not leave the Tower of Babel. He could only control countless undead and Shura to achieve his will. Otherwise, he was nothing. If Yang Dingtian killed all the undead and Shura, then he would be a lone commander. Therefore, although he was extremely angry, he could only obediently compromise. Yang Dingtian said, Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "You should know that this is the ghost hell land. The sun can't shine in. Humans living here will constantly lose their vitality and be constantly devoured." Yang Dingtian said, "I know, but at least they can live for a while, and they can take turns to walk out of the barrier and bask in the sun." Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "Why don't you let them go to the Umbral Realm?" "To the Umbral Realm? Your void-rending fire can directly send them to the Umbral Realm." Yang Dingtian said, "Most of these people are civilians. If they go to the Umbral Realm, they will immediately die. As for the Umbral Realm, they can't even withstand the extreme cold of the northern lands of ice and snow. They can't even reach the border of the abyss. Therefore, although your ghost hell land is the worst place, it is the only choice." Following this, Yang Dingtian didn't say anything else and directly left the ghost hell land. Ghost Emperor Wentian also immediately ordered all the undead and Shura in the area to retreat. 6 days later, most of the northern Zhongzhou, the entire Great Zhongzhou and the southern Zhongzhou, there was not a single living human left. All the humans had turned into fossils. This was the place with the highest concentration of humans. Last time, Medusa killed more than 100 million people, and this time the number was several times higher than the previous one. In other words, more than 60 to 70% of the world's population had been destroyed. Even though Yang Dingtian had made many preparations, whether it was to escape to the world of ice and snow, to the southern lands, or to the ghost hell land, the total number was only in the tens of millions. In 6 days, the entire Zhongzhou had become a land of death. Following this, a new statue of Medusa slowly rose in the East Continent. Fortunately, the East Continent had a total of 6 days to escape. Unfortunately, there weren't enough ships and winged cavalry. Only a portion of the humans managed to escape. After another 6 days, the entire East Continent had been turned over by Medusa. Currently, only the Southwest Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent, the Southern Lands, the Ghost Hell Land, part of the Ingzhou Continent, and the Empire of Darkness had survived. The number of survivors was around 200 to 300 million. Yang Dingtian anxiously waited for the fourth Medusa-killing array to rise in the Southwest Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent, or the Southern Lands. However, in the end, the fourth Medusa statue didn't rise. She seemed to have given up. As for Yang Dingtian, he didn't stop at all. He headed straight for the Dongli grassland, under the pyramid, the soul leaving Palace's energy stronghold. He wanted to negotiate with Medusa. This time he easily entered the radius of the soul leaving Palace and saw the statue of Queen Medusa again. Medusa, in the previous Armageddon war that happened every 200 years, only 1 to 200 million people died. This time, you've killed far more people than that. You should stop now, Yang Dingtian said. Medusa shook her head and said, "No, it's still too early. Most of the people I killed were civilians. The warriors are hiding in the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian, I gave you a choice. If you killed them yourself, you could control them and save more people. If you let me kill them, this is the result. It's good enough that a few million people can survive. I won't stop." Yang Dingtian said, "Then where is your next Medusa killing array?" Medusa shook her head and said, "No, it won't be the Medusa killing array next time. It consumes too much energy, especially the people in the Empire of Darkness. The energy killing array can't reach them. So, I have to use another method." Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a possibility. "Medusa, don't tell me you want to use such a poisonous method?" Queen Medusa nodded and said, "Yes, it's the method you think it is." Yang Dingtian's face twitched, and he said, "Nothing can be changed." Medusa nodded and said, "Nothing can be changed. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it." Yang Dingtian said, "I know. Then next, I will use all means to break through to the demigod realm and kill you." Medusa said disdainfully, "You can't do it." Yang Dingtian didn't argue with her. He directly woke up and left. He knew that Queen Medusa had temporarily exhausted her energy. Next, there would be a period of peace. He didn't know how long this period of peace would last, but during this period he and Nagashwang would use all means to break through to the demigod realm. Then they would kill Medusa, even if she was the mother of his lover, Shiman Ningning. Chapter 1184. After that, Medusa ceased all activities. The new Medusa's killing formation was never erected again. Obviously, this method of slaughter consumed too much energy. Moreover, there were no more areas with dense human populations, so Medusa would use another method. But he believed that it would take some time, because Medusa needed to recover her energy and spirit. In fact, Yang Dingtian had never understood how Medusa turned an astronomical number of humans into fossils. This did not conform to Yang Dingtian's understanding of energy at all. Even a demigod Naga would not be able to kill so many humans if she used up all her energy to slaughter. Moreover, to Medusa, there was no difference in the amount of spirit energy used to turn a saint-level powerhouse and a civilian into a fossil. In other words, in front of Queen Medusa, a saint-level powerhouse was no different from a farmer. Therefore, this must be another method of slaughter. It was definitely not the current mainstream method of using energy to destroy another energy life form. It should be some kind of energy reaction. Moreover, Yang Dingtian believed that Medusa did not rely on her spirit and energy to complete this slaughter. Nagashwang said that even if she broke through to become a demigod, she could still kill point to point from thousands of miles away. But Medusa's slaughter radius was actually 7,000 miles, and it was a complete slaughter without any blind spots. Not even half a human would survive in the entire fan plane. This was unbelievable. Moreover, after the slaughter, the entire space was still shrouded in energy, and any human who entered would still be turned into a fossil. The entire area was completely covered in death energy, which was even more terrifying than nuclear radiation. Yang Dingtian could not feel this energy, but he did feel it, because the southern barbarian continent had been continuously experimenting. The eyes of the Medusa statue in central continent had been closed for more than 10 days, and the slaughter had stopped. Every 3 hours, the southern barbarian continent would send a death row prisoner to the area covered by Medusa's killing formation. Although the slaughter was over, and the eyes of Medusa's killing formation were closed, the death row prisoner still turned into a fossil. However, the time it took for these prisoners to turn into fossils was getting longer and longer. The most recent data that Yang Dingtian obtained was 17 minutes. It would take 17 minutes for this death row prisoner to be completely turned into a fossil in the area covered by the Medusa's killing array. In other words, the energy of Medusa's killing array had been depleting. Moreover, this had nothing to do with the distance of Medusa's killing array. Regardless of whether one was close to the statue or far away, the special energy enveloping them was the same. This experiment was very inhumane. It was approved by Yang Dingtian personally. Most of the time, he was the one who completed it. He wanted to know what kind of effect Queen Medusa's massacre would have on the entire human kingdom. Would it affect the survival of mankind in the future? From the looks of it, there was an impact, and it was a very, very big one. Even though the terrifying energy that shrouded the human nations had been weakening, it would take a very long time for it to completely disappear. Shuang? According to your speculations, is it possible for Queen Medusa to use her own energy to complete this massacre? Yang Dingtian asked. Impossible. Nagashwang said, killing all the humans within 150 million square miles within 6 days. Moreover, the killing range is 7,000 miles. This is simply impossible. The amount of energy required is astronomical. Husband, if I want to kill someone from 1,000 miles away, the amount of energy required is more than 1,000 times that of killing someone from 1,000 miles away. This is because I don't have a soul sword. I can't let the soul sword fly for 1,000 miles before killing the target. I have to directly release an energy arrow to kill it. As the distance increases, the energy will continue to weaken. Yang Dingtian understood that this was like high-voltage electricity. As the distance increased, the energy loss would also increase. Naga Schwanger said, I have roughly calculated that Medusa has completed a killing array. If it is purely from the perspective of energy, it would require more than 100 pinnacle demigods. Yang Dingtian immediately understood what Naga Schwang meant. If a demigod Naga flew out and massacred a large area by herself, the amount of energy required would be much smaller. However, Medusa's killing array, which covered 150 million square miles in one go, would require more than 100,000 people. Naga demigods would need more than 100 pinnacle demigods. Queen Medusa only had one demigod sea. After completely releasing it, she would need to condense it again. Naga Schwang said, therefore, we can be sure that Queen Medusa used a special spiritual power to control a very, very powerful energy to complete this massacre. This energy definitely did not come from the human nations. Yang Dingtian nodded. At present, the human nations could not possibly have such a huge source of energy. Naga Schwang said, next, she probably won't raise another Medusa's killing array. Instead, she will use another method to kill the remaining humans. If I'm not wrong, Shimin Ningning must have thought of a possibility at that time. So she desperately ran away, trying to escape to a place where Medusa could not find her at all. Yang Dingtian nodded in understanding. He could indeed guess what Medusa's next move would be. No matter the reason, it seemed that Queen Medusa was unwilling to show up, or perhaps she could not show up. However, she and her daughter, Shimin Ningning, were completely connected. In other words, she could transfer part of her energy to Shimin Ningning, then control Shimin Ningning to complete the next precise massacre. Ningning thought of this terrible scene, so she desperately ran away. Schwang, 3 Medusa's killing arrays should have exhausted all of Queen Medusa's spiritual power. Yang Dingtian said, then how long do you think it will take for her to recover? Naga Schwang said, husband, she doesn't need to fully recover. As long as she recovers 20 to 30%, she can start the next precise massacre. Yes, that was indeed the case. Naga Schwang said, based on my race's memory, Medusa's complete spiritual recovery seems to range from 800 to 1300 days. Yang Dingtian said, you can't measure Medusa like that. She should be especially powerful. Moreover, she only needs to recover 20 to 30%, so the time will be very short. Therefore, I feel that the time she gave us is at most half a year. Naga Schwang said, I agree. Yang Dingtian said, Schwang, in the soul-leaving temple's energy stronghold, I can see Medusa in an illusion. If I'm not wrong, that energy stronghold is like a signal tower that can gather and receive energy signals from Medusa tens of thousands of kilometers away. Yes, husband. Naga Schwang said, it's like the TV signal tower when you were young, and like the radio in the early days. Naga Schwang and Yang Dingtian were completely telepathic at this time. Unlike Yang Dingtian, she would read Yang Dingtian's memories almost whenever she was free, not letting go of any privacy. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, rarely took the initiative to read her memories. Therefore, she knew almost everything about Yang Dingtian on Earth. Yang Dingtian said, then is it possible to capture the energy signals from Medusa, reverse engineer them, and locate Medusa's location? Yes. Naga Schwang said, I said before that as long as we break through to demigod, we will definitely be able to meet Medusa. The method you mentioned is the most direct. Capture her energy trajectory directly and reverse engineer it. We will find her in about a few seconds. Yang Dingtian asked, do we have to break through to demigod? Naga Schwang said, husband, Medusa sends energy signals from tens of thousands of kilometers away, or even across plains to the soul leaving temple's stronghold in the human countries. The energy stronghold then captures and amplifies them. That's why you can meet Medusa in an illusion. This energy signal is very weak, and it needs to be condensed and amplified by the energy stronghold. Therefore, when you chase the energy trajectory in reverse, the energy you release will continue to weaken, and it will have to travel tens of thousands of kilometers or even across several planes. If we don't become demigods with our current cultivation, it will completely weaken in less than a few thousand kilometers. Understood. He had to break through to demigod to find Medusa's location. Only by finding her could he get rid of her. Nagashwang said, "This is because we have already intercourse, which is why we have a huge advantage. Because we mean two demigods. In the words of Earth, 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Half a year. Queen Medusa would only give him half a year at most. At that time, she might control Shimaningning and enter the human countries, or even the Empire of Darkness, to carry out a precise massacre. Yang Dingtian couldn't let this happen. In this short month, Yang Dingtian could only completely ignore the countless humans who had turned into fossils and been killed. As long as he thought of the countless human fossils in his mind, his heart would even stop for an instant and then shrink into a ball, as if this could alleviate the pain in his heart. Despite the fact that many of them had once opposed Yang Dingtian, scolded him, rebelled, and attacked the Radiant Parliament, the Radiant Parliament was still in the limelight. But in this great calamity, all humans should be the target of his protection and rescue. He had already saved a large number of them, but he had still lost so many. In the future, if the humans he had already protected encountered another calamity, Yang Dingtian suspected that he would collapse, because that would prove that everything he had done was worthless. His struggles over the past 10 years, the sacrifices and struggles of countless elites of the Council of Light, would become meaningless. Break through to demigod in half a year. You can use any means, light or dark, Yang Dingtian said. Is there any way? Any way? No. Nagashwang was resolute. Then Nagashwang said, "Husband, it's not just the human countries, but the entire chaotic world. The only place where you can break through to demigod is the dark throne of the Dark Kingdom. Even the remaining ruins of the old Naga Empire can't do it. The energy pressure is not enough." Yang Dingtian said, don't forget that I still have 2 energy gems. These are the 2 eyes on the Medusa trap guarding the ruins of the Naga Empire. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, they have devoured an unimaginable amount of energy. Not long ago, they devoured 4,900 future generations of Naga who were close to demigod. Nagashwang said, "I know, husband. Our minds are connected. Of course I know of their existence." Yang Dingtian said, "Even these 2 energy gems can't help us break through to demigod?" Nagashwang said, "Of course it's enough. It's enough for 10 or even 100 of us to break through to demigod, let alone the 2 of us." This Medusa trap was guarding the borders of the Naga Empire and had existed for millions of years. When the Naga Empire was still around, one of the gems had to be removed every 1,000 years to release its energy in the Naga Empire. After the fall of the Naga Empire, it hasn't been removed or released for at least 10,000 years. Therefore, the amount of energy contained in these gems is astronomical. Yang Dingtian took out an energy gem from his space ring. He really couldn't feel the existence of any energy at all. He couldn't imagine how such a small energy gem could contain such a huge amount of energy. Nagashwang said, "Husband, size no longer matters to these 2 energy bodies, because its interior is also a huge independent space. It's like a sea of energy. Its interior can be a space of tens of thousands of miles." Yang Dingtian was very clear about this point. Nagashwang said, "And in fact, these 2 gems aren't products of the Naga Empire. They were left behind by you in the ancient era." Immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely astonished. She had originally thought that these 2 gems were created by the Naga Empire. She didn't expect them to be from the ancient era. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then is there no way to devour the energy in them?" Nagashwang said, previously in the Naga Empire, dozens of powerful Naga demigods were needed to open this energy gem each time. It was opened bit by bit and released bit by bit. How could the two of us open it? Yes, such a huge amount of energy was condensed in this crystal. Yang Dingtian could imagine that it was completely impossible for her to open it. And even if she could open it, the only result would be that the human kingdoms within tens of thousands of miles would be completely destroyed, and the great cataclysm would come ahead of time. Because the energy inside was just too shocking. Just the 4,900 Naga demigods were more than what the human kingdoms could withstand. But now the path was very clear. In the entire chaotic world, only the dark throne of the Empire of Darkness could break through to the demigod realm normally, but it would take more than a few hundred years. If she wanted to break through to the demigod realm in a short time, she could only devour these two ancient energy bodies. But it was impossible to open it, and even more impossible to devour its energy. But now, at this time, anything that was impossible had to be tried. Conventional thinking was impossible, but if she changed her way of thinking, there might be a breakthrough and a surprise. Yang Dingtian said, I've decided. In the following time, our only mission is to study how to open these two ancient energy bodies and how to devour them. Nagashwang said, yes, you're a male. You have the final say. Then Nagashwang said, husband, you already have a direction, right? Yang Dingtian said, I vaguely have a direction. You said that it's not a product of the Naga Empire, but of the ancient era. Perhaps it's a product of tens of millions of years, or even longer. In that case, if we want to open it and devour it, we first have to know what it is. Nagashwang said, husband, according to your boldest guess, what is it? Yang Dingtian said, I'll find the answer right away. Wait for me. I believe that we'll know what it is soon. Then, Yang Dingtian turned into a stream of light and flew toward the west. Nagashwang immediately knew where Yang Dingtian was going. That place could indeed find the answer, and even the method of opening and devouring. Chapter 1185. Where was Yang Dingtian going? The Forbidden Continent Illusion. This was because almost all of the epics could be encountered in the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. Therefore, regarding these two ancient energy bodies, he believed that he could find the answer in the Forbidden Continent illusion. Yang Dingtian flew to the Forbidden Continent's sea area as fast as he could. At this moment, there was no one guarding the crucial door of the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian immediately rushed in and immediately appeared in the Forbidden Continent's illusion realm. As if there was a memory archive when Yang Dingtian first entered, it was still the progress of a few years ago. The entire chaotic world was in the sixth era. What Yang Dingtian had just entered was the boundless sea. In the depths of the sea, there were an astonishing number of giant beasts. Not only at the bottom of the sea, there were also giant beasts flying in the air. At that time, Yang Dingtian would have been killed instantly by these giant beasts. But now, Yang Dingtian was completely at ease. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to attack these giant beasts, because these prehistoric giant beasts were all incomparably huge, but they only had infinite strength. They couldn't spit fire or electricity at all. If Yang Dingtian wanted to kill these giant beasts now, it would be a piece of cake. But what he needed now was to observe. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was still cultivating here, so it was still useless. He directly turned invisible and flew all the way to observe the sixth era of the prehistoric giant beasts. Because the space-time speed here was already very, very slow, many years here was only equivalent to a day in the human kingdom. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had a lot of time to observe this world. However, he didn't find anything different about this world. It was even similar to the legendary ancient Earth. In the sixth era, species were already very, very rich. Whether it was animals or plants, they already had the embryonic form of the entire world's species. Even though the prehistoric giant beasts were the overlords of the entire world. But the impact on other animal species wasn't great. The entire world was a very complete biological chain. The order of nature would solve everything. The prehistoric giant beasts killed each other, and the war was endless. But they were all fighting with strength and teeth. Although there were countless casualties, it wouldn't lead to a mass extinction. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had already discovered that there was more than one type of monkey. During the Jurassic period on Earth, dinosaurs ruled the forests, the sky, and the sea. And in the chaos world of the Sixth Era, the prehistoric behemoths also ruled the skies, the lands, and the seas. On Earth, legend had it that the impact of a meteorite had caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. But in the chaotic world, no one knew what caused the extinction of the prehistoric giant beasts. That was because they were probably the first generation overlords of the primal chaos world. They were definitely extinct. Yang Dingtian had been flying in the Sixth Era for 1 or 2 years, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. He also didn't find anything related to the 2 ancient energy bodies in his hand. Thus, Yang Dingtian left the Sixth Era. Once again, they arrived at the dark void. The floating tower shuttled through the void. It represented the passage of time. In the endless void, Yang Dingtian could faintly see the figure of the fallen divine dragon again. It was still very blurry, faintly discernible. Soon, Yang Dingtian shuttled through millions of miles of the dark void. Soon, Yang Dingtian entered the Seventh Era. When he just entered, it was still the endless ocean. In the distance, it was still the endless forest. Soon, Yang Dingtian was discovered by a flying prehistoric giant beast. It rushed over. Yang Dingtian didn't care. Instead, he quickly flashed away to avoid it. Boom! At this moment, the flying prehistoric giant beast suddenly spewed out flames that soared into the sky. Separated by a few hundred miles, the soaring flames arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The temperature was more than tens of thousands of degrees. Yang Dingtian was stunned. In the last era, these prehistoric giant beasts only relied on their teeth and claws. They fought with brute force. How did they learn to breathe fire at this time? Moreover, Yang Dingtian quickly calculated the energy level of this flying giant beast in the air. Separated by a few hundred miles, the flames spewed out could still exceed tens of thousands of degrees. Moreover, it was just the temperature at the edge. Through simple calculations, Yang Dingtian came to the conclusion that the energy level of this flying giant beast was about the 27th order. Getting this answer, Yang Dingtian was stunned. A 27th order monster had completely surpassed the most powerful magic fire demonic phoenix. What exactly caused these monsters to have these changes? Just as Yang Dingtian was surprised, a terrifying shadow beast suddenly shuttled over from the side. Pa! It abruptly spat out a shocking bolt of lightning, which was several hundred kilometers in length, and viciously struck the body of the monster from before. Then a fire-breathing beast and a lightning-breathing beast fought fiercely. Moreover, Yang Dingtian also found that this lightning-breathing beast was very similar to the night owl. It could be learned that it was the ancestor of the night owl. Yang Dingtian hid on the side and watched the 2 monsters fight. About half an hour later, the result came out. The fire-breathing beast was defeated and killed by the lightning-breathing beast. Then the whole corpse was eaten alive by the lightning-breathing beast. Yang Dingtian hid and continued to fly forward. They discovered that the originally peaceful Sixth Era had already changed beyond recognition. Countless giant beasts were fighting crazily. The war between the giant beasts was everywhere. The attacks of wind, lightning, water, and fire destroyed countless forests and killed countless species. The entire world of the Seventh Era was in shambles. Moreover, in addition to eating leaves and meat to fill their stomachs, these monsters loved all kinds of stones more. Yes, they were just stones, not crystals. At most, they were some special ores. Yang Dingtian picked up all kinds of stones and found that they did contain all kinds of energy. However, it was very chaotic and the content was not high. These giant beasts were eating almost all the time, And Yang Dingtian found that the war between the giant beasts was completely for these special energy stones. Whether it was the bottom of the sea, mountains, forests, or snow, as long as there was an energy stone mine, it would all become the battlefield of the giant beasts. Moreover, Yang Dingtian also found a very interesting thing. That was, after these giant beasts ate these energy stones, they only took what they needed. The energy they did not need would be excreted as feces. And in these feces, there were countless transparent powders. Yang Dingtian washed these powders and found that they were actually the original form of crystals. These discoveries made Yang Dingtian a little excited. However, he still did not get what he wanted. What he wanted to find were the two ancient energy crystals, although in the 7th era, the existence of energy had been discovered. But regarding the two ancient energy bodies, he still did not find anything. Then, Yang Dingtian entered the 8th era. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. He was stunned by the world of the 8th era. He was shocked to find that all the giant beasts had disappeared. As the overlords of the chaotic world for 2 generations, they were completely extinct. And Yang Dingtian had no idea how they became extinct. There were still many species on the ground. And the overlords of the 8th era had also appeared. They were actually humans. That's right, humans had actually become the overlords at this time. Of course, humans at this time looked very strange. Their limbs were thin and long, and their heads were huge. They were either hairy all over or naked all over. But without exception, everyone's eyes were very big, like a particularly bright crystal. In short, the humans of the 8th era were very ugly. Of course, these were not the reason why he was shocked. What made him completely shocked was the incomparably prosperous and brilliant civilization of the 8th era. The civilization of the 8th era was not only more prosperous than the human countries, it even surpassed the modern Earth. There were human cities everywhere, not only on land, but also in the sea. There were countless super metropolises. There were even huge cities floating in the sky and huge pyramids everywhere. What shocked Yang Dingtian's heart was not only this. What shocked him the most was that the world of the 8th era was completely a world of energy civilization. There were huge spaceships in the sky and huge propellers on the ground. Every one of them was driven by energy arrays. Every spaceship, every huge building, and every huge pyramid was an individual energy array. Then, Yang Dingtian also witnessed the war of this world. It was completely filled with fantasy and science fiction. There were no human soldiers at all. All of them were huge spaceships shooting energy lights at each other in the sky. There were war chariots on the ground and energy warships in the sea. Here, Yang Dingtian also saw something. That was dark matter that could devour everything. It was dark matter that completely enveloped the Empire of Darkness and devoured the ancient sea serpent empire. It was completely indestructible and could ignore any attack. It turned out that this kind of energy matter was created by the humans of the 8th era. It was not only an extremely powerful weapon, but also a powerful defense. Yang Dingtian was shocked to see that in the 8th era, the superpowers of the sea and the land were engaged in an earth-shattering war. As for the land, they activated a huge dark matter energy barrier to defend against any attack from the sea. At this moment, Yang Dingtian completely understood. The Empire of Darkness that Wen Tian discovered back then, the Empire of Darkness that was protecting tens of millions of humans, was created by the humans of the 8th era. In Yang Dingtian's opinion, the Empire of Darkness was incomparably huge and majestic. But in the 8th era, the scale of the entire Empire of Darkness was not worth mentioning at all. In the 8th era, the human empire spanned across the sea, the land, the sky. Every space spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. The entire Empire of Darkness was at most a big city in the 8th era. Or rather, it was a military camp. It could also be a refugee camp. In short, it wasn't a real city. The shock in Yang Dingtian's heart was indescribable. He didn't expect that the humans were actually the second generation overlords of the primal chaos world before the Naga era. The humans here didn't have any martial strength. They were even much weaker than the current human countries. However, their energy civilization was tyrannical to the extreme. Their utilization of matter had reached the extreme. In fact, the power they grasped was enough to destroy the entire world many times over. Yang Dingtian knew that the 8th era had also perished. Almost none of the ancient humans were left. Then how did it perish? Yang Dingtian didn't have the time to think about this for now. What he wanted to find was the 2 energy bodies in his hands. He flew through many cities invisibly, but he still couldn't find any traces of these 2 energy bodies. He was unwilling to give up and kept flying, searching. However, he soon flew to the edge of the human civilization. He actually flew to a barren land. This area wasn't big, spanning tens of thousands of miles. However, this area was already on the verge of death. It was roughly the same as the 1st and 2nd dark domains. Yang Dingtian knew that this was the result of the first great nirvana annihilation. The expansion and war of the first-generation overlords, the energy beasts, had led to the first great nirvana annihilation. It formed this dark domain that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Not only the dark domain, Yang Dingtian also saw the embryonic form of the abyss border. This should be the first abyss border of the chaos world. The abyss border was born to devour the vitality continent. However, Yang Dingtian soon discovered that the abyss border here was actually motionless and did not devour the vitality continent. He couldn't help but be surprised. Therefore, he released the void-splitting fire and entered the abyss border to investigate. After entering, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned, because the abyss border here was completely different from what Yang Dingtian had experienced. After being refined by the void-splitting fire, it was still a transparent crystal. However, in the absolute transparency, there was a huge dragon roaming and flying in the abyss border. This dragon was very, very huge, spanning hundreds of miles. Its appearance was almost completely the appearance of a fallen divine dragon. This was not what shocked Yang Dingtian. What shocked him was the dragon's 2 eyes. Each eye was incomparably huge, with a diameter of more than hundreds of thousands of meters. And if Yang Dingtian was not mistaken, the eyes of this huge dragon roaming in the abyss border were the eyes in Yang Dingtian's space ring. These 2 ancient energy bodies were the 2-eyed gems in Medusa's trap. In terms of shape, they were exactly the same. The light they released was like 2 suns, exactly the same as when Medusa set the trap. Yang Dingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Naga Shuang also let out a long sigh of relief. The answer was found. These 2 ancient energy crystals were actually the eyes of the fallen divine dragon in the abyss border. This discovery was indeed shocking. No wonder it was so powerful that it was suffocating. Chapter 1186. Even in the illusory realm of the taboo continent, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were telepathically connected. Shuang, the 2 energy bodies in my hands are actually the eyes of the fallen divine dragon, Yang Dingtian said. However, Naga Shuang fell into a short silence. What's wrong? Shuang, Yang Dingtian said. Naga Shuang said, Husband, this doesn't make sense. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, you know that the fallen divine dragon has always been seducing different species. From the prehistoric beasts to the humans of the 8th era, to the Naga, the Fox Demon clan, and the Silent clan, the fallen divine dragon has never stopped seducing the races of the chaotic world, and many of the races it seduced have become the absolute overlords of the entire world. So, how did the fallen divine dragon seduce the races of this world? Perhaps these 2 eyes are the answer. Naga Shuang said, Husband, think about it. Any race that is seduced by the fallen divine dragon will become powerful, but they are all powerful in terms of martial strength. Whether it is the prehistoric beasts, the Naga clan, or the Fox Demon clan, there is no exception. However, you see that the humans of the 8th era are very weak in terms of martial strength. They became the overlords of the chaotic world entirely because of their intelligence. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yes, Nagashwang was right. The humans of the 8th era were the absolute overlords. Although Yang Dingtian did not know how they developed, there was no doubt that there was no race in the entire chaotic world that could fight against them. Shuang, once the demigod Naga clan and the 8th era's humans start a war, who will win and who will lose? Yang Dingtian asked. Nagashwang was silent for a moment and said, Husband, I don't know. Because I don't know how far the 8th era's human civilization has developed in the illusory realm. Is it the middle stage or the peak stage? But if it is only at this stage, the Naga Empire can still win. However, if human civilization continues to develop, the Naga Empire may lose. Yang Dingtian, Shuang, if your guess is correct. The humans of the 8th era did not rely on the fallen divine dragons to become the overlords of the world. They relied entirely on their own wisdom. Then, what does this have to do with whether or not these two energy bodies are the eyes of the fallen divine dragon? Nagashwang said, Husband, the two energy forms in your hands are very powerful. However, it doesn't seem to be qualified to be the eyes of a fallen divine dragon. Although Nagashwang had no evidence to back up her claims, Yang Dingtian could vaguely sense this. Although these two energy bodies contained an astronomical amount of energy as the eyes of a fallen divine dragon, they still seemed to be lacking. Moreover, it was unlikely that the fallen divine dragon's eyes had been gouged out. In fact, the fallen divine dragon might not even have a body, so there were no so-called eyes. Yang Dingtian, Shuang, what do you think these two energy bodies are? Nagashwanger said, Husband, have you noticed? The abyss border you see has stopped and is quiet. It has not been devouring the living continents. Yang Dingtian could not help but recall carefully, and it was indeed so. Every abyss border that Yang Dingtian had seen, even if it was a temporary one, was constantly devouring. At this moment, the abyss border was absolutely still, as if it was not functioning at all. At first glance, this did not seem to be anything, but upon further thought, it was very terrifying. The abyss border was the most powerful place in the entire chaotic world, devouring everything. Now, it had actually violated its own laws and stopped devouring. Nagashwang said the humans of the 8th era were very, very powerful. They also discovered this abyss border and devoured the living continents day after day. It was the greatest crisis of the chaotic world. Therefore, they wanted to stop this and stop the abyss border from devouring. I don't know how they did it, but it's obvious that they did it. Yang Dingtian nodded. Naga Shuang continued. Therefore, according to my conjecture, the dragon you saw at the abyss border was fake, a pseudo-divine dragon. It was an energy body created by the humans of the 8th era and placed at the abyss border to prevent the abyss border from spreading and protect the living continents. Yang Dingtian was astonished. Was this giant dragon a fake? It was created by the humans of the 8th era. These two energy bodies were the eyes of the pseudo-divine dragon? Were they also created by the ancient human civilization? Nagashwang said, In order to prove this point, husband, why don't you stay here and observe for a while? Yang Dingtian nodded. Following this, Yang Dingtian stayed at the abyss border all the time. Sometimes he was in the dark realm, sometimes on the living continents, and sometimes on the abyss border. In any case, many years here were only a few days in the outside world. Just like that, he waited here every day. Time passed day by day, month by month, year by year. Of course, this kind of absolute waiting time was not unbearable, because it was very likely that he would get the most useful answer and also the unveiling of a huge mystery. At least during this period, he learned a trick. That was completely purify the abyss border at the beginning and then jump in. After entering the abyss border, immediately shrink the void cracking fire to only about 1 cubic meter of essence. In this way, not only was it absolutely safe, but he could also observe the inside of the abyss border and move freely in the abyss border. This was something that he couldn't do before, no matter what he did. The most important thing was that he saved a lot of mystical chi. Finally, one day, Yang Dingtian arrived. On this day, Yang Dingtian was in a small purification space, wandering the entire abyss border. Suddenly, two incomparably huge energy formation castles flew over from afar. They were really, really huge, more than tens of thousands of meters in diameter, as tall as mountains. It was more similar to the Dark Castle in the Empire of Darkness, but much more advanced. Inside the Dark Castle, it was dark, but this huge flying castle was completely brightly lit. Then, these two huge flying castles floated at the edge of the abyss border. Then, a huge light energy formation was activated, producing a strong suction force. Then, Yang Dingtian saw the giant dragon roaming at the abyss border slowly fly up. It left the abyss border and was slowly sucked into the energy formation under the huge castle. And as soon as this giant dragon left, the abyss border immediately recovered its original function, constantly devouring the vitality of the continent, constantly spreading and constantly nibbling away. Naga Shuang's inference was correct. It was indeed a pseudo-divine dragon, created by humans at that time. Its body was made of a special kind of energy. It could be seen but not touched. Only its two eyes were energy bodies, but they actually existed. It was between an energy body and a material body. Two huge energy bodies took out the pseudo-divine dragon's two eyes. Each eye was a huge energy ball with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Then, one of the flying castles stretched out a huge snow-white energy probe over thousands of meters long. Yang Dingtian felt that this probe was very similar to the one in the Celestial Palace. Then, from the other flying castle, a huge energy probe also stretched out. It was the same size, but it was black. The pseudo-divine dragon's huge eyes floated between the two probes. Suddenly, boom, 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 the two probes violently struck, emitting an incomparably powerful energy. A ray of black energy and a ray of white energy suddenly pierced through the two eye energy bodies and met in the middle. Boom, 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 they kept colliding. Yang Dingtian didn't even know how much energy was inside. That was because the energy released by each attack was from the flying castle's attack. Boom! The last earth-shattering collision. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian discovered that the energy bodies of the two eyes were merely connected together, and in the middle of them, there was a faintly discernible dark energy door. Then, a few humans floated out, drilled into this dark energy door, and disappeared from sight. At this time, Yang Dingtian was floating on the surface of the abyss border. The top of his head had been purified like a transparent crystal. Thus, he was able to see everything clearly. Dozens of humans entered the energy body space. This lasted for several hours. Only then did these people leave. Then the two probes retracted. The dark energy door closed. Two huge energy tentacles put the two huge energy bodies back into the pseudo-divine dragon's eye sockets. Then, this giant dragon flew back into the abyss border and continued to roam. Then, the swallowing and spreading of the abyss border immediately stopped. After everything was done, the two huge flying castles left. Shuang, you guessed right. These two energy bodies in my hands are indeed products created by humans in the 8th era. Yang Dingtian said, they are the pseudo-divine dragon's eyes. Naga Shuang said, husband, did you see it just now? The two castles stretched out black and white probes and opened an energy door. Then these humans entered the energy bodies for maintenance. Yang Dingtian said, I saw it. Naga Shuang said, if I'm not wrong, the amount of energy in these two pseudo-mystical dragon eyes is an astronomical figure. The terrifying swallowing force released by the abyss border was all absorbed by it. But every once in a while, it has to be cleaned inside to prevent it from overloading and losing its function. Yang Dingtian nodded. The humans in the 8th era were really awesome. They could even resist the abyss border. Nagashwang said, "Moreover, the energy contained in these two energy bodies is astronomical, so they can't be opened. Once opened, the energy burst out and is completely destructive. So, they opened an energy door between the two energy bodies and entered. This is because the two energy bodies are of the yin and yang dual attributes. When the energy door is in the middle of the two energy bodies, it will reach a balance, and the energy inside will not overflow. So, there won't be an earth-shattering explosion." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, so we have to find a way to open an energy door between these two energy bodies and then enter to devour. Devour the endless energy inside." "Yes." Nagashwang said, "Okay, husband, you can come out." Yang Dingtian was stunned. He wanted to go to the next era. He wanted to know how the human civilization in the 8th era was destroyed. How did the demigod Naga rise? But there was one thing that proved that although the human civilization in the 8th era was destroyed, the genes of the demigods were very important. However, the fallen divine dragon valued the genes in their bodies very much. Therefore, every time he created a demigod race in the future, he would borrow human genes. Although the humans in the later generations were not so smart, but it was clear that the ancient human genes still existed in their bodies. Nagashwang said, "Husband, if the next era is the rise of the Naga Empire, you will be in danger. Then you will be in great danger. No matter how fast you fly or how invisible you are, you will not be able to escape the Naga's pursuit. Although you won't really die in an illusion, the damage to your brain and spirit will be huge. Also, we've got the answer we want. I think you can come out." Yang Dingtian felt that Nagashwang was right. He said, "Okay, I'll come out." Then, Yang Dingtian flew to the starting point of the 8th era. He shuttled back and forth in the void between the 8th and 7th era. Soon, Yang Dingtian left the illusion of the taboo continent and returned to the Skull Hall. At this time, he couldn't leave through the door of the human kingdom. Yang Dingtian had to go back through the Little Western Paradise. Opening the door of the Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian flew into the Little Western Paradise. After entering the Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian almost immediately saw the incomparably beautiful and huge statue of Medusa in the distance. His heart suddenly trembled, and he felt a chill. He thought that Medusa only killed humans, but he didn't expect that the Demon Fox clan would be killed as well. The killing formation of Medusa, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, stood quietly in the center of the Little Western Paradise, as if it was sneering at him. Yang Dingtian quickly flew into the city of the Little Western Paradise. Sure enough, there were countless fossils. All the demon foxes, whether in human form or demon fox form, had all turned into stones. They were densely packed, countless, and lifelike. Fortunately, hundreds of thousands of demon foxes had already retreated to the Empire of Darkness in advance. Otherwise, the Demon Fox clan would have been completely extinct. But soon, Yang Dingtian made another discovery. Although all the demon foxes in the city had turned into fossils, but many demon foxes in the mountain were still there. As Yang Dingtian flashed around, he discovered plenty of demon foxes that were hiding and shivering. These demon foxes were very low level, and their bloodline was also very low. They were all in fox form, but they still had some intelligence. Yang Dingtian didn't disturb them, but left quietly. He entered the Buzhou mountain domain, opened the space door, and entered the torn space. Then he passed through the torn space and entered the human kingdom. Finally, Yang Dingtian came to the ruins of the Sky Demon City, melted the dark matter, and entered the Empire of Darkness. He entered the Celestial Palace. At this time, the Nagashwang also stopped devouring energy. Yang Dingtian took out the two energy bodies. Now that he knew its origin and the amount of energy it contained, it was enough for him to break through dozens of demigods. He also knew that the only way to devour it was to enter it. Then the only thing left to do was to find a way to open an energy door between the two energy bodies. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, Shuang in the illusion mirror I saw that it was yin and yang energy. It violently collided and opened an energy door. This is very similar to the way I create the space door. Shuang said, Husband, these two energy bodies are separate plane space. So it is a space door, but it is not only a space door, it is also similar to the dark energy door created by the void splitting fire. Because when the Naga Empire didn't have the greater space technique, dozens of demigods Naga could extract power from these two energy bodies. Yang Dingtian nodded. That was indeed the case. Then he said, there's no time to lose. Let's start trying to open the space door between these two energy bodies now. The sooner the better. Chapter 1187. Yang Dingtian immediately used the greater space technique to try to open a spatial door between the two energy bodies. Without a doubt, he failed. Next, Yang Dingtian opened a fiery void gate, but he also failed. Then, Yang Dingtian combined the fiery void gate and the spatial door. Although it was very difficult, Yang Dingtian still managed to do it. First of all, he opened another spatial portal in the fire-split void gate. After failing, he opened a spatial rift in the middle of the spatial rift. All of them had failed. All of his attempts had failed. Nagashwang said, Husband, this energy body is far more complicated than we imagined. Perhaps we have to do exactly what we saw in the Forbidden Continent's illusion to open a door to enter this energy body. Yang Dingtian recalled the two flying castles in the Forbidden Continent's illusion. They each had two energy probes, and then wildly spat out energy to collide with each other. Moreover, the black and white energy had penetrated the energy body and collided with each other in the middle, creating a door to enter the energy body. Yang Dingtian said, In the illusion, the two huge flying castles were very similar to the dark castle here, but they were not the same. Moreover, there are no energy probes in our dark castle. Nagashwang said, There are no energy probes in the dark castle, but there are in the Skirich imperial capital. Then, she looked up at the top of the celestial palace. A huge probe probed from top to bottom. It was at least a few 100 miles long. Compared to the probe in the illusion, it was many times larger. Yang Dingtian said, But there is only one probe in the Skirich imperial capital, and it is colorless and transparent. Nagashwang said, Husband, this Skirich imperial capital is far more complicated than you think. In fact, it is not just what we are showing now. It does have two yin and yang probes. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. Why do you say that? Nagashwang replied, Because I have second-level control over the throne of darkness. I have a deeper understanding of the Skirich imperial capital than you do. Yang Dingtian asked, Then, do you have a way to get the second energy probe out now? Nagashwang said, No, in fact, I separated the yin and yang dual elemental celestial palace, including the yin and yang dual elemental energy probe. Yang Dingtian was surprised. Separate? Although the entire celestial hall looks black, that is because of the Empire of Darkness background. In fact, it is colorless. It's a combination of yin and yang, and it can separate yin and yang. Nagashwang continued, However, it's a pity. Splitting the yin and yang energy of the celestial hall is the highest authority of the throne of darkness. I'm unable to do it. Only Wentian alone can do it. Yang Dingtian was really stunned. He really didn't know anything about this. Yang Dingtian was stunned and immediately fell into hesitation. Yang Dingtian no longer doubted Wentian's position. However, he was once a spiritual puppet of the soul leaving palace. So Medusa might have left a mark in his mind. Even if Medusa couldn't control Wentian's will, she might be able to probe his vision. In that case, everything that Wentian experienced would be known to Medusa. Wentian was worried about this, so he sealed himself in ice early. He didn't want to give Medusa any chance to take advantage of him. Now, should he awaken Wentian? Should he take the risk? Nagashwang didn't say anything. She quietly waited for Yang Dingtian's decision. To be honest, she didn't care at all, although she wanted to break through to the demigod realm. She didn't care about the safety of the remaining humans. However, she had been mentally connected with Yang Dingtian for a long time. Therefore, she could empathize with Yang Dingtian's feelings. Shuang, do you think Medusa can see everything through Wentian? Yang Dingtian asked. Nagashuang said, Husband, this is my opinion. Medusa can see everything through Shima Ningning. Moreover, she can directly control Shima Ningning's will. Because they are mother and daughter, they share the same energy. Although their mother-daughter relationship is different from our husband-wife relationship, they are the same in some aspects. It's just that they are different, while we are completely sharing the same energy. Yang Dingtian said continue. Yang Dingtian could immediately guess what Nagashuang was thinking if he used his heart to probe. However, Yang Dingtian rarely did this. He preferred to communicate with others. On the other hand, Nagashuang liked to directly read Yang Dingtian's mind. Nagashuang said Wentian was once a spiritual puppet of Medusa. Therefore, Queen Medusa must have left a spiritual imprint in his brain. This is without a doubt. These spiritual imprints are like a Trojan horse hidden in the brain. They can steal the memories and consciousness of the spiritual puppet. It seemed that Nagashuang had read almost every inch of Yang Dingtian's memory. She even knew about the computer Trojan horse. Nagashuang continued, However, this spiritual imprint is the same as the Trojan horse program on Earth. After it steals the information, it can only contact the hacker's master through the network and transmit the stolen information to its master. The so-called network should be the energy base of these spiritual puppets when they enter the soul-departing palace. Not every place can be connected to the soul-departing palace. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, That makes sense. Nagashuang said, This is only my guess. I can't guarantee it. The decision still needs to be made by my husband. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know. I have already made my decision. Open the energy gate to Wentian's secret room. Yes. Nagashuang sat on the dark throne and opened an energy gate. Yang Dingtian directly flew out and entered the secret room where Wentian was. After draining the unfreezing water, he released Wentian's spiritual seal, mystic meridian seal, and energy sea seal. Soon, Wentian woke up. When he saw Yang Dingtian, he couldn't help but be startled and said, What's wrong? Yang Dingtian said, I need your help. Wentian said, Are you sure? You should know that the soul-departing palace left an imprint in my brain. Yang Dingtian said, I know, but I have to do this. Wentian immediately stood up and said, Okay, let's go. Then he directly flew towards the celestial palace. He naturally knew that Yang Dingtian only needed his help with one thing, and that was to use the highest authority of the throne of darkness. Because to Yang Dingtian, this was currently Wentian's greatest and only use. After entering the celestial Great Hall, Nagashuang had already left. Wentian directly flew to the throne of darkness and sat down. Yang Dingtian opened his mouth and wanted to tell Wentian about this matter. No, don't tell me anything. Wentian said, You just need to tell me what I should do. Yang Dingtian was startled and then nodded. Wentian was very cautious. This was for the sake of confidentiality. This was also a form of trust. Yang Dingtian said, Please use the highest authority of the throne of darkness to separate the yin and yang of the celestial palace. Wentian's eyes narrowed and said, The energy consumption might be very, very large. Yang Dingtian said, There's no other way. Wentian nodded and said, Okay. Then his entire soul and consciousness completely merged into the throne of darkness. He used the highest authority of the throne of darkness to separate the yin and yang of the celestial palace. Then Yang Dingtian saw an incomparably magnificent and incomparably strange scene. The entire celestial palace and the huge energy probe were slowly separating the yin and yang. It was just like the separation of the spatial rending fire that Yang Dingtian saw. From the transparent flame, it became black and white. The entire celestial palace seemed to have become a shadow. From being colorless, it became black and white. It was as if the black and white shadows of the celestial palace were originally completely overlapping, but now they were separating bit by bit. Therefore, there were two celestial palaces, but at this moment, most of them were still overlapping. Bit by bit, they were separating bit by bit. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the entire Skirich imperial capital was spinning faster and faster. The energy consumption of the several continents was also increasing and increasing. In fact, Yang Dingtian could even feel the drastic changes in the yin-yang mirror, the demon domain, and the world of ice and snow. The celestial palaces were separating faster and faster, and Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang were like a completely independent third party. They were not in the black celestial palace, nor were they in the white celestial palace. Instead, they were floating in the void. Rumble! The yin and yang shadows of the celestial palace were separating with difficulty. Time passed by minute by minute. A few minutes, a quarter of an hour, half an hour, 2 hours, in the end, a full 5 hours passed. Boom! The separation of the yin and yang dual systems was completely over. Then Yang Dingtian saw two celestial palaces and two huge probes. The one facing up was the white yang celestial palace, and the huge energy probe was also white. The one facing up was the black yin celestial palace, and the huge energy probe was black. The yin and yang dual systems celestial palace, one black and one white, shared a middle floor, and this floor was still colorless. Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang were standing on this middle floor. Wen Tian said, "The yin and yang dual systems of the celestial palace have been separated. What should we do next?" Yang Dingtian, bring the yin and yang probes closer to each other until they are only 19 centimeters away. Wen Tian did as he was told. The two probes kept getting closer and closer. Finally, they were only 19 centimeters away. These two probes were both hundreds of miles long, and 19 centimeters in the middle meant that they were almost completely next to each other. Throughout the whole process, in order to keep it a secret, Wen Tian closed his eyes and did not look at anything. Yang Dingtian took out two energy bodies of the pseudo-divine dragon's eyes and placed them between the two probes. The diameter of the two energy bodies added up to 19 centimeters. These two energy bodies were completely next to each other and connected to the two probes. It was exactly the same as what Yang Dingtian saw in the illusion of the taboo continent. Yang Dingtian. The third step is to control the yin and yang probes and release energy. From small to large, the energy will collide. Wen Tian said, "May I ask if it's the yin and yang energy of the chaos attribute or the direct yin and yang energy?" Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and recalled the scene in the illusion of the taboo continent. The yin and yang energy of the chaos attribute was completely different from the direct yin and yang energy. Of course, the consequences were also different. The direct yin and yang dual energy collision was basically a result of nothingness. The collision of the yin and yang dual energy of the chaos attribute would produce shocking lightning. The energy of the Skirich imperial capital was astonishing. Once the lightning burst out, the power was incomparably shocking. "It's the direct yin and yang dual energy," Nagashwang said. She could see everything that Yang Dingtian saw, and she saw it much more clearly than Yang Dingtian. In fact, he could even read the memories in Yang Dingtian's mind over and over again. Therefore, she was completely sure that it was the direct yin and yang dual energy. This was strange. The result of the pure yin and yang dual energy collision was basically nothingness. Even the spatial door was not directly created by the yin and yang dual energy collision. The humans of the 8th era used the huge collision of the yin and yang dual energy to activate the energy bodies. Yang Dingtian and even Naga Shuang found it hard to understand. After Naga Shuang answered, Wen Tian did not immediately execute it. Instead, he was still waiting for Yang Dingtian's order. Yang Dingtian, the direct yin and yang dual energy. "Okay," Wen Tian said. Nagashwang, I didn't really care about this scene. Then, when Tian controlled the entire Skirich imperial capital and began to extract the huge amount of energy from the continents. At first, he used a relatively small amount of energy. Brew, brew, brew. He injected the yin and yang dual energy into the two probes. Then he suddenly collided. Boom! Two powerful waves of energy suddenly shot out from the probes, penetrating the two energy bodies and colliding in the middle. Then nothing happened. The yin and yang dual energy canceled each other out and turned into nothingness. However, the door to the energy bodies did not open at all. When Tian continued to brew the energy and raised it to another level before colliding again. Boom! The result of the collision was still nothingness. There was no reaction. Boom! 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 They collided a total of 9 times. There was no result. Every time, the yin and yang dual energy cancelled each other out and turned into nothingness. When Tian suddenly said, Yang Ding Tian, the energy has already reached a very high level. If you increase the level of energy, it might cause the Empire of Darkness to become unstable. It might even cause the energy supply to stop. Yang Ding Tian understood this point. Once the energy supply stopped, the Empire of Darkness inertial rotation would stop. Even some of the remote dark castles would be directly torn apart. At this time, there were countless people in the dark castles. Once it was torn apart, the consequences would be unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said, Continue! Yes, when Tian said, then he once again condensed the energy and raised it to another level. Brew, brew, brew. It was brewing to the extreme. Suddenly, the light of the entire firmament palace dimmed. All the dark castles in the surroundings dimmed. Countless energy arrays, countless reaction arrays all stopped. The Darkness Empire had reached the limit of what they could bear. Now it was very, very dangerous. If they failed this time, it would be impossible to raise the energy level again. The only result would be the destruction of the dark castles and the death of countless people. This time, if they failed again, they would have to give up. Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang looked at each other and then said, Father-in-law, this is the last time. If you fail, give up. Yes. When Tian said, then his consciousness suddenly moved. Boom! An incomparably powerful yin and yang dual energy shot out from the yin-yang probe, piercing through the energy body of the pseudo-divine dragon's eye and meeting in the air. Swish! An incomparably strange light. Then an energy door appeared. In between the two energy bodies, a door appeared, directly leading to the two energy bodies. Yang Dingtian finally succeeded. They opened the door of these two energy bodies and obtained incomparably powerful energy. Breaking through to the demigod realm was right in front of them. Chapter 1188. He had succeeded. He had finally succeeded. It was exactly the same as in the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm. An absolutely balanced energy door had been opened between the two energy bodies. Using the Skirich imperial capital's yin and yang energies to collide could indeed open the door. The next step was to enter the energy body space and devour the endless energy. Yang Dingtian's figure flashed as he was about to enter the energy door. At this moment, the two energy balls were still less than 10 centimeters in diameter, and the energy door was only about 10 centimeters tall at most. However, the size and volume of the door no longer mattered to Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang. Nagashwang said, No, husband, I'll go in first. After saying that, Shuang turned into a stream of light and directly entered the energy gate. If this had happened in the past, Nagashwang's behavior would have been easily misunderstood as greed and wanting to monopolize the energy inside. However, in reality, she was only concerned about Yang Dingtian's safety. The two of them shared a life, so she would go in first to check it out. Even if there was any danger, as long as Yang Dingtian was safe outside, she would not die. When she entered the energy body space, Yang Dingtian immediately read her vision. Therefore, everything that Nagashwang saw, Yang Dingtian could also see. Whoosh! Like a stream of light, she rushed into the energy body space. Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang were instantly stunned. Nagashwanger had entered a Yin-type energy body. The space inside was indeed incomparably huge. It was so huge that Yang Dingtian could not imagine it at all. The entire space was formed by a huge energy vortex. The energy vortex was incomparably complex, layer after layer. It was incomparably complex and exquisite, layer after layer and ring after ring. It really looked like the interior of a computer's CPU. It was also as complicated as the dark vortex created by the dark mystic flame when creating an isolated space. Dark vortexes of various sizes were required. In total, hundreds of thousands or even millions of dark vortexes were required. Every loop, every size, and every energy could not be wrong. Therefore, the dark vortex could also be called an incomparably complex energy machine. The interior of the energy body that Yang Dingtian was looking at was even more intricate and mysterious than the dark vortex that created the space door. There were tens of millions of energy lines that could be seen with the naked eye. These tens of millions of strands of energy were interconnected, forming an incomparably mysterious spatial world. The Nagashwang had completely returned to its Naga form. Its body, which was hundreds of meters long, looked like a speck of dust in this space. Yang Dingtian was truly shocked. Not only that, in the center of this incomparably huge energy vortex, there was a huge energy gathering point, just like the moon. All the vortex patterns would pass through it. This moon-like energy gathering point was the core of the entire energy space. Yang Dingtian understood. After all the energy was devoured, it would pass through this complex and intricate energy vortex channel and gather at the gathering point. Then it would be released and re-entered into the vortex channel. This was a completely sealed system. Incomparably powerful energy kept flowing in and out, maintaining an absolute balance. Even if the energy was incomparably huge, the entire space would not be destroyed or collapse. The Nagashwang did not immediately take action to devour the energy. Husband, the energy formation here is extremely intricate and intricate. We can't damage it at all. If we damage it, the entire space will be destroyed and collapse. At that time, the entire empire of darkness will be destroyed, the Nagashwang said. Yang Dingtian nodded in agreement. The Nagashwang said, "These countless vortexes are complex energy channels. Countless amounts of energy flow in and out of them. Once they are blocked, it will cause a complete collapse. Therefore, as long as we devour the energy here, the flow will be interrupted and the entire energy space will collapse." Yang Dingtian could see all of this. Not only that, but he could also see that the energy gate formed by the collision between the two energy bodies was not a spatial gate at all. Instead, when the energy of the collision exceeded a certain limit, the amount of energy per unit of time exceeded the limit of the energy body's individual meridians. In order to protect themselves, the two energy bodies closed their respective energy loops, forming a yin and yang connection. Originally, the yin and yang dual energy bodies were independent and sealed circulation systems. Now that they had been completely opened, it became a circulation system between the two energy bodies. The yin and yang energies intersected in the middle, canceling each other out and turning into nothingness. Therefore, an entrance had appeared. That's right, this so-called energy gate was not a gate at all. It was nothing more than nothingness. This was because the energy had reached its limit. So the yin and yang intersected, and the huge amount of energy turned into nothingness to release the excess energy. Therefore, using the yin-yang probe and the huge energy collision did not open any spatial gate at all. Instead, it created an energy load and activated the self-protection mechanism of the energy bodies. Therefore, these two energy bodies were nothing more than incomparably precise energy machines. In other words, these two energy bodies were now rapidly releasing their energy. Countless yin and yang dual energy were turning into nothingness and being wasted. Yang Dingtian was really amazed. any extremely complicated and mysterious machine was, to a large extent, based on an absolutely simple theoretical foundation. For example, a computer CPU, to put it bluntly, was a choice between 0 and 1. As for these two energy bodies, they were yin and yang. But when the two were independent, they allowed the energy to flow quickly and maintain an absolute balance. When the energy was overloaded, the yin and yang would intersect and release the excess energy. It was such a simple theory, yet it had created such a powerful energy machine. "Husband, the humans of the 8th era are really great," Nagashwang said. "In fact, they are even more powerful than the Naga race, because they became the overlords of the chaotic world without relying on the fallen divine dragons. They can even stop the destruction of the chaotic world." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, now I finally know why the fallen divine dragons had to use human genes when creating the demigod race. Therefore, the so-called demigod race is simply a combination of the fallen divine dragons and humans." Nagashwang said, "Husband, but what do we do now?" "The structure of the energy vortex inside is extremely complicated. Any obstruction, any damage, any influence can destroy its delicate and mysterious system and cause the entire energy body to collapse. Therefore, there is no way to devour it. Yes, although the entire energy body contained incomparably powerful energy. But no matter what point it was, it could not be devoured. Even if there was an extremely weak damage, it would cause collapse and destruction. And most importantly, all the energy channels here were sealed and circulated. There was no way to enter, let alone open a gap." Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and began to think. It was definitely impossible to enter the vortex channel and devour it directly. That would interrupt the energy flow and cause it to collapse. Then, should he drill directly into the core of the energy body? Of course not. Most likely, he would collapse before he could even enter. Moreover, to enter the core, he must pass through the extremely complicated vortex energy channel. There must be a way. There must be a way. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. Yes, there was a way. Now, the two energy bodies were connected, constantly releasing their own yin and yang energy, causing them to fuse and turn into nothingness. Then, there must be a vortex channel between the two energy bodies of the pseudo-divine dragon's eye. Endless yin and yang energy flowed out and mixed in the middle. Then, Yang Dingtian and Nagashwanger would be able to replace this intersection point. In other words, the vortex energy channels of the two energy bodies each had an interface. The two interfaces were connected together, causing yin and yang to converge. Then, Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang would replace these two interfaces. Yang Dingtian would be the yang interface and Nagashwang would be the yang interface. In this way, the energy that was constantly being neutralized and melted was poured into Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang's bodies. However, the amount of energy that flowed out per unit of time was astronomical. Could Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang's bodies and energy reserves withstand it? After all, this was the energy of two different worlds. After devouring for more than 10,000 years, the amount of energy accumulated was extremely shocking. If Yang Dingtian and Shuang Er's bodies couldn't withstand it, the only outcome was that they would immediately turn into ashes. "Husband, we can't withstand it," Nagashwang said directly. She had been reading Yang Dingtian's mind all this time. "Husband, your method is absolutely feasible," Nagashwang said, "but the amount of energy released per unit of time by these two energy bodies is too shocking. We can't withstand it." Yang Dingtian asked, "How big is it specifically?" Nagashwang said, "It exceeds the capacity of our profound veins by 89. 5 times. The only outcome is that we will turn into ashes." Then Schwanger said, "When we were in the Naga Empire, these two energy bodies had to be removed every 1,000 years. Then a dozen or so demigods Naga would be released and devoured at the same time. But now it has been accumulating energy for more than 10,000 years. The last time, it devoured the energy reserves of 4,900 demigods Naga. Therefore, the amount of energy released by these two energy channels is far, far beyond our limits. Yang Dingtian asked, "Is there no other way?" Nagashwang said, "Of course there is." She revealed a rare mischievous smile and said, "Your idea is for us to block the release ports of these two energy bodies so that powerful energy can enter my body. But actually, we can connect the two ports together. This way, part of the energy will enter our energy reserves first. Most of the energy that exceeds the capacity will still pass through our bodies, merge with each other, and turn into nothingness." Yang Dingtian was startled and asked, "Is this possible?" Nagashwang said, "Of course it is, because our bodies are now absolute energy bodies without any impurities. They may not be able to withstand the energy as containers, but they are completely fine as energy conductors." Yang Dingtian asked, "Then, how do we connect our bodies? What kind of method do we use to connect our bodies?" Nagashwang said, "How do we merge last time? How do we connect this time?" "Ah," Yang Dingtian said in astonishment, "it's not good to do that kind of thing at a time like this." "All right, I'm just trying to cheer you up. It's just the most basic connection. Even a handshake is fine." Nagashwang said, "All right, husband, you should enter the positive energy body and find the junction of the two energy bodies." Whoosh! Yang Dingtian turned into a stream of light and drilled into the other energy body. The structure of this energy body was exactly the same as Nagashwang's. The size was also exactly the same. It was also an incomparably huge energy vortex formation. However, the one Shuang was of the negative attribute. The entire energy body was bluish-white like moonlight. The energy convergence point in the middle was also like a moon. In the energy space Yang Dingtian was in, all the energy was fiery red. The energy convergence point in the middle was like a sun. The two of them kept approaching the junction of the two energy bodies. From the outside, the place where the two energy bodies were connected was just a single point. From the inside, the diameter of the two energy bodies was more than 10,000 miles. However, the junction couldn't be too big. Yang Dingtian and Shuang kept flying. Before long, they saw the junction of the two energy bodies. The entire energy body was a sealed world. The junction was an energy exit. The two exits were closely connected. Yang Dingtian saw that the diameter of the energy exit was less than 1 meter. The energy tunnel connected to the exit released endless energy. Now, what Yang Dingtian had to do was to rush over and block the exit to let the energy flow into his body. Of course, there was a time difference. Husband, as long as it lasts for 0.01 seconds, this energy can shatter our bodies and turn us into ashes. Nagashwanger said, "But our bodies can still withstand it for less than this time. So in this 0.01 seconds, we have to complete the following things. At the same time, we have to block the energy exit. At the same time, we have to hold our hands and let our bodies connect to reopen the yin-yang channel between the two energy bodies. We have to complete it within 0.01 seconds, and we have to complete it at the same time. Otherwise, there will only be one result, and that is instant death." This was completely impossible. If it were anyone else in the world, they would not be able to do it. It was impossible to complete the above actions in 0.01 seconds, let alone two people doing it at the same time. However, for Nagashwang and Yang Dingtian, it was as easy as blowing off dust. It didn't even take half the time to complete these things. They could teleport instantly. Moreover, all the actions were done at the same time. There was no problem. This was because the two of them were spiritually connected. Whoosh! The two of them turned into streams of light and easily blocked the exits of the two energy bodies. Then the two of them held hands and connected their bodies. The whole process was completed in less than a third of the allotted time. There was no flaw in it. It was extremely painful to have such a powerful energy flow into one's body. However, Everything happened too quickly. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang didn't feel anything. In the shortest amount of time, Yang Dingtian and Shuang replaced the two energy exits and completed the fusion of the two energy bodies. Then an endless amount of energy poured into their qi seas. Of course, less than 2% of the energy entered their sea of qi. The remaining yin and yang energies canceled each other out and neutralized each other. The whole process was flawless. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The energy from before was like an ocean. At this time, the energy was like a vast universe, crazily pouring in. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's boundless sea of qi began to rise, and their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Chapter 1189. At this time, the energy poured into Yang Dingtian was completely according to his tolerance limit. So now, Yang Dingtian wanted to know how the energy pouring into their bodies was compared to when they were in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Naga Shuang said, "The energy concentration is several times higher than when we were in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. The energy flow speed is countless times higher than in the ruins of the old Naga Empire." Yang Dingtian was stunned. So high? Yang Dingtian knew that the energy pouring in was higher than in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. But in terms of energy concentration, in the energy core of the ruins of the old Naga Empire, the qi hundreds of thousands of times higher was already solid and in the form of energy crystals. It should have reached the highest level. But why was the energy concentration in this ancient energy formation more than 10 times higher than in the solid qi crystals? Because of their telepathic connection. Naga Shuang immediately knew Yang Dingtian's doubts. She smiled and said, "Husband, let me give you an example. In your generation on Earth, when radio communication was first used, how many radio signals could be transmitted or received by a machine? Later, electric cables were used to transmit electronic signals, which improved by more than 100 times. Later, optical cables were used to transmit optical signals, which improved by more than 100 times. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian understood. In the human countries, ordinary cultivation was the breathing of qi, which was equivalent to receiving signals through radio. The signal per unit of time was just listening to the radio. At this time, qi energy was illusory, invisible, and untouchable. In the ruins of the old Naga Empire, directly swallowing qi crystals was equivalent to transmitting electronic signals through cables. So, images and images could be transmitted. The amount of signal transmitted per second was more than a few megabytes. At this time, qi energy was solidified into crystals. In this ancient energy formation, swallowing energy was equivalent to transmitting optical signals through optical cables. The amount of signal transmitted per second could reach more than a few terabytes. Yang Dingtian noticed the form of the energy at this time. Sure enough, it existed in the form of a special light. The humans of the 8th era were indeed awesome. They had actually surpassed the current energy limit and transformed Xianqi energy into the form of light. No, this was no longer just some profound energy. It was too narrow a description. For the humans of the 8th era, they were already able to freely convert all kinds of energy. Naga Shuang said, "Therefore, there is no limit to how much energy we can devour per second. It all depends on our energy sea and profound veins. At least for now, most of the energy that entered our bodies has been wasted, more than 95%. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then, according to this terrifying devouring speed, how long will it take for us to become demigods?" Naga Shuang said, "About 4 months." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian almost suffocated. This was too heaven-defying. Originally, the human countries had already lost the opportunity to become demigods. Later, on the throne of the Empire of Darkness, they had this opportunity, but it would take more than a few hundred years. Even in the ruins of the old Naga Empire in its heyday, it would take more than a few decades to reach this stage. Now, in this energy formation, it would only take 4 months. Sensing Yang Dingtian's shock, Naga Shuang said, "What's so strange about this? In your primitive society on Earth, it was impossible to build a 100-meter tall building. During the reign of Wu Zetian of the Middle Tang dynasty, hundreds of thousands of people were mobilized, and it took several years to build a towering pagoda, which was only about 100 meters tall. In your modern society, a 100-meter tall building can be completed in 2 months if it is completely modeled. Moreover, it doesn't need the national resources at all. It can be done by just one company. This is just the construction. The explosion of knowledge is even more amazing. The progress of civilization that previously took thousands of years to accumulate is now completed in less than a year." Yang Dingtian deeply agreed. Naga Shuang sighed and said, "But it's really boring to get what we've been searching for so long so easily." Yang Dingtian deeply agreed. In the human countries, the limit of cultivation at that time was infinite, great master. For hundreds of years, there was no breakthrough to the saint level. Later, in the Little Western Paradise, there were a lot of saint level. This was a subversion of the energy order of the human countries. Then, in the New Naga, a lot of people who were close to the demigod level was another subversion. Now, using the energy products of the human civilization in the 8th era, the Naga Empire's model was another subversion. Every new civilization that entered a low-level civilization would cause a huge change and completely subvert the original order. All along in the known world, the ancient Naga Empire was the highest level civilization, which was why Naga was so high and mighty. Now, in the 8th era, the energy civilization of the human race was even more powerful. Therefore, Naga Shuang also felt a sense of desolation. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian didn't feel bad at all, because he didn't have much desire for energy. What he wanted was the continuation of civilization and the guarantee of order. Therefore, he was able to stand at the top. In this way, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were receiving an endless influx of energy every minute and every second. Every minute, the cultivation of the two was improving. In the human countries, he still needed to use the mystic breathing technique. But now he had no problem sleeping with his eyes closed. This was because energy was continuously entering his energy reserve. After breaking through the limit, his energy reserve would automatically change and break through. After sharing the demigod body with Naga Shuang, the feeling of nothingness every time he broke through disappeared completely. It was just a tremor in his energy reserve, and then there was no other feeling. Therefore, the so-called cultivation was really floating in the air, motionless. Just like this, time passed minute by minute, second by second, day by day. A month later, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang had broken through to the 37th level. This speed was much faster than Yang Dingtian had imagined. 2 months later, the cultivation of the two had broken through to the 42nd level, and the energy was still pouring in madly, and the breakthrough of the cultivation did not slow down at all. After 3 months of devouring, the cultivation of the two had broken through to the 46th level. It was 3 days before the 4th month was due. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang suddenly shook violently, and then their entire consciousness and spirit turned into nothingness. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in their brain and energy reserve. After a long while, only then did he gradually regain his senses. They had broken through to the demigod level. They had finally broken through to the demigod level. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang had finally broken through to the so-called demigod level. That's right, at this time the word so-called must be added, because this demigod was also a name given to themselves by the Naga. To a large extent, it was a kind of arrogance and ignorance. If the Naga Empire was a demigod nation, then what was the human civilization of the 8th era, even though they were very weak in martial arts? In other words, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang had successfully broken through to the 50th level, and it was the Naga level 50. After breaking through to the 50th level, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang continued to devour. At this time, there was still a month before Yang Dingtian thought it would take half a year. And at this time, more than 79% of the energy surging out of the energy formation had been devoured by the two's energy reserve. When 100% of the energy had entered the two's energy reserve without any wastage, the speed of their cultivation breakthrough would continue to slow down. Sure enough, 19 days after breaking through to the demigod level, 100% of the energy surging out of the energy formation of the two pseudo-divine dragons' eyes had been devoured by Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang. At this time, Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang's cultivation were at the 52nd level. Following that, their cultivation breakthroughs became slower and slower. The agreed half a year was up. Both of their cultivations were fixed at the 53rd step. The 53rd level, the almost magical 53rd level. First, they had destroyed the ruins of the old Naga Empire, then used the energy bodies of the human civilization of the 8th era. Nagashwang had only spent a few years to break through to the demigod level. As for the Naga in the ancient Naga Empire, it would take more than a few hundred years at the fastest. And Yang Dingtian's role in this breakthrough was crucial, because he had found the right direction and went to the illusory realm of the taboo continent. In the mirror image of the ancient civilization, he had found this bizarre breakthrough method. Civilization determined everything. Using wisdom to break through was far more powerful than using force. Let's stop here, Yang Dingtian said. The promised world has arrived. I should go out. Nagashwang was a little reluctant. Even if the speed of cultivation had been greatly reduced, it was still many times faster than when they were on the throne of darkness. Compared to the pyramid energy distribution plan in the ruins of the ancient Naga Empire, it was more than 10,000 times faster. In her opinion, even if Medusa's spiritual power recovered and she gave the energy to Shimin Ningning, controlling her will to kill the surviving humans, it was nothing. So what if they all died? That was more important than devouring energy and breaking through. But she didn't say anything in the end. Moreover, this ancient energy formation needed 2 people to devour. She couldn't do it alone. Okay, Nagashwang said, but husband, with our cultivation levels, we may not be Medusa's match. Yang Dingtian said, I know, but as long as we find Medusa's trace, she will stop killing the remaining humans and immediately make us her primary target. Nagashwang nodded and agreed with Yang Dingtian's statement, but she still said, if necessary, we can enter this ancient energy formation again to devour. There's still a lot of energy left. This is almost the only way for us to break through. I know, Yang Dingtian said. Then, the 2 of them suddenly separated from the energy formation, turned into a stream of light, and rushed out of the huge illusory light curtain. Whoosh! The 2 of them suddenly rushed out of the energy formation of the pseudo-divine dragon's eyes and appeared in the celestial palace. At this time, the 2 energy formations were still less than 10 centimeters in diameter. The gate of nothingness in the middle was still open. It was very difficult to open this energy gate. Would it be even harder to close it? No, it was very simple. Just directly separate the 2 energy formations, and the passage would be automatically cut off. Then the 2 energy formations would automatically become independent closed-loop energy systems and self-circulate to reach a balance. After putting the 2 energy formations back into the interspatial ring, Yang Dingtian said to Wentian, who was sitting on the throne of darkness, Father-in-law, it's done. You can restore the celestial palace. Wentian didn't reply. Then he controlled the throne of darkness and made the 2 energy probes retreat. Then the celestial palace, which was like the reflection of yin and yang, slowly started to overlap. After a full 4 hours, the 2 celestial palaces, one yin and one yang, completely overlapped. In an instant, the celestial palace became solid and returned to its original state. After everything was done, Wentian directly came down from the throne and said to Yang Dingtian, seal my Shen meridians and energy sea, as well as my consciousness, then freeze them. Yang Dingtian nodded and said sorry. He stepped forward and sealed everything about Wentian. Then he was sent back into the secret energy chamber, placed in the unfreezing water and completely frozen. As for Nagashwang, she used the energy storm to scrape the throne of darkness over and over again. Then she sat back down on the throne of darkness. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Although Wentian was a man, he was still his father-in-law. Nagashwang even showed a look of disdain, unwilling to touch the chair that Wentian had sat on. She couldn't wait to use the energy storm to scrape off a layer. "I'll leave this to you," Yang Dingtian said. Nagashwang nodded. Logically speaking, if Yang Dingtian wanted to head to the soul-leaving Hall stronghold, he would need a large amount of energy to use the energy signals released by Medusa and reverse the trajectory to find Medusa's target location. Yang Dingtian's energy alone might not be enough, so he needed to add Nagashwang's energy to it. However, the two of them shared the same energy. Therefore, even if they were thousands of miles apart, Yang Dingtian could directly use Shuang's energy. At this moment, Nagashwang was sitting on the throne of darkness, endlessly devouring energy. The energy from the throne of darkness might not be enough to break through the sea of qi, but it was more than enough to use for battle. Yang Dingtian rushed out of the Empire of Darkness and once again returned to the surface. At this moment, the killing formation of Medusa, which was tens of thousands of meters tall, was still standing. As for the entire human kingdom, it was still deathly silent. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to fly to the southwest continent. At the southern end, he saw a dense crowd of humans. Fortunately, Medusa didn't launch a new attack here. Following that, Yang Dingtian flew to the southern barbarian continent. There were no traces of an attack here either. Then, Yang Dingtian flew into the Ghost Hell region. At this moment, there were already millions of people living here. However, this was still the territory of the undead. Living here, even if they weren't attacked by the undead, their life force would be lost every day. Yang Dingtian landed in the Ghost Hell region and issued a new order. The surviving humans immediately evacuated from the Ghost Hell region and moved to various islands in the vast sea to live there. This was because Yang Dingtian was about to launch his counterattack. Therefore, the safety of this group of people was guaranteed to a certain extent. Finally, Yang Dingtian flew into the world of ice and snow. He originally thought that life here would be the most difficult. This was because there was nothing here other than ice and snow. In the end, it was still okay because the resources they brought with them when they evacuated were plentiful. Although there were casualties, most of the humans still managed to survive in the world of ice and snow. However, they were about to face a shortage of resources. Yang Dingtian immediately ordered the Nagashwang to control the giant darkness dragon to transport large amounts of resources to the world of ice and snow through the passage of dark matter. Fortunately, the world of ice and snow was where the dark matter spread. The rest of the world was covered by Medusa's light of death and couldn't pass through. After completing all this, Yang Dingtian flew to the Dongli grasslands and headed to the Soul-Leaving Palace's stronghold under the pyramid. Next, he would use a special method to find Medusa's location and the Soul-Leaving Palace's location. Chapter 1190. Soon, Yang Dingtian once again came to the pyramid of the Dongli Prairie Snake Man Empire. At the same time, this was an energy stronghold of the Soul-Leaving Palace. After Yang Dingtian entered, he immediately let go of all his consciousness defenses and let his whole person fall into a kind of confusion. At this time, Queen Medusa could easily communicate with Yang Dingtian's mind. Sure enough, just like last time, after being completely confused, Yang Dingtian's mind seemed to pass through a space-time tunnel. He didn't know how far and how long he traveled, but he once again entered the familiar Soul-Leaving Palace. The stone, statue-like Medusa, also appeared directly in front of him. At this time, Yang Dingtian didn't think of anything and didn't track the soul trajectory of the Soul-Leaving Palace at all. These things could be left to Naga, Schwanger to do. Yang Dingtian only needed to communicate with Medusa, and the longer the better. Yang Dingtian, we meet again, Medusa said. Yes. Medusa said, presumably you also know that my mental power has recovered to a certain extent. Next, I can give a part of my energy to Shimin Ningning, and then control her will to slaughter the surviving humans. Yang Dingtian, Queen Medusa, you have killed enough people now. Why don't you let the remaining humans go? Queen Medusa said, Yang Dingtian, it's meaningless to repeat it again. It's still the same sentence. Either you do it yourself and kill everyone, leaving only 2 million. This way, you can still control who should survive. If I do it, it's completely uncertain how many people will die and who will survive. Then Queen Medusa said, not only that, Yang Dingtian, if you don't do it, it means that Shimin Ningning will become the new butcher. Do you want to see this scene? In your heart, she should be as kind and pure as an angel. Yang Dingtian said, that's because you controlled her will. It has nothing to do with her. Is that so? Medusa sneered. In theory, that is indeed the case. But do you humans know the difference? For example, Dongfang Bingling. Even though she was demonized, she didn't do too much evil in your eyes. If, as Princess Mudan, she had killed countless members of the Council of Light, even if you know that it wasn't her own will, do you really not have any grudges? Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Medusa continued, Yang Dingtian, you should have become smarter. You should make the right choice. Although this choice is very cruel, it is the most rational. I think you should have the wisdom to do so. Yang Dingtian said, Your Majesty, you're still going to kill him. Why do you want me to kill him? Medusa said, this will only be good for you. There are no disadvantages. Think about it. Although you have to kill most of the remaining 200 to 300 million humans, there will still be 2 million left. Compared to the number of 200 to 300 million, it seems very, very small. But in fact, this number is already a lot. All your wives, children, your relatives, your friends, and your direct descendants can all survive. Not only that, haven't you always wanted to revive your wife, Dongfang Bingling? Haven't you always wanted to undo the soul-devouring qi in her body? I can promise you. In theory, Medusa was right. Yang Dingtian agreed. There were almost no disadvantages. All his relatives, friends, and direct descendants could survive. Dongfang Bingling could also be saved. If Shao Chun let Medusa make a move, his friends and family might all die. Yang Dingtian said, Your Majesty, you have always wanted me to kill the hundreds of millions of humans who survived with my own hands. If I'm not wrong, you must want me to completely fall and plant a demon in my heart and soul. In this way, it will be logical for me to become the new demon king hundreds of years later. A person like me, after killing hundreds of millions of people, will be full of holes and completely dark. Medusa was silent for a moment, and then said, Yes, Yang Dingtian, this is your destiny. Yang Dingtian said, When someone pulled me here from Earth, they were waiting for this moment. Next, they will find a new savior from Earth to defeat me. Right? Medusa said, It may not be from Earth. Your children can also be. You already have 3 children of demigod descendants. Yang Dingtian fell silent again. Medusa also fell silent again. The 2 of them had finished what they needed to say. Suddenly, Medusa exclaimed, Yang Dingtian, you have broken through to demigod? That's impossible, that's impossible. This kind of shock had never been seen on Medusa. Medusa's voice almost changed. She said, There is almost no place in the human countries where one can break through to demigod. Even if there is, it will take more than a few hundred years. In just half a year, you have broken through from level 30 to demigod. That's impossible. Medusa looked as if she had seen a ghost. If this was in the past, Yang Dingtian would have been very happy to hear such words. Using a few years to accomplish something that others could not do in hundreds of years, he would definitely be very happy and proud. But now, Yang Dingtian no longer felt anything. because this kind of cultivation breakthrough was completely a gift from another advanced civilization. But Yang Dingtian could still be proud, because this kind of breakthrough came from his unconstrained thinking. From the height, he saw the entire civilization. It could even be said that before Yang Dingtian became a demigod or even a saint, although it seemed like it came from his struggle, but in reality it was more like the manipulation of the god of chaos. And everything after the saint level was Yang Dingtian's self-will. When the demon king Shimenwuya was completely destroyed, it meant that Yang Dingtian and the god of chaos were torn apart. That's right, it was a tear, not a break. After discovering that Yang Dingtian had broken through to demigod, Medusa's attitude and expression had changed. She was no longer as high and mighty as before. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of solemnity and a sense of equality. Breaking through to demigod meant that Yang Dingtian and Medusa were on the same level. At least to Medusa, that was the case. If it was in the past, Yang Dingtian would have thought so too. But after seeing that the energy civilization of the 8th era easily overturned the energy order of the Naga Empire, Yang Dingtian no longer had this kind of thinking. Then Medusa said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, you're not here to negotiate at all. You're here to find traces of me, right?" Why did Medusa only realize Yang Dingtian's intention now? She had only just discovered that Yang Dingtian had broken through to demigod? It was not because she was slow. If she wanted, she could have discovered it when she contacted Yang Dingtian just now. But she was too arrogant. In her eyes, Yang Dingtian was just a chess piece. She did not care to explore Yang Dingtian's thoughts and secrets. It was just like how humans would not care what a chicken or duck thought. Then, Medusa's expression became even colder. She said, "Yang Dingtian, after finding me, what do you want to do?" "Kill you," Yang Dingtian said. "Ha ha ha." Queen Medusa laughed. "Even if you've broken through to demigod, you're still looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, like a country bumpkin who suddenly became rich from poverty. You don't understand the world above demigod at all. You don't even know that your cultivation level and mine are like the gap between heaven and earth. You and the Naga Digashwang are already at level 53. Do you know that your combined energy is only a fraction of mine?" Yang Dingtian said, "Although I don't know what level you are, I can imagine the gap between us." Queen Medusa continued, "And it's not just cultivation level. It's more about the understanding of energy and the attributes of all kinds of attack energy. The gap between us is even bigger, so if you find me, it'll be the end of you. Even if you're 100 miles away from me, I can easily kill you and you won't even be able to see me." Yang Dingtian said, "That's understandable, but we'd like to try." Queen Medusa said with a smile, "Okay, you're welcome. And let me tell you, before that, you still have a choice. You can still be the next Demon King. But I'm sorry, you don't have that chance now. You've already broken through to demigod, so you don't even have the right to reincarnate as the Demon King. You're dead for sure." Yang Dingtian's eyebrows suddenly trembled. He didn't expect that after breaking through to demigod, Medusa would give up on forcing him to become the new Demon King. Then Medusa said, "However, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you've temporarily saved the hundreds of millions of survivors, because the next target I want to eliminate is you. Before you die, these survivors will be able to live. You're really dead for sure." Yang Dingtian said, "Why is that? Apart from you, no other demigod is allowed to exist in this world?" "That's right." Medusa said, "Breaking through to demigod means death for you." Yang Dingtian said, "By the way, Queen Medusa, I seem to have a question that I've always wanted to ask. Since you can easily kill most of the humans, why do you spend so much effort to create an apocalyptic battle every 200 years? Queen Medusa said, "Because of the price. Moreover, controlling chess pieces to control the fate of the world is what a god should do. A god wouldn't be a god if he were to personally take action. However, you're a failed chess piece that forced me to personally take action and pay a huge price." Yang Dingtian said, "Then I'm really sorry." "All right, there's no need to say anything more between us. Queen Medusa said, "I've communicated with you long enough. I'll give you 3 months to find me. After 3 months, whether you can find me or not, I'll kill you. If you want to meet me face to face, it'll depend on whether you're qualified enough to find me." With that, Medusa directly cut off the connection. Yang Dingtian also directly woke up from the illusion of the soul leaving temple. Then he communicated with the Naga Shuang in his mind and said, "Shuang, have you captured the energy signal trajectory of the soul leaving temple?" The Naga Shuang said, "I've captured it and reached the end point directly." Just now, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel his energy rapidly depleting. This was how the Naga Shuang locked onto the energy signal of the soul leaving temple and pursued it in reverse. This signal was very weak. The Naga Shuang locked onto this weak trajectory and then kept reversing it, which consumed an astronomical amount of energy. It was impossible to do before. Even now, both of them were powerhouses at level 53, but it still consumed about 80% of their celestial chi energy. Yang Dingtian said, "Next, how long will it take to trace this trajectory?" The Naga Shuang said, "This involves too many calculations. It will take at least a few decades, or even longer. However, the two of us should enter the illusion of meditation very quickly. Husband, leave there. Let's enter meditation and begin the calculations." Okay. Yang Dingtian flew away from the pyramid of the Dongli grassland and returned to the human kingdom. Then he entered the Empire of Darkness as quickly as possible. In the Celestial Palace, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang entered a deep level of meditation. The energy trajectory captured by the Naga Shuang was a very, very abstract thing. It required a lot of calculations and a three-dimensional map of the entire world to truly depict it. For example, the signal trajectory of the soul leaving temple was very likely to pass through a huge void space. If one didn't calculate it, they would think it was a normal space. In that case, they wouldn't be able to find it even if they searched for 10,000 years. And these energy signals in different environments displayed different frequencies and wave bands. In short, the calculations involved might exceed tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of times. In the deepest level of meditation, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang began to calculate crazily. As they calculated, they traced the trajectory. At first, it was very simple. It was all in the Dongli grassland. Starting from the pyramid of Sea Capital, they kept going north, north, north. After going north for 7,000 miles, the energy trajectory entered a complicated space. Furthermore, the trajectory of its movement had also undergone a huge change. It had become like a bowstring being thrown. Next, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang had to do a lot of experiments in the illusion. They simulated various spatial environments to see which environment caused the wave band and trajectory to be exactly the same as the trajectory of the soul leaving temple. Then they could determine the nature of this space. In short, this was extremely complicated work. Before obtaining the demigod's marriage, Yang Dingtian couldn't complete this work at all. Time passed day by day. A few months passed. A few years passed. Dozens of years passed. This calculation was far more complicated than what Yang Dingtian had imagined. The number of calculations required was also several times more than what he had imagined. If it were in the past, this process would definitely be incomparably torturous and painful. But now, Yang Dingtian, who had the body of a demigod, was like a machine during the entire process. He didn't know fatigue or pain. He was just calculating all the time. In fact, there was no concept of time. This was a typical characteristic of Naga. Naga seemed to have no concept of time. For their growth, there was only one scale, and that was energy cultivation. In the meditation world, time passed year after year. However, in the end, Yang Dingtian and the Naga Shuang completed it. After 85 years in the meditation world, the entire process was completed. Not only did Yang Dingtian complete the entire trajectory, but he also found the location of the soul leaving temple. Moreover, He also simulated all the spatial environments along the way. Therefore, what appeared in front of him and Nagashwang, in the end, was an extremely detailed three-dimensional spatial map, as well as a clear route. It started from the east parting grassland and continued forward, passing through countless distances and spaces, until it reached its final destination, which was also the starting point of the signal. Yang Dingtian found Medusa's nest, the location of the soul leaving temple. However, when he saw the location of the soul leaving temple, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Chapter 1191. Impossible, this is impossible, Yang Dingtian said. The Naga Shuang didn't say anything. Obviously, she had the same opinion as Yang Dingtian. This was really impossible, because after an extremely complicated calculation, they found that the soul leaving temple was actually in the human countries. Moreover, it was in the sea between the central continent and the west continent, because the captured energy trajectory first went north from the Dongli grassland and entered an inexplicable space. Then they entered the dark realm, and it wasn't just a dark realm, but also an unfamiliar dark realm. They didn't know how many spaces they passed through, but they were all macroscopic spaces. Finally, they took a big detour and entered the southern sea of the human countries. Then, they kept going north until they reached their final destination. It was the center of the West Continent's sea. Be it Yang Dingtian or Naga Shuang, neither of them had expected this outcome. How was this possible? How could Medusa's lair, the soul leaving temple, be in the human countries and so close to the West Continent? In that sea, whether it was the Mermaid Empire or the fleets of the human countries, they had passed through and explored countless times. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, could it be that our deduction is wrong? Naga Shuang said, it's impossible. Our deduction is correct. Yang Dingtian said, then could it be that Medusa discovered our intentions and deliberately misled us? The Naga Shuang said, after discovering that we broke through to the demigod realm, she changed her primary target to us, so she couldn't wait for us to enter her domain. You should know that Medusa can put Shimin Ningning in the human countries and use the soul leaving temple to collect puppets, but she never appears. There must be a reason. So if she wants to kill us, she has to give most of her energy to Shimin Ningning and control her to kill us. However, she definitely won't be willing to lose her energy unless she has no other choice. So it's best if we find her and send ourselves to her door. Yang Dingtian nodded as Naga Shuang. Words were very reasonable. This meant that Queen Medusa's soul leaving palace was indeed in the central West Continent's sea region. Moreover, the result of the calculation was very, very accurate, almost to the point. Yang Dingtian could explore the coordinates at any time. Making a prompt decision, Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, wait here. I'll go check it out. Okay, Naga Shuang said. Yang Dingtian rushed out of the Empire of Darkness and headed south. Heading south from the fringe, they entered the central sea region of the western central continent. Originally, this area of the sea was the busiest in the world. Every day, countless ships sailed between the middle and western continents. Moreover, this sea region was unusually gentle, calm, and tranquil. Flying on the surface of the sea, Yang Dingtian saw many ships drifting aimlessly. These ships are fine, but the people on them have been turned into fossils. Soon, Yang Dingtian found the calculated point. From the surface of the sea, there was nothing special. It was just a calm sea. Yang Dingtian dived into the sea. The sea here was not deep, less than 1,000 meters. Yang Dingtian easily reached the bottom. There was nothing special at the bottom of the sea here. It was just an ordinary seabed reef and countless seabed creatures. Regarding this point, Yang Dingtian was still very happy. The humans on this continent had suffered a destructive attack, but most creatures were fine, including the seabed creatures. They were still full of vitality. Yang Dingtian found the target point and locked onto it within a few centimeters. It was just an ordinary reef. There was nothing special about it. This did not look like the location of Medusa's soul-leaving palace at all. Or could it be under the sea? Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword with his consciousness and kept spinning and digging. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The emperor-grade soul sword spun quickly and soon drilled thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters, hundreds of thousands of meters, thousands of kilometers. Then it drilled to the end. Next, it was a thick layer of dark matter. It was actually dark matter. Yang Dingtian knew that the Empire of Darkness did not spread here. This patch of dark matter was a separate region. However, this was normal. The entire world here was filled with dark materials. This material could devour anything. However, it seemed that it was not to destroy this world, but to protect this world. Moreover, this dark matter also seemed to be a product of the 8th era's human civilization. This dark matter could be considered an absolute energy protection layer, an isolation layer, and could grow freely. However, since it was a human product created by the 8th era's human civilization, then it had nothing to do with Naga. Then, why could the primeval Nagas melt the dark matter? This did not make sense. Unless this so-called primeval Nagas was not the Nagas at all. It was also a product of the 8th era's human civilization, but it was embedded in the primeval Naga statue. However, the current situation was to find Medusa's lair. The primeval Nagas was not important. Yang Dingtian took out the primeval Nagas, gem, and melted the dark matter. He hoped that Queen Medusa's soul-leaving palace was within this dark matter, just like the Empire of Darkness. If that was the case, everything would make sense. The Empire of Darkness was a huge energy array group of the 8th era's human civilization. And here was another energy array. Queen Medusa had used the 8th era's energy array to launch an attack that was close to destroying the world. Melting the dark matter, it went deeper, 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 deeper. It went thousands of miles deep into the dark matter. Suddenly, the front was empty, and then it suddenly opened up. There was indeed an incomparably huge space inside. Moreover, it was completely brightly lit. An incomparably huge Skirich imperial capital. It was even bigger, taller, and deeper than the Empire of Darkness's Skirich imperial capital. However, the entire space was far smaller than the Empire of Darkness because there was no dark castle here, only the Skirich imperial capital. The Empire of Darkness's space spanned tens of thousands of miles, and this space was only about 2,000 miles. It was occupied by the entire Skirich imperial capital. The Skirich imperial capital was so tall that it was impossible to know how high it was. It was wide in the middle and pointed at both ends. The widest place in the middle was the Celestial Palace. It was more than 800 miles in diameter, far larger than the Empire of Darkness's. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating wildly. Could it be that Medusa's lair, the soul-leaving palace, was actually just an energy array of the 8th era? Yang Dingtian flew directly into the celestial palace of the Skirich imperial capital. The structure was very similar to the Empire of Darkness's, but it was much simpler and more sci-fi. It was obvious that the Skirich imperial capital was built later than the Empire of Darkness, and it was much more advanced. However, the strange thing was that the Skirich imperial capital under the Empire of Darkness had almost destroyed the 3 continents for tens of thousands of miles. The Skirich imperial capital was even bigger, and it was also rotating. However, it didn't affect the sea and land above it all. It was still full of vitality. After Yang Dingtian rushed into the Celestial Palace, he looked directly at the throne of darkness inside. Yes, there was also a throne here. However, it wasn't black but blue. It wasn't even a majestic throne, but a dreamy position. It was blue. It didn't look like a throne. Instead, it looked like the captain's seat on a spaceship in a sci-fi movie. However, there wasn't a Medusa as he had imagined. Instead, it was empty. Medusa wasn't here, so where could she be? Moreover, the strange thing was that the Skirich imperial capital kept rotating. It was obvious that the entire energy array was operating. Yang Dingtian was almost certain that this was the energy source of the Medusa killing arrays on the ground. However, why wasn't Queen Medusa here? Instinctively, Yang Dingtian wanted to go to the blue throne and sit on it. "Husband, don't sit." Suddenly, the Nagashwang's voice sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. "Okay." Yang Dingtian asked, "Do you feel anything?" The Nagashwang said, "It's just a very instinctive feeling." Yang Dingtian flew all over the celestial palace and out of the Skirich imperial capital. He searched the entire space, but there was no sign of Queen Medusa at all. This space wasn't big, and Yang Dingtian was able to easily search every corner of it. How strange! Why wasn't Medusa here? Was this Medusa's lair? First of all, it didn't look similar to the soul-leaving palace in the illusion. However, it made perfect sense in principle. At that time, Medusa betrayed the imperial capital and would definitely be hunted down by the Naga Empire. Therefore, there were only some places that the Naga Empire could never find or enter. The ruins of the 8th era civilization were obviously the best place. Medusa's escape to this place was the most logical. However, this wasn't right. The two types of primeval Nagas, gems, could melt the dark matter, so the Naga Empire could enter the dark matter. And the Medusa killing array that had slaughtered countless humans required the energy of this Skirich imperial capital. Yang Dingtian's thoughts were conflicted. One moment he felt that this must be the soul-leaving palace, and the next moment he felt that this shouldn't be the soul-leaving palace. In the end, his head was about to explode as he lay on the ground of the celestial palace. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian asked in his mind, why do you ask? You're colder and calmer than me. You can find the truth directly." The Nagashwang said, "Husband, my thoughts are the same as yours. The energy that Medusa used to slaughter humans must have come from this Skirich imperial capital's energy formation. Moreover, this energy formation is more advanced than the one in the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, this can indeed be considered Medusa's nest." Yang Dingtian asked, "What else?" The Nagashwang said, "However, Medusa's soul-leaving palace isn't here. To be precise, this can be considered the soul-leaving palace, but only a part of it, because the Naga Empire could melt the dark matter at that time. If Medusa escaped here, she wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, Medusa is in this Skirich imperial capital, but not in the celestial palace. The celestial palace is a part of the entire Skirich imperial capital." Yang Dingtian said, "But I've searched inside and outside this Skirich imperial capital. There's nothing at all." The Nagashwang said, "Husband, what do you think of when you see this blue throne in front of you?" Yang Dingtian said, "It's very dreamy and sci-fi. It's like the seats in the spaceships in the movies on Earth." The Nagashwang said, "Yes, and this Skirich imperial capital is more advanced than the Empire of Darkness. It can be seen that it was built later. Let's make some bold guesses. Why did the humans of the 8th era build the Empire of Darkness?" Yang Dingtian said, "Maybe it's because of the war, but the ground has been destroyed and it's all within the enemy's attack range. Therefore, they had no choice but to build the city underground and use a thick layer of dark matter to protect it in an attempt to let the civilization continue." The Nagashwang said, "Yes, but it's clear that both sides found a way to break through the dark matter in the end. Therefore, the Empire of Darkness built underground can no longer protect them. So what did they want to do?" Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought for a while. "Leave the chaotic world and go to other places in the universe. Therefore, they needed a spaceship." The Nagashwang said, "Yes, so this Skirich imperial capital might be a spaceship, an energy spaceship that can leave the chaotic world." This explained why this blue position was so sci-fi. Why was there no dark castle in the entire space? Only a huge Skirich imperial capital. Yang Dingtian's mind went into a fantasy. In fact, if he looked at the Skirich imperial capital horizontally, it really did look like an incomparably huge spaceship. Yang Dingtian said, "But even if this is an energy spaceship, there's no trace of Medusa." The Nagashwang said, Of course, Medusa won't be in the main hall of this spaceship, because it might not be the command room, and she won't be able to escape the pursuit of the Naga Empire. So, where do you think Medusa is now? Husband, use your wild imagination. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes. If this Skirich imperial capital in front of him was a huge spaceship of the 8th era's civilization, then this celestial hall might not be the cockpit. It could be the command center where the troops in the fleet could gather and train. However, this did not look like the cockpit. Then Queen Medusa's soul, leaving palace, might be in the cockpit of this huge spaceship. Husband, I think so too, the Nagashwang said. Queen Medusa is in the cockpit of this spaceship. Then, where do you think the cockpit of this huge spaceship is? Yang Dingtian said, at the head of the spaceship. Yes, the Nagashwang said. Then, where is the head of the spaceship? Yang Dingtian said, the tail of the spaceship must be the one that went deep into the ocean. If there's no accident, its head should no longer be in the chaotic world, but in space. Just like in the third dark realm, I once left the chaotic world and entered the boundless space. Yes, that must be it. At that time, Medusa could only escape the Naga Empire's search by escaping from the chaotic world. No matter where she was, she would definitely die. That must be it. Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. The Nagashwang said, then husband, do you know where the cockpit of this spaceship is? Do you know where the soul leaving palace is? Yang Dingtian said, yes, it's easy. The location is clear. The Nagashwang said, then do you know how to get to the soul leaving palace? Yang Dingtian said, yes, it's still easy. The Nagashwang smiled and said, husband, I'm really proud of you. Yang Dingtian said, you thought of it earlier than me. No, the Nagashwang said, I didn't think of it earlier. I'm just guiding you. You have to think about it yourself. Because when it comes to spaceships and the concept of the universe, you have a much clearer understanding than I do. Yang Dingtian immediately turned into a stream of light and flew out. He was going to the soul leaving palace. He was almost certain that he could find the soul leaving palace and Medusa.